Chapter 1 Odd Assignment. Your earnings for the Africa mission. Old Lin pulled out a package wrapped in old, worn cloths, his hands delicate as he handled the item. With care, he produced 2 crumpled pieces of 100 RMB notes, and handed them to a boy staring at him. Lin Yi didn't understand. It was a high-stakes mission he'd just completed, and a very demanding one as well. He had to deal with very formidable enemies, and his client's profits were rich, bountiful. How did it make sense for him to be paid this little? Where the hell did the old shit get these extreme missions from? They pretty much had a 10% survival rate, and the rewards always ranged from only 50 to a few hundred kwai. Sometimes the payment was so disgustingly low it didn't even reach the 2-digit mark. Lin Yi was cursing inside as the old guy put the banknotes in his palm. He was an orphan, and motherless since a young, tender age. But old Lin taught him kung fu and also homeschooled him for 15 years. He was educated and proficient in both academics and martial arts. Put him in ancient times, and he'd be nothing less than a high official, yet he spent his days like a mere servant. What the hell? He'd heard that even construction workers could earn up to a couple tens of thousands a year. Lin Yi's days of extremities yielded him no more than 2,000 annually. Old man. You're joking, right? 200? Are you pocketing my rewards or something? It wasn't the first time Lin Yi's had suspicions, but the guy's life wasn't different from his at all. He wore the same kind of clothes, ate the same kind of food. He didn't seem rich one bit. Be glad you even have money to complain about. Think making money's so easy, don't you? Old Lin said as he rolled his eyes. Don't want it? Give it back, it's been a while since I ate at Widow Wang's. Lin Yi wanted to beat the geezer up, but he knew better. He'd just get destroyed again. Yet he didn't know much. All he understood was that the old guy never used his full ability when training with him. His mentor would simply match his standards to Lin Yi's level whenever he found himself making a breakthrough, wrecking him regardless. Right, it's probably about time. You've trained enough these past years, you're ready for the big one, I think. Old Lin's head was lowered at a pit he was crushing beans in, focused on preparing the meal. Do this one mission well, and you're set for life. Seriously? Lin Yi had learned ever since old Lin picked him up from the junkyard that the studies and training he received were for a big mission at the end. Yet he couldn't help but doubt the words. Was the reward really so great that he needn't work for the rest of his life? When have I ever lied to you? Old Lin barked as he tossed more beans into the pit. You going or not? Maybe I should get someone else? No, I'll do it. Of course I'll do it. Lin Yi snapped without hesitation. What kind of idiot would miss out on something like this? One mission for a lifetime of comfort? He had no problems risking his life for this one. All right, go to Songshan, where there's this company called Pingzhan Industries. Look for a Chu Mengyao and he'll tell you the rest. A mischievous smile crept across his lips. But you'd better consider this one carefully. You can't back out once you've accepted it. Why? They're not letting me back out even when it gets dangerous? Lin Yi wasn't one of those stubborn hero wannabe types. He'd never do something that'd just lead to him dying. Ah, my little E. I raised you for 15 years, fed you food, gave you water, even bought you a laptop, a 3G internet card. The old man nagged as his eyes rolled again. Stop spitting so many questions at me when I tell you to do something so simple. Don't you force me, you little shit. Fuck. Lin Yi wasn't pleased with what this old shit decided to throw at him. Yeah. You're right, you raised me. For the first 3 years. Starting from 6, I made the meals, I prepared the firewood, I weaved straw sandals to make money to be used on you. Don't you force me. I know what you've been doing at night with your hand and laptop. Old Lin snapped with a glare. Yeah, that's right. Thought I didn't notice, huh? You forced this on yourself. Also, you even dash. Okay. I'll go through with the mission, till the end, okay? Lin Yi interrupted, his face red with embarrassment. He wasn't expecting the old man to have noticed. He'd been extra careful with his nighttime activities, after all. Let this man go on and he'd pull out some very inappropriate scenes. And so, Lin Yi put on his luggage pack and got on a train north. A quick couple of 10,000 miles later he reached the modern, internationalized metropolis Songshan. Lin Yi decided on the train that he'd be more careful of his surroundings when doing his business at night, from now on. He had a genuine excitement for his current mission. Despite it all, it was something he'd been dreaming of, a mission with ample enough rewards for him to retire early. He could tell from the way old Lin spoke that this was a hard assignment, but that didn't bother him in the slightest. The challenge of a hard mission produced thrill, after all. A sudden pop sounded from a freckled guy sitting across Lin Yi. He had just popped a can of Coke open, and wasted no time in putting the drink to his mouth. He threw the pull tab at the ground with a soft toss. Some guy with a crew cut put on a nonchalant face as he picked the tab up, raising his hand for a better look at it. He yelled out abruptly after turning it around a couple of times. "Whoa! Whoa, 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 first prize!" The crew cut guy wasn't able to overwhelm the noise in the train, but his voice was loud enough for the people nearby to hear. They turned to look at him, including the freckled man sitting right next to him. The man panicked upon seeing the tab, realizing that it was the one he just threw away. "Give it back, it's mine." "Yours? What? I don't see your name here?" The man yelled back, his grip tightening on the tab as he glared. "So your name's first prize, huh?" No. I mean, I was the one who threw that prize ticket tab away." The freckled man seemed to be afraid of the other, but not quite enough to be backing down from taking back what he thought was rightfully his. The crew cut guy only snorted. "You said it yourself, you threw it away, didn't you? So since it's not yours anymore, anyone who picks it up gets to keep it." "Hey, what the hell, man? What's wrong with you?" The freckled man started panicking harder as he turned to a tourist sitting across him. It was a guy with spectacles, seated next to Lin Yi. "Mister, you seem like an educated person, can you please say something to this shameless man?" "Me, shameless? You're shameless." The man, unhappy, decided to turn to the scholar as well. "Sir, tell us, who should this tab belong to?" The man with the glasses put a finger to his face and started pushing his specs up. "I am a college professor. Since the two of you seem to be placing your trust in me, I shall produce for you a fair solution to the problem." "Please do." Both the freckled man and the crew cut guy nodded in unison, their faces anxious as they stared at the self-proclaimed college professor. Logically speaking, the tab came from the soda can of this man here, so naturally it should belong to him. The freckled man started grinning upon hearing the professor's words, while the crew cut guy, on the other hand, panicked as he opened his mouth to say something. The professor held his hand up to stop him before continuing. "However, this man did throw the tab away, and you, mister, picked it up. It's not surprising then that you should be the one to take the tab home." "But sir, you said yourself that the tab is mine," the freckled man said, his face growing pale at the words. "How about this? Why don't the two of you split the prize money? It should be plenty fair if the two of you share it." Sharing it, the crew cut guy hesitated a while. "Fine. I can do that." The man probably recognized the flaw in his logic. The freckled man, on the other hand, understood that the tab, at the end of the day, was in the other guy's palm. If he went against the idea crew cut guy agreed to, he might never get the tab back, and he'd rather get half a prize than nothing at all. "Fine, we'll split it," the freckled man said. The professor took the tab from them and examined it. "Well, it says here that the first prize amounts to 100,000 RMB. Taking 20% out for the taxes, you'll have 80,000 left. To actually cash the winning ticket in is a bit of trouble though. Here, how about one of you give the other guy 30,000, and that guy can go cash the ticket in for the full 80? Sound good? Yeah, that's good. The freckled man seemed satisfied as long as he got his share, agreeing with no hesitation at all as he turned back to the other man. Give me 30,000 then, you can be the one to cash the ticket in. Lin Yi leaned back in his seat, enjoying the drama the scammers were putting on. Chapter 2 Scam. Chapter 2 Scam. The crew-cut guy patted his pockets subconsciously before looking back at the freckled man. I don't have that much on me. Why don't you give me 30,000? It's the same if you cash it in. There's no way I have that much. The freckled man said, frowning. I mean, look at me. You think I'm someone who can just pull out 30,000? Professor, please, give us some ideas, we don't have enough money with us. The freckled man turned to the professor once more. He sighed. Why don't I give both of you 30,000 each, and I'll cash the ticket in? The two men looked at each other for a bit. They would still be getting 30,000 each. That's good. Let's do that, then. Seemingly pleased, the professor reached for his briefcase and started looking inside. The glee on his face didn't last long, however, and the faster he rummaged through his case, the uglier his face grew. He was drenched in sweat by the time he looked up. Shit, turns out I didn't bring that much with me today. I only have 30,000 here. You guys probably don't know how to cash that winning ticket in, too. This sure sucks. Ha! The two men blinked. None of them had the money, so how was the money meant to be split then, at this rate? The freckled man started standing up to ease his anxiety. Professor, you're knowledgeable, cultured. Can't you think of anything else? Ugh. I guess we could ask someone else, couldn't we? With that, the professor turned to the person next to him, Lin Yi. My friend, here's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you happen to have 60,000 kwai to give to these two? All you need to do is cash the ticket in, and you'll have 20,000 for profit. It doesn't get any easier, don't you say? I'd do it myself, but as you can see, I don't have the money with me. Lin Yi was eyeing the performance the whole time, and found it to be poorly presented. The three were obviously a team of amateur scammers. He grew up in the mountains, but he was no idiot. Under the farmer-looking clothes was a man very well read, and very knowledgeable. There weren't many that could match Lin Yi in that regard, let alone third-rate con artists like these three. Me? Lin Yi said, putting on his best startled face. Is that okay? Sure it is. It's a rare fortune dropping on your head, young man. The professor was overjoyed when Lin Yi replied with a "Is that okay?" instead of just straight up saying he had no money. After all, people who respond that way usually qualified. Lin Yi was about to continue his act when he felt someone kick him. He glanced to the right and saw a pretty girl around his age sitting right beside him. Her hair flowed like a river, her skin white and supple. Lin Yi hadn't seen her standing up yet, but he could tell that she was at least 1.65 meters in height. Her figure was nice, as well. She was an ideal target, and Lin Yi had wanted to talk to her the moment he got on the train. A simple set of earphones destroyed any opening for conversation, however. Yet the very same girl was anxiously looking at Lin Yi, her pretty face full of worry. She was trying to say something to him, something she'd get in trouble for soon after. Naturally, Lin Yi understood her. She didn't want him to fall for the scam. The event may be irrelevant to her, but the fact that she had heart to warn him was enough for a sensation of warmth for Lin Yi. Weren't people in the city said to be cold? With that, Lin Yi gave the girl bonus likability points. A pretty face had its significance, but a vile heart rendered anything else meaningless. That was Lin Yi's standard. The man with the crew cut squeezed out a loud cough when he noticed what the girl was doing. He gave her a glare, and she lowered her paling face immediately. It went without saying that Lin Yi didn't miss the little exchange. He was all but bored the whole trip, and pissed off at old man Lin. He wasn't about to let something like this slip by before he entertained himself. The girl, on the other hand, hadn't given up yet. Her face was lowered, but her legs went on kicking. Lin Yi simply pretended not to feel anything. But I only have 49,000 here. Lin Yi pumped his face full of gullibility and dumb honesty, but that really was what he had in his bag. The scammers managed to pull their frowning faces out, but Lin Yi's words had their eyes lit of excitement already. 49,000? That seems a bit low. How do we split that? Let's see. 49,000 divided by 2 is 24,500. The crew cut guy started calculating. 24,500, huh? That's not bad, I suppose. I'll take those numbers, you? The freckled man said to his accomplice after some thought. Fine, if that works for you. The other man nodded in response. Kid, the money? Lin Yi opened his pack, pulling out a small package wrapped in newspapers. He proceeded to slowly peel apart the packaging before handing 5 bundles of cash over to the two men. There, 49,000, Lin Yi continued as he maintained his gullible face. Can I have the tab now? The money was his allowance for the years he'll be spending on the mission. Lin Yi always assumed that the old man had earned for himself quite an amount the past few years, if he really was pocketing the mission earnings. Take the assassination mission in Africa for example. There should at least be a couple 100,000 for that kind of thing as a standard, shouldn't there? Yet the old man claimed that this was his entire savings. He had it well hidden, even, before handing it to Lin Yi on his departure day. Lin Yi didn't know what to think. Was the old man actually poor, or was it all an act? It honestly didn't seem fake, and his life was no different from Lin Yi's. Perhaps he really did overestimate the mission rewards. Sure. The freckled man and the crew cut guy split the cash like starving wolves before handing over the tab. Lin Yi made an effort to hold the tab with care, as if it was some treasure he didn't want to lose. The girl beside him could only sigh at that point. It had been done, after all. She took a final look at Lin Yi's excited face, not sure what to say. The scam was completed, and the scammers sat back in their seats, tranquil and quiet. Almost as if they didn't know each other. Chapter 3, So You're Rich? Chapter 3, So You're Rich? The girl wasn't kicking Lin Yi anymore. Having lost interest, she leaned against the window and put her earphones back on. We have arrived at Songshan Station. All passengers please prepare for exit. The train will stop for 15 minutes. Lin Yi started getting ready as soon as the announcement ended. He didn't expect the girl beside him to be doing the same. This was her stop. Lin Yi confirmed the girl's height as soon as she stood up. He was right. He took in his surroundings after stepping off the train. Skyscrapers filled the sky, changing the scenery into a completely different view from when he visited 10 years ago. Wait! A girl's voice sounded from behind Lin Yi. It was the girl from the train, and she was running at him. What is it? Lin Yi didn't think it was a case of love at first sight, though he did sport a pretty handsome face. His looks were simply useless. With attire this shitty, a white tank top and a muddy yellow for his pants labeled him a tasteless farmer. You're not planning on cashing that ticket in, are you? The girl wasn't very friendly when she spoke, clearly still pissed at Lin Yi for ignoring her before. Oh, this? Lin Yi pulled the tab out of his pocket and littered the roadside with it. Wah dash! The girl's eyes went wide with disbelief as she pointed her finger at Lin Yi. Why, you threw it away? Yep. Lin Yi nodded. It was fake anyway. You knew? The girl only grew more confused. What was wrong with him, paying for something he knew was fake? Is he stupid? Is he insane? From what she could see, Lin Yi didn't seem like someone rich enough to get scammed for fun. Yeah, I knew. Even if I didn't, you warned me, didn't you? Lin Yi said, smiling. And you still paid them? The girl was starting to panic. Lin Yi continued to smile as he removed his bag, holding it open for the girl to see. She looked at Lin Yi before peeking inside. There were 7 bundles of cash in there. So you're rich? You shouldn't be wasting money like that even if you're rich, don't you think? The girl didn't understand what Lin Yi was trying to prove. To her, it just seemed like he was showing off how rich he was. This here is the money from before. The money from before? What does that mean? The girl still didn't understand. You're saying you took the money back, but wasn't it 49,000? You have at least 70 or 80,000 in here. Well, that professor guy had 30,000 on him. I just took it along with my own money. Lin Yi shrugged. To him, it was nothing more than a mere gesture, like putting clothes on, or pouring water into a glass. What? The girl was utterly dumbfounded at this point. So Lin Yi wasn't an idiot. Not only that, he was several levels higher than the scammers, stealing even the professor's 30,000 along with his own. What's with that face? You're not going to report me, are you? Lin Yi joked as he observed the girl's reaction. Of course not. The girl shook her head with a blush. Jokes aside, I really want to thank you. Girls like you are rare. Lin Yi spoke genuinely. Wanna get something to eat later? Nah, the girl shook her head, fidgeting. My family's waiting for me at the gates. Lin Yi simply nodded. Hitting on girls required skill, but fate played a role as well. Going against the flow too much would yield the opposite result. Well, see you then. The girl watched as Lin Yi's figure disappeared into the distance. What an interesting person. She wouldn't mind getting to know him a little better if her mother wasn't waiting at the gates. Yet it didn't mean that the girl's taken a liking to Lin Yi. It was a different kind of attraction. Lin Yi stood out from the crowd. He had tens of thousands in his bag, instead of his bank, and there was a certain aura Lin Yi produced that even his ugly clothes failed to cover. Sir, interested in a hotel for the night? It's real cheap here. Lin Yi was attacked by a crowd of hotel promoters the moment he left the station. Farmer-looking people like him were the ideal target for budget hotels, after all. Those who had money wouldn't bother with hotels like these, and the grander ones didn't need promoters handing flyers out in the field. Lin Yi waved his hand in response as he shoved out of the crowd, making his way to where the taxis were. He held in his hand a piece of paper old man Lin gave him, detailing the address where he was expected. He entered a taxi, and the passionate driver turned to him. Where you headed, lad? This address here. Lin Yi handed the note to him. The driver was a local around the train station area, and he had a sharp eye for his customers. Lin Yi, obviously, was not a local. The man speculated that Lin Yi was most likely a villager looking for a job in the city, and he planned on taking a couple of detours to boost the fare. His face went green with one look at the note. Songshan City, Highlight Avenue, number 36. Pingzhan Towers. 11.2 kilometers from the station. Use the second circle bridge. Even the route was planned out, along with the distance. There wasn't any space for him to maneuver. Also, why would this kid want to go to Pingzhan Towers? That was where Songshan's largest corporation was based at. A farmer-looking person like him. It didn't seem likely that he'd know anyone from the inside. The driver sighed, putting the note aside before starting the ride. Songshan had great traffic, and bridges were plenty. It didn't take long before they reached the destination. Lin Yi paid the driver 24 kwai for the fare before getting off the taxi. He couldn't help but feel dizzy with a skyscraper this tall looming over him. Wasn't this taller than that huge mountain back home? The client this time around seemed wealthy enough that it really could be his retirement mission. Lin Yi made sure it was the right place before marching in. Chapter 4, These Clothes Are So Much Trouble. Chapter 4, These Clothes Are So Much Trouble. Who are you looking for, sir? Lin Yi didn't take more than a few steps before the security stopped him. Oh, wait. Let's see. Lin Yi reached for his pocket as he contemplated on the city's security. There certainly wouldn't be anything like this back where he lived. These guards, however, didn't seem like much, and even Air Guzzi back home could wipe the floor with them. The guy was Lin Yi's playmate. He didn't know kung fu, but one punch from him could kill off a grown bull. These guards here were far weaker than any bull. Lin Yi pulled a note out and looked at the name on it. I'm looking for Chu Mengyao. Chu Mengyao? Who's that? Heard the name somewhere before, one of the security guards muttered. It's the chairman, dude. The other guard tugged at his colleague's sleeve to shut him up, making sure no one heard him. What the hell, you wanna get fired or something? Shit. The guard's eyes widened with shock and regret upon hearing his senior's words. What kind of security was he if he didn't even know the name of his employer? He took another look at Lin Yi, and saw what he was wearing. From the looks of it, this boy here didn't seem like someone associated with the chairman himself. It didn't appear likely, after all, that a farmer like him would have connections to the man leading Pingjian Industries, one of the top 500 companies worldwide. The kid might even be some random field laborer charging at the chairman with complaints. With that thought, the guard tensed, recalling a movie where a chairman was attacked by a farmer, something he watched a couple of days ago. He met eyes with his colleague, and it was apparent that the two shared similar thoughts. What business do you have with the chairman? The senior guard cleared his throat, putting on a solemn expression, as if Lin Yi might attack at any moment. It's not me, it's my old man. He told me to come look for him. Lin Yi replied lazily. He didn't care how powerful the client was in the outside world, he was the one requesting Lin Yi's help. Your old man? Lin Yi's words only confirmed the suspicions. The farmer from the movie went to the chairman on behalf of his brother, so naturally this farmer kid was doing the same for his dad. Can you two stop talking? Tell me which floor this Chu Mengyao is at, and I'll be on my way, alright? Lin Yi didn't have time to waste on the bullshit these guards were spewing. He wanted to meet the client as soon as possible. The chairman isn't here. The senior guard decided to just tell Lin Yi to go away. He'd already decided that it was impossible for Lin Yi to have any relations to the chairman whatsoever. Lin Yi was getting really tired of the duo blocking him. They were looking down on him so much that it reflected in their eyes, and Lin Yi had had enough. These clothes were giving him so much trouble. I see. I'll wait for him inside then. Lin Yi said as he strolled past the two. Wait. You can't go in. Both the guards exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Lin Yi to just barge past them. They were moving to stop him when the elevator doors opened on the first floor. A well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out with another darker, skinnier middle-aged man following after him. It should be about time. Why hasn't Lin Yi contacted us yet? Maybe you should go to the train station, just in case. You've seen his picture, too. The well-dressed man said to the skinnier one. Sure thing, Chairman. I'll get to it right away. Li Fu responded without delay, his voice respectful. Li Fu was just about to leave when the commotion in front of the company caught the chairman's eye. Before that, Li Fu, go see what's happening over there first. Li Fu took a couple quick strides before reaching the entrance, only to see two security guards holding a young man back. What's going on here? Mr. Fu, this guy here's saying he wants to meet the chairman, and he's even trying to force his way in. The guards, naturally, recognized Li Fu. He didn't have a specific role in the company, but he was the most trusted follower of the chairman himself. If one had to describe his position, it'd most likely be the chairman's personal driver. Yet everyone in the corporation understood that he wasn't just a mere driver. The security guards, as a result, respected him as they would a leader. And in many situations, this man's words represented the wishes of the chairman himself. Li Fu's eyes widened as he recognized who the young man was. Lin Yi? Are you Lin Yi? Yeah, that's me. Lin Yi nodded. He started paying attention to the man the moment he appeared, but instincts told him that this wasn't the Chu Mengyao he was looking for. He had a form of solemnity to him, and his men respected him, but important leaders had a sort of air about them while he didn't. Nice to meet you. Li Fu understood the priority and significance the young man before him held, and so he leaned forward for a handshake without hesitation. I'm Chairman Chu's secretary, Li Fu. We had no idea you've arrived already. We were just about to go greet you at the station. That's okay, I wanted to get to know the place a little bit anyway. Lin Yi said with a smile as he shook hands with him. That was how he'd treat anyone with respect as long as they treated him the same. Li Fu was, however, being a little too polite. The chairman's right there, I'll bring you to him. Please follow me. Li Fu gestured before making his way back to Chu Mengyao. The two security guards from before simply stared at Lin Yi's back with open mouths. He's the chairman's guest? The younger guard was in disbelief. Mr. Fu came for the guy himself, so of course he is. The senior sighed, relieved. One more step, and we'd have pissed him off. Thank God he came in time before we kicked the kid out. Lin Yi didn't miss the well-dressed person who appeared along with Li Fu. He was most likely his client, the chairman of Mengyao Industries, Chu Mengyao. You're Lin Yi, yes? Chu Mengyao moved with wide steps towards the two the moment he saw them coming. With a smile, he held out his right hand. Chapter 5 feels like a marriage plan? Chapter 5 feels like a marriage plan? Lin Yi responded with a smile as he shook hands with the chairman. Common social greetings weren't beyond the scope of someone like Lin Yi, despite his background. Mr. Chu. Nice to meet you. It was the first time Lin Yi met a client so passionate. The man was a chairman of one of the top 500 companies worldwide, after all. The guy was almost treating him like an equal, and Lin Yi found it odd. Mr. Lin. I know. It is a bit much to call you all the way out here for something like this, Chu Mengyao spoke after a moment's hesitation. Now the client was getting absurdly kind. Shameless as Lin Yi may be, even he couldn't stand such kindness coming from his employer. No. Old Lin told me that this mission's enough for me to live the rest of my life with no trouble. I only earn a couple hundred every month for the straw sandals I make, so really, I'm thankful. Lin Yi was surprised at how his client was crossing the kindness boundaries. He's paying him for his services, so there really wasn't any need for him to treat Lin Yi with this much respect. Some of his clients even grumbled when paying Lin Yi, after all. Straw sandals? Taken aback by the comment, Chu Mengyao took a closer look at Lin Yi to make sure he didn't mistake him for someone else. What the hell was he talking about? Was old Lin telling him to make straw sandals every day for a couple hundred RMB? He didn't know what to say. He'd heard from his own father about Lin Yi's feats, that hostage rescue mission in Africa, for example. The reward should be up to $100 million, so what's this bit about making sandals for money? That's right. One pair sells for 4 kwai, and if I make about 3 or 5 pairs a day, that's a couple hundred kwai a month. Lin Yi was nodding, but even he felt something off, as well. From how things stood, it didn't seem like old Lin was poor at all. Chu Mengyao decided not to meddle with the affairs of another home, and simply shook his head. Your pay from now on is 30,000 per month, your school fees and daily spendings accounted for. Naturally, the money you spend on my daughter will be paid for by Li Fu. 30,000? Didn't the old man say a couple thousand? No way, this one's a high-paying job? He wouldn't have had to look at old Lin's miserable face giving 49,000 away if he knew about the pay. Wait, Mr. Chu, I don't understand. School fees? The money spent on your daughter. Lin Yi was at loss. What was the chairman talking about? What about the mission? Oh. Didn't Mr. Lin tell you? That's fine, why don't you come with me upstairs? I'll fill you in on the details. Chu Mengyao gestured with a smile, walking shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi as they headed for the elevator. Chu Mengyao was Lin Yi's employer now, and the pay wasn't low, either. Lin Yi found the chairman's words to be a little absurd, but he's had his share of things far odder from his past missions. And so, Lin Yi slowed his pace so that he'd be walking behind the chairman instead of beside him. Chu Mengyao's legs, however, insisted that they be walking side by side. It was weird. The guy was being a little too familiar with Lin Yi, as if they were more than just employer and employee. Lin Yi decided to not say anything. It was their first meeting, and some things weren't appropriate to be brought up. Things would clear up eventually. The chairman's office was 200 square meters large, and situated at the top of the skyscraper. One of the walls was a huge window that illuminated the room with sunlight. Li Fu backed out of the room right after escorting the two into the office. He asked for the secretary outside to have tea prepared. "Mr. Lin, what would you like to drink?" The secretary Xiaoyu had already heard from Li Fu what Lin Yi's name was. "I'll have water." Lin Yi drank mostly water back home, and he wasn't any different outside. Xiaoyu didn't expect that answer, but smiled all the same. "Sure, it'll be a moment." She didn't need to ask the chairman, since he drank the same thing every day. "Mr. Lin, from tomorrow onward, Li Fu will assign you to Class 5 of Songshan's first school's 12th grade. You'll become a high school student, and you'll be in the same class as my daughter Chu Mengyao. You'll go to school with her, go home with her. You'll be in charge of taking care of her and her needs, and also tutor her. Well, put simply, you'll be her companion. I'm too busy with my business these years, and I haven't been fulfilling my role as a father too well. On that note, I'd like to find her someone to get along with, to make her days a little livelier. That's the real reason I've asked for you. You're around the same age as her, and you're both young people. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff the two of you could talk about." Chu Mengyao said with a smile. Lin Yi was a little overwhelmed. Someone to get along with? Take care of her needs? Stuff the two of them could talk about? Wait, this was the mission that would have him set for his whole life? This was starting to feel like marriage. This wasn't a girl with some sort of problem that prevented her from getting married, was she? Lin Yi didn't want to be part of any marriage plans. "Mr. Lin, are you okay?" Chu Mengyao seemed to understand with one look at his stunned face. "I thought that you've been told all this before accepting the assignment, but it seems that this isn't the case." "Mr. Chu, please, call me Lin Yi. Mr. Lin is a bit much." Lin Yi replied with a bitter smile. "Frankly, I didn't know what I was asked here to do. The old man only told me how important the mission was, and that upon completing it I'd be set for life." "Set for life?" Chu Mengyao blinked at the thought before laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha. I see. Your old man wasn't lying. You do this job well, and your rewards will let you live your life with no trouble at all." Lin Yi still didn't understand what he was supposed to be doing. "But what exactly is my mission? Didn't I just go over that?" "You'll go to school with my daughter, and of course, you'll be in charge of protecting her from bullies, too," the chairman explained. Going to school with her, and being her nanny? It was the only word that came to mind. Well, I suppose you could take it that way. Yes, you'll be something like a nanny. Chu Mengyao agreed with a nod. Without waiting for Lin Yi to say anything else, he handed him a file. "This file details information on Songshan's first school. Familiarize yourself with it." Lin Yi nodded helplessly as he took the file. This was what's meant to be some super mission. Fuck, that shitty old man. It was the same back in North America. Old Lin said he had to rescue someone. And that someone turned out to be a whole group of someones. Lin Yi shrugged. It was a high pay, after all, and there was only a low level of danger involved. A bodyguard-like follower for some rich girl. Whatever. Lin Yi decided to think of it as a break. Songshan's first school was called the First School, but it was made into a private one a long time ago, and the name was never changed even after the school was bought. Songshan Industries held a third of the shares. It was no surprise then that Lin Yi could just enroll without any primary school records. He hadn't been to school, but the internet made it clear how difficult it was for villagers to attend schools in the city. I understand. I'll do as expected. Lin Yi nodded as he flipped through the file. Of course. Mengyao's temper isn't the best, but she's a good girl. Chu Mengyao smiled bitterly as he said that. I'm sure someone as talented as you will get along with her very well. Get along with her very well? No thanks. It's not like he was looking for a girlfriend, after all, so what's the point of getting along with this rich girl very well? I'll try. Chu Mengyao recognized the courtesy in Lin Yi's final reply. He ended the conversation with a smile, and called out to Li Fu outside his office. Li Fu, school's almost over. Fetch Mengyao home, won't you? Mr. Lin also needs to take a look at what the school's like. Mr. Chu, please, call me Lin Yi, or Little E. Mr. Lin is a little much. Lin Yi said. Alright, I'll call you E. You should stop calling me Mr. Chu, as well, Uncle Chu is fine. Chu Mengyao nodded, not intending to dwell on the matter any longer. Lin Yi nodded in response before following Li Fu down the elevator and into the parking area. Chapter 6, Why is there a farmer in the car? Chapter 6, Why is there a farmer in the car? The parking lot was filled with high-end cars, and there wasn't a lack of variety, either. It was clear as day that the employees of Songshan Industries were making top-tier salaries. With that in mind, Lin Yi's 30,000 monthly didn't seem that high anymore. Following Li Fu's lead, Lin Yi arrived at a deep blue Bentley 728 of the 06 variant. It was well maintained, and Lin Yi couldn't tell if it was bought recently or just treated with care. The car looked very new. Mr. Lin, here. Li Fu gestured as he opened the passenger door at the front. I'm taking this seat? What about the miss? Lin Yi asked after some hesitation. The miss always sits at the back. Li Fu said. She does have a bag with her, after all. Not very convenient for the front seats. Lin Yi nodded, entering the car. Li Fu drove the Bentley slowly out of the parking lot and through the guard post, where the security guards stood with solemn faces as the car passed by. Li Fu had veteran driving skills, and Lin Yi could tell that he was someone who followed the rules, contrary to himself. He leaned more towards the racing aspect of driving, but it wasn't something he chose for himself. As old Lin always said, it's not your fault if you can't win, but it is if you can't run when you can't win. As a result, Lin Yi picked up several tactics for retreat, despite only using them when facing the old man. Lin Yi wasn't the one running, in most cases. Mr. Lin, do you drive? Li Fu asked as he stopped at the traffic lights. He glanced at Lin Yi, who sat quietly beside him. Li Fu was an experienced man, with sharp eyes. He was able to tell if a person could drive just by looking at their behavior when in a vehicle. He only asked because Lin Yi wasn't showing any signs. A little. Lin Yi wanted to be more humble, as a newcomer and all. You have a license? Li Fu didn't bother asking how much about driving Lin Yi meant by a little. The chairman trusted the kid, and Li Fu didn't doubt that trust. Not yet. Lin Yi said as he shook his head. He knew how to drive, and even raced cars overseas, but he didn't have a license. I just turned 18, didn't get one in time. That's fine. Give me your IC and I'll get a license for you. You'll be able to fetch the miss to school and back should Mr. Chu or I be busy. The car stopped near a very grand-looking school. Li Fu didn't go any closer, most likely because of how flashy the Bentley was. Lin Yi read from the file that Songshan's first school was a private school, but it wasn't a typical noble-filled establishment. There were strict examinations involved, and apart from some of its students enrolling through the influence of their families, most of the applicants got in with their own ability. With 3 giant corporations backing the school up, Songshan's first school was packed with top-notch facilities and quality teachers. It was on another level compared to the other schools, and it was the reason why all its graduating students were able to get into college. Yet even Lin Yi understood the 100% ratio wasn't a clean one. Some students didn't study at all, and they went to college regardless, due to their family's ties. The familiar sound of a school bell rang, and Lin Yi contemplated before turning to look at the school field. How long has it been since he last heard that sound? Soon enough, groups and groups of students walked out of the building, some of them clothed in uniform, and others not. Schools didn't enforce any dress codes apart from when big events took place, for the most part. That would be the miss. Li Fu raised an arm suddenly, his finger pointing at a student in the middle of a group of boys and girls. Lin Yi looked at where he was pointing, and spotted a girl with a pretty face and a nice, tall figure. There were other girls with her, but it only took one look for Lin Yi to tell that this one was the miss he was supposed to protect. Old Lin had told him that Chu Mengyao was the school beauty. The school beauty, naturally, would be the prettiest girl in school. There was also another girl with looks that stood from the crowd, but her body was a little more petite, evidently not matching the height detailed in the file. She definitely had the potential as candidate for the school beauty, however. Chu Mengyao was making her way towards the car with the other girl when a couple of princey-looking boys followed behind. "Mengyao, please, wait," one of the princey boys stood in the mist path before continuing. "Mengyao, please. Just one chance." Mengyao frowned as she looked at the boy in front of her. "Zhong Pinliang, can't you give it a rest? I told you, I don't like you, okay? Go away." But Zhong Pinliang was about to preach his love when Chu Mengyao pushed past him. She reached the car in a few quick steps, and wasted no time in getting in. The girl with her did the same, much to Lin Yi's puzzlement. God! This Zhong Pinliang, following me around all day. Doesn't he get tired? Mengyao wasn't done complaining even after entering the car, but stopped when she saw the guy sitting in front of her. "You are." "Hi, I'm Lin Yi." Lin Yi tried to make himself look cuter. The miss wasn't looking very happy, after all. "Lin Yi? Uncle Fu, what's he here for?" Mengyao asked as she looked at this random dude in her car. "Lin Yi is a study companion your father assigned for you," Li Fu started. "Study companion? Who asked for a study companion? I said I wanted a shield, and this guy here doesn't look like a very good one." Mengyao started panicking as she eyed Lin Yi a couple more times. What the hell was the person wearing? A huge singlet with some rags for pants? He looked like a complete farmer. How can there be someone who looked this much like a farmer? Li Fu started wiping the sweat off his brow as he glanced at Lin Yi, helpless. He let out a breath of relief upon seeing no reaction from him. He was the chairman's most trusted man, and he knew things outsiders didn't. This young man was valuable enough that it took even the chairman's father to summon him. Chapter 7 Faceplant. Chapter 7 Faceplant. The chairman said so himself, Miss. Lin Yi here is a very capable person, skilled in many areas. He's smart and strong. Shielding you will be the least of what he can do, Li Fu explained. There were certain things Chu Pingzhan decided to keep hidden for Mengyao's sake, and Li Fu was ordered to do the same. On the surface, Lin Yi was summoned as a companion for her studies and everyday life. Yet there lay a deeper meaning that involved a promise from before the chairman's time. Evidently, someone like Mengyao wouldn't just agree to a study companion out of nowhere. A strike of coincidence, however, provided the opportunity. Mengyao happened to ask her father for a shield, so that she could fend off the flies swirling around her every day at school. Taking this chance, Chu Mengyao recommended Lin Yi to his daughter. Li Fu was starting to regret not stopping for clothes, however. The picture portrayed Lin Yi as a young man with fresh looks, but his choice of attire simply wasn't an appropriate one for a place like this. Him? Chu Mengyao failed to see anything special in the person before her. Father didn't just choose some random farmer who transferred to his company, did he? The girl sitting beside Mengyao muffled her laughter. What the dash? Shoo. Mengyao was pissed off enough because of what her father decided to shove at her, and now her best friend was laughing at the whole thing. Mengyao glared at her, unable to hold in her frustration. Chen Yushu stuck her tongue out in response before turning her curious eyes to Lin Yi. Uncle Fu, tell him to get off the car. I want somebody else. Mengyao frowned, unwilling to waste any more time on the problem. Miss. Mr. Chu has great amount of faith for Mr. Lin Yi's capabilities. Plus, the contract's signed already. Li Fu tried to get the point across to Mengyao. It was simply too late for anything else to be done. The chairman's made up his mind. Ha! Mengyao blinked, her pretty eyes wide open and on the verge of tearing up. What was her father thinking, sending someone like this? She wouldn't even want him as a shield in the first place, and now they're telling her he's supposed to some sort of companion? She'll be the laughingstock of the entire school. Mengyao had originally planned on passing the shield off as her boyfriend, if the looks were good enough. It was one of the surefire methods for blocking off people like Zhong Pinliang, after all. But it wouldn't work if the shield looked like Lin Yi. In the first place, no one would believe that she'd choose someone like this as her boyfriend. Zhong Pinliang would probably burst out laughing if she told him that. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with confusion. Shield? From what he could gather, a shield might very well mean a mate in this context. The chairman was acting odd, as well. He wasn't really planning on marrying off his daughter, was he? Fine. You, go take care of that guy from earlier, the one who wouldn't stop following me. Do it well and I'll give you a pass. Mengyao decided to see if she could get rid of her new shield. If he couldn't handle the first job she assigned him, she could just tell her father that Lin Yi wasn't up to task, and get him fired. That guy? Lin Yi nodded before getting off the car, making his way to Zhong Pinliang with quick steps. That Chu Mengyao, always putting me off. Any other girl would have leapt into my arms long ago. Zhong Pinliang was in the middle of grumbling to a couple of his lackeys. Liang bro, this Chu Mengyao isn't just some ordinary girl, she's the daughter of Pinjan Industries chairman. She's supposed to be difficult. One of the lackeys, Gao Xiaofu, said. I know, okay? You think I need you telling me something like that? Zhong Pinliang put his hands on his hips. I need to persevere. Zhong Pinliang paused when he noticed a young man with muddy brown pants and a yellowing white singlet walking at him, startled at how fast he was moving. Lin Yi didn't waste any time carrying out the assignment, firing a kick at the guy's ass the instant he reached Zhong Pinliang. After sending the guy face-planting onto the ground, Lin Yi turned to walk back to the car. Zhong Pinliang was about to give a speech regarding his plans to go on Mengyao, when suddenly his face smacked against the ground. Who was that? How dare him, does he think he can get away with this? Zhong Pinliang yelled after managing to stand back up, his raging face smeared with gray dirt. It was that farmer, Gao Xiaofu quickly answered. What the hell are you guys still standing here for, then? After him. Zhong Pinliang was burning with malice as he continued the yelling. Get him, and beat him up. Beat him up bad. Liang bro. He's gone already. The lackeys had all their focus on the face-planted Zhong Pinliang when Lin Yi kicked him, and the farmer had long since vanished when they turned their heads back. Fuck. Zhong Pinliang cursed. I saw his face. I'll remember that face well, and tomorrow I'll put it on the newspapers for all his fellow farmer friends to see. I'll hunt him down, that fucking farmer. Yeah, I didn't think so at first, but this Lin Yi's quite something. He's not even scared of Zhong Pinliang. Chen Yushu's eyes were wide open, having just witnessed the scene. Out of his mind, more like. Lin Yi did manage to impress her, but Mengyao's mind was already set on getting him fired. She'd never give him a pass no matter what he did. Yao Yao, why don't you just take him in? Yushu suggested. Shu, whose side are you on? Mengyao glared at her, her tone curious. You're not at that stage, are you? Have you taken a liking to this little farmer boy? F off. Chen Yushu shook her head instantly. You're the one who likes him, I bet. You're not in love with him, so why are you trying to get him to stay? So that I can embarrass myself as much as I want, I suppose. Mengyao was baffled at what Yushu was saying. Was she out of her mind, as well? Geez, think about it. Zhong Piliang's always doing whatever he wants at school, and no one even tries to stop him. Out of nowhere comes a little guy ballsy enough to kick him. Things'll get pretty interesting, can't you see? Chen Yushu said mischievously. Zhong Pinliang wouldn't be able to follow you around with that guy here, now would he? What? Who do you think Zhong Pinliang is? Mengyao was blunt and went straight to the point. The guy's a farmer. He'll get destroyed. Yao Yao, how dumb can you get? It's not about that. You think Zhong Pinliang's gonna touch the guy when he has your name backing him up? Yushu pouted. I'll be backing him up too, you know. Chapter 8, What have you done to my father? Chapter 8, What have you done to my father? You have a point. I'll let him stay for now. Mengyao gave in after seeing the sense in Yushu's words. She turned to Li Fu. Uncle Fu, did you get him insurance? If something were to happen to him. Insurance. Li Fu started sweating again. There was no way that someone the chairman chose would get himself hurt so easily, but he answered the question regardless. Don't worry, he does have insurance. Lin Yi had reached the car door by that time. He turned to look at Mengyao after seating himself back in the front seat. How's that? Do I pass? Barely. Mengyao replied. Lin Yi smiled and said nothing more. Experience and the internet told him that girls are creatures that never mean what they say. Lin Yi didn't want to add anything unnecessary. Mengyao was not pleased. She was expecting some form of gratitude, yet Lin Yi just smiled, and that was it. Didn't he know how cruel society was nowadays? Even college graduates had to go clean septic tanks. The guy should be overjoyed to find a job this good, especially when he was a farmer and no college graduate. Hey! Why aren't you thanking me? Mengyao couldn't take it anymore. Thanking you? Why? Lin Yi didn't know where this was coming from. If anything, Mengyao should be thanking him for taking care of that boy earlier. You? Mengyao was in disbelief, and very pissed off. How dumb can the guy get? She gave him a hint already. Didn't he know how off his attitude was? She was his boss. Yao Yao's saying that she's already accepted you, so you should thank her. Chen Yushu explained to Li Yi with a laugh. Shu, what the hell are you saying? Accepted him? Mengyao was shocked. What's with Shu's wording? She's making it sound like she's accepting a love confession. What? I'm just saying you've accepted him as your shield. Oh. Thanks. Lin Yi said without giving much thought to it. The job was a good one, and the pay was high, too. His only problem was how weird everything was. You're welcome. The frustration Mengyao felt was indescribable as she spat the two words out. This person was too dumb to be her shield. Well, see ya, Yao Yao. You too, shield guy. The car parked in front of a villa, and Yushu waved goodbye to Mengyao before taking a final look at Lin Yi. With that, she got out of the car. Shield guy, huh? Li Yi smiled bitterly. Chen Yushu was neighbors with Chu Mengyao, and it took the car only one turn before the three arrived at Mengyao's villa. Mengyao had willingly accepted the farmer because of what Yushu said. But this farmer seemed to be walking into the villa along with her luggage and everything. What are you doing? Lin Yi looked at her. Confused, he turned to Li Fu. Isn't this where I'm staying? What a forward young man you are. There hasn't even been a single guy who's stepped into my villa. Mengyao roared, her hands on her hips. Li Fu wiped the sweat off his brow. Not a single guy. Didn't he count? And Mr. Chu, what would he think of the miswords? Mengyao seemed to realize the problem with her wording when she saw Li Fu's reaction. What I mean is, guys that aren't part of the household. Mr. Chu said that you can treat Mr. Lin like a brother. He'll be living with you in the villa from today on. Li Fu spoke each word with care as to not incur her wrath. He knew what the miss was like. What? Mengyao's eyes shot themselves wide open, her face full of disbelief as she pointed a finger at Lin Yi. Him? My brother? Are you kidding me? Uncle Fu, get him out of here. I couldn't care less where he lived, just not here. I'm afraid that's not my call to make, miss. It's the chairman's wish, you see. Li Fu made sure to tread lightly. While he may be Chu Pingzhan's most trusted man, he was still technically a driver. It wasn't his place to be dealing with the chairman's daughter. Whatever, I'll talk to Dad myself. Mengyao pulled out the newest Nokia E7 she bought with Yushu back in a promotion event. Lin Yi looked at the phone in Mengyao's hand with envy. It was probably time he bought himself a phone as well, he'd be needing it. Dad D. Yao here. Mengyao's tone flipped 180 degrees instantly, much to Lin Yi's surprise. He didn't know girls could make voices that sweet. Oh, Yao. What's wrong? Chu Pingzhan was in the middle of a meeting when his phone rang, but he picked it up regardless when he saw who was calling. Well, you see, Dad, what's with this shield you got me? You didn't just choose some random farmer from the market, did you? It was the first time her father handled her request so half-heartedly, and she wasn't happy about it. Ah, you must be talking about E. He's someone I went through a great deal of effort to get you, all the way from Mount Star West. He's good with his studies, and at Kung Fu as well. He's also a nice person, on top of all that. Chu Pingzhan said with a wide smile on his face. What? Chu Mengyao didn't understand what had the farmer done to her father? Why was he praising him so much? Chu Pingzhan misunderstood his daughter's reply, and assumed that she was pleased with his arrangements. Well, what do you think? Pretty good, right? Pretty good? No. Not at all. Before anything else, his looks. His looks, Dad. I can't stand looking at a shield like this. Mengyao replied, displeased. Also, how could you tell him to live with me? It's not very safe, is it? I'm a girl. I know. I didn't want you to live alone in a villa all by yourself, too. That was why I hired little E, it's for your own safety. Don't worry, the protection he provides is top-notch. Chu Pingzhan pretended to miss his daughter's point. Chu Mengyao was at a loss of words, speechless from what her father just said. The chairman didn't wait for her to regain her senses. Okay, Yao, I'm still in the middle of a meeting here. We'll talk later. With that, Chu Pingzhan hung up. Mengyao gritted her teeth as she glared at Lin Yi, enraged. Speak! How did you trick my father? Chapter 9 Great General Wei Wu. Chapter 9 Great General Wei Wu. Li Fu, who didn't want to stay near the angry miss any longer than necessary, decided to use the chairman as an excuse to leave. He gave Lin Yi a backpack that had Songshan's first school's textbooks and uniform in it before turning to Mengyao. Miss, do call me should you need anything. Dinner will arrive at 7 p.m. today, as usual. With that, Li Fu took his leave. Mengyao stared at the man before her, not sure what to do. She couldn't really let him sleep on the streets, now could she? Her father was a well-known philanthropist, and she didn't want anyone to see her abusing employees. It really wasn't that big a deal to let him live in the villa, anyway. But Mengyao was still very unhappy about the situation. She recalled the person who was responsible for the whole thing, and contacted her immediately. Hello? Shu. My dad's letting the farmer stay in my villa, what do I do? Yao Yao? The shield guy, huh? That doesn't sound so bad. I'll go tell everyone at school tomorrow that the two of you are living under the same roof already. No one will be following you around then. Yushu was watching television comfortably in her princess bed, and she didn't want to deal with Mengyao problems right now. Chen Yushu. Mengyao yelled into the phone. Weren't you the one who told me to let him stay? How can you abandon me like this? Stop saying useless things. I want you here at my place, now. Right. Now. Sure. Let me take a bath first. After I take a nap, I'll go to you tomorrow first thing in the morning. Yushu replied lazily. If I don't see you in 1 minute, we're not friends anymore. Mengyao roared. Ah. Come on. I already took my clothes off for a bath. You're not expecting me to put them back on, are you? Yushu got up from the sofa, passing by a mirror. She stopped and admired her nude body. There seems to be a little belly problem here? Perhaps she should go on a diet. 50 seconds. Mengyao was already counting down using the call duration timer. Okay. Door can't be left unlocked, can it? Yushu said as she finished dressing herself. 40. Mengyao continued counting. Geez. Coming. Yushu ran out after putting her shoes on. Yushu's villa was only a couple tens of meters away from Mengyao's, and a small path connected the two. Mengyao hung up when she saw Yushu's figure in the distance. She let out a sigh of relief. Yao, what's wrong with you? I was already but naked in front of the shower, and all of a sudden you dragged me out here. Yushu complained. Mengyao cleared her throat softly, and proceeded to point her finger at Lin Yi once more. Shu, there's an outsider here. Come on, it's fine, isn't it? Yushu clearly didn't care if Lin Yi heard what she said. Shield guy's part of the family now. Since you're family with him that much, why don't we ask him to go live at your place? Yes, I think we'll do that. Yushu was enjoying her suffering, and she didn't like it one bit. Ugh. Yushu smiled innocently with her tongue out. Yao, you know how I get naked first thing when I get home. Don't you think it's a bit inappropriate for him to be living with someone like that? I suppose it's appropriate for him to live with me, then? Mengyao scolded. It's simple, Yao. Yushu said, shaking her head. You can just come to my place and leave him at yours. What are you fussing over for? You're right. Yushu finally said something useful, Mengyao thought. But it didn't seem right. Why should she give her entire villa to a farmer to enjoy? What's with that? And what if things went missing? No. I'm not letting him live in my house by himself. Mengyao said. Yushu had wanted Li Yi to entertain her at school, but things were starting to get annoying. Let Lin Yi live in Yushu's place? She'd never agree to that. After more brainstorming, Yushu snapped her fingers. Why don't I live with you for the time being? He'll just mind his own business downstairs, and your room's upstairs anyway. Just tell him to stay on the first floor. Mengyao would have preferred a better solution, but there didn't seem to be another way. Fine, we'll do that then. Having had multiple sleepovers at Mengyao's villa, Yushu knew the place well. They entered with Lin Yi following slowly behind them. He wasn't blind. Mengyao obviously didn't like him. Remembering old Lin's solemn words and Uncle Chu's trusting eyes, Lin Yi didn't think it was a big deal. Mengyao was a girl, after all. It was only natural that she didn't want to live with him. "Hey! What's your name?" Mengyao asked as she sat down on the sofa, throwing her legs up. "I'm Lin." Lin Yi was about to sit down on the sofa when a girly shriek stopped him. "Stop! Don't sit!" Mengyao's eyes were wide open as she stared at Lin Yi. "What's wrong?" Lin Yi asked, startled. His butt was still hanging mid-air, right above the sofa. "Don't dirty the sofa with your dirty pants. Shu always rolls around naked on there." Yushu rolled her eyes. "What the hell, Yao Yao? What happened to the whole outsider thing?" Lin Yi didn't mind the outburst. His clothes were indeed dirty, after all. He was running about the whole day, and the train seats weren't clean either. Dirtying the sofa was a small matter, but he'd be screwed if the pretty lady here gets some kind of skin disease from it. "Okay, you may continue." Mengyao sighed with relief when she saw Lin Yi resume a standing posture. "I'm Lin Yi." "Okay, Lin Yi, you'll be sleeping in that guest room over there tonight. But remember, Shu and I sleep upstairs, so you shouldn't be going up at all. I'll tell Dad to fire you otherwise." Mengyao felt that the threat was lacking, since Lin Yi had somehow brainwashed her father. On that note, she added another one. "If you do go up, I'll tell Great General Wei Wu to maul you to death." "Sure." Lin Yi nonchalantly nodded as he prepared to leave. "Wait, General Wei Wu? What's that?" Mengyao put on a gleeful face before calling out. "General Wei Wu. Come down." A Rottweiler came charging down the stairs, filling the room with woofs and barks as it stood between Mengyao and Lin Yi. Chapter 10: Shitty Ideas. Chapter 10: Shitty Ideas. Lin Yi scoffed at the Rottweiler trying to intimidate him. He'd killed off multiple wolves with one slap back in a mountain mission. Dogs didn't trouble him one bit. What could the great General Wei Wu possibly do to him? "See that? This here's Great General Wei Wu. He's quite powerful. Don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better stay off the second floor if you don't want to cross him." Mengyao warned. "I understand." Lin Yi nodded. Mengyao was convinced that Lin Yi had his guard up against the dog, and she was pleased. With that, she ran upstairs with Yushu, leaving the general at the bottom of the stairs. Lin Yi took his luggage with him and started making his way to the guest room. He glared at the dog before leaving, and it backed off instantly. The Rottweiler understood immediately as a shiver ran down its spine. Lin Yi was no ordinary man. This human was more than it could handle. But Lin Yi didn't have the heart to be playing games with a dog. Without delay, he went into the room Mengyao pointed him to. The furnishing was simple, with one bed, table, and closet. They were, however, more than enough for Lin Yi, who brought with him nothing but old clothes. What surprised him most was the fact that he had a private bathroom all to himself. It was like staying at a hotel. His body was fully covered in dust from his travels, so Lin Yi set his things up before grabbing a towel into the bathroom. He looked at the time. There was more than an hour left before dinner was delivered, and Lin Yi decided to have a shower taken before that. Up until this point, Lin Yi found himself very satisfied with his working environment. 30,000 RMB a month, a hotel-like room and life. It was too good a job to be true, much better than making stupid sandals for the old man. "Shu, I'm starting to regret this. That Lin Yi just doesn't look like someone who can protect me." Mengyao put on her casual clothes as she complained to Yushu. "I think he's fine." Yushu had her legs on the wall vertically as she lay on the bed. She had read somewhere that she'd lose weight doing so, and that it'd help her body's growth. "Fine my ass. I was even thinking of getting a handsome-looking shield that could act as my boyfriend. Great, now I have some farmer dude following me around. How am I supposed to take him outside when he looks like that? Mengyao gritted her teeth. Why don't you take him as your boyfriend, since he's so fine and all? Well, I'm not the one with people chasing after me, you know? I don't need a shield. I might consider it if I was in your position, actually. Yushu said nonchalantly. Of course you don't. You have a military officer for a brother. If I had a brother who could split trees with a kick, I wouldn't be going through all this trouble getting a shield in the first place. Mengyao knew that Yushu was trying to piss her off on purpose, but that's how it was. She had a brother while she didn't. Yao, why don't I ask my brother to get you someone from his team? He could be your brother figure. Yushu blinked. Maybe even a lover figure. Zhong Pinliang would never go anywhere near you if that works out. Shoo. Yushu was getting absurd, and Mengyao glared at her. What kind of shitty ideas are these? Ah. What in the world is this dude my father sent me? Shield my ass. And now you're filling my head with all these shitty ideas, too. Lover fig? What in the world is that supposed to be? Okay, geez. I'll shut up, okay? Yushu didn't want to push Mengyao over the edge. The girl was starting to get genuinely angry. Yushu was the one who suggested getting a shield in the first place, too, so she wasn't completely faultless. Lin Yi was looking through his luggage when Li Fu arrived with dinner. There wasn't anything that resembled proper clothing. The old man was way too stingy. Couldn't he at least buy him a couple of new t-shirts or something? Mengyao would probably think he was wearing dirty clothes again if he went out with these. He wouldn't even be allowed to sit on the sofa. With no choice left, Lin Yi decided to put on the uniform Li Fu gave him. Yushu and Mengyao were shocked at Lin Yi's sudden change of appearance. He was like a hobo before, with his dirty singlet and pant rags. One shower and one gentlemanly outfit had Lin Yi's farmer side completely wiped off. Mengyao, however, was not about to call Lin Yi good-looking, not after what her first impression of him was. The most she could do was stop finding him disgusting to look at. Li Fu had delivered them some fish and fish strips, crisp vegetables, mushroom soup. It had been a long while since Lin Yi had an actual meal. He wasted no time in preparing for dinner as he seated himself at the table. He was about to start eating when Mengyao stopped him. What are you doing? Me and Shu haven't even started. You're not supposed to eat before we do. With that, Mengyao went into the kitchen. She had this habit of using only silver utensils, something she picked up from her childhood, when she lived with her grandfather. There was always a personal set of utensils housed in the disinfection compartment, prepared especially for her. Lin Yi could only smile bitterly at how unreasonable Mengyao was acting. He put his chopsticks down. Looks like he'll only be watching the girls eat for now. Seeing that the bowl of rice was his, he helped himself to a couple of mouthfuls. Is there anything to drink? He may have been going too fast, for he started choking. Yushu was amused at how hungry Lin Yi looked. She pointed to the refrigerator. There's drinks in there. Oh. Lin Yi was met with a huge fridge as he turned his head back. He chose a bottle of orange juice from the selection, gulping it down to ease the discomfort in his throat. Mengyao had already returned with her silverware, and was conversing with Yushu about how appealing the dishes were. Ah! There's my favorite boiled fish. These fish strips are way too sweet, damned cook. Doesn't he know how fat sugar is? I'll get Dad to fire him someday. This cabbage, though. Shu, here. Mengyao was as busy talking as she was eating. The dishes were prepared by Grand Hotel chefs under the Pingzhan Corporation, and Li Fu would always arrive on time with them. Chu Pingzhan had a busy schedule, and Mengyao's mother left her when she was very young. She didn't know a lot about what happened, and her father didn't want to talk about it. Mengyao's daily life, as a result, relied on Li Fu's care. Chapter 11 Indirect Kiss. Chapter 11 Indirect Kiss. Yushu heard Mengyao complaining about the fish strips, and tried some herself. It was indeed a little sweet. She was on a diet. There was no way she could eat anything sweet, so the plate was pushed to Lin Yi. He couldn't possibly care any less if the fish was sour or sweet, meat was meat. Lin Yi hadn't eaten the whole day, and he was starving. It was good, much better than Widow Wang's food stand. The taste, the ingredients. Everything was levels higher than what Widow Wang could make. Weren't these two girls being too picky? Meanwhile, Mengyao took a piece of boiled fish and put it in her mouth. Her face went red from how spicy it was, and she started to fan her burning lips with a hand. Oh, it's hot, it's hot. Where's the water? The orange juice on the table was the first thing that caught her eye. Without so much as a second thought, Mengyao grabbed the juice and started chugging it, going through half the bottle before she put it down, satisfied. Phew! Ah! That's nice. Yushu blinked as she processed what happened. She looked at Lin Yi, and then the orange juice. Then she looked at Mengyao's lips, her face blank with disbelief. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was simply surprised at how open-minded city girls were. Not only were they fine with drinking from a guy's bottle, they even drank it with their lips pressing against it. Very violent drinking, these city girls. Mengyao was enjoying herself to the fullest when she noticed how intently Yushu was staring at her. Shu, what are you looking at me for? Nothing, Yushu sighed, not sure if she should tell her what happened. Mengyao's temper wasn't something you'd want to mess with. Staring at me for nothing? Mengyao was perplexed as she shook her head. What's up with Shu? She took another piece of boiled fish for the spicy thrill, and was overwhelmed once more. Grabbing the orange juice, Mengyao pressed the bottle against her lips. Don't! Yushu was about to stop her when she saw Mengyao chugging the juice down again. What? What now? Are you okay? Shu, you're acting weird. Mengyao put the juice down before wiping her lips with a hand, frowning at her friend. Never mind. Yushu didn't know if she should be laughing or pitying Mengyao as she looked at her oblivious face. The funniest part was how she used Lin Yi's bottle twice. Once wasn't enough to satisfy her, apparently. Shu, stop mumbling. If you have something to say, just say it. Mengyao was starting to get impatient. Why was Shu acting so mysteriously? Yushu didn't see any other choice, so she pointed at the bottle of orange juice. That drink. What about this drink? Mengyao frowned. Just go get another one, what's the big deal, there's plenty in the fridge. What's up with you, Shu? Yushu burst out laughing in response. Oh man, Yao. Haven't you realized? That's not my drink. Not your dri. Mengyao froze mid-sentence as she turned her head at Lin Yi, her face changing. Is this yours? Lin Yi simply nodded innocently. So much for that bit about open-minded city girls. Turns out Mengyao just mistook his drink for Yushu's. Fuck. Mengyao's index finger flew up at Lin Yi to point at him instinctively, her face going green. She stared at him with wide eyes, but no words came out of her mouth. With a burst, she charged out of her chair and into the toilet with a hand over her lips. A while later Mengyao could be heard vomiting in the toilet, and Yushu, who was enjoying herself up until that point, stopped laughing. She got up and made her way to the toilet as well. Yao. I told you I didn't want to say anything. You were the one who kept forcing me. Yushu seemed apologetic as she watched bitterly. Mengyao was not having a good time. Why didn't you say anything early? Mengyao was glaring at Yushu when another surge of vomit surfaced. Seriously, that fast? Yushu said with a doubtful tone as she looked at Mengyao. But Mom said that kissing wouldn't get you pregnant. Mengyao was recovering when Yushu's words hit her with a wall of disgust. An indirect kiss with that fucking Lin Yi. Mengyao's eyes wetted instantly as tears dropped out. 18 years. She had been saving her precious first kiss for 18 years, and now it was gone. Mengyao was about to faint when she managed to pick herself up for another glare, her lips trembling. Are you stupid? Pregnant? Don't you even know basic biology? Yeah, that's right, I'm stupid. You're the smartest. Yushu was getting frustrated as well. Mengyao was the one who messed up and kissed Lin Yi. What did it have to do with her? Mengyao was getting really pissed now. How can Shu laugh at something as tragic as this? In a fit of crazed rage, she lunged and planted her lips on Shu's. The kiss connected solidly before Mengyao let go, her voice full of hatred. That's what you get. Now we've both kissed him. What have you done? She couldn't believe this toxic woman. How could she do this? Yushu, however, managed to regain her composure mentally. Mengyao did have Lin Yi's saliva on her, but she was vomiting like there was no tomorrow only moments ago. There shouldn't be any traces of Lin Yi left on her lips. Yes, that must be it. She was still safe. With that thought, Yushu instantly felt better. One look at Mengyao frantically gargling her mouth, however, reminded her that she should follow suit and act devastated. The two took their time cleansing themselves in the toilet before things quieted down. Mengyao understood it well. Deep inside she could peel her lips off and nothing would change. Her first kiss was gone. Her feelings for Lin Yi, however, were reaching the boiling point. Letting this man into her villa was a grave mistake. Mengyao was filled with killing intent just a while ago, the type that would override all logical thought. She was sure she'd have stabbed Lin Yi with no hesitation should a knife fall into her hands that moment. Yet all she felt now was pure exhaustion. Too tired to yell at Lin Yi, Mengyao looked at the table filled with food, and then at the dumb face Lin Yi was wearing. Her lips twitched, and she wobbled her way up the stairs. Chapter 12 Encounter in the Cave, Part 1. Chapter 12 Encounter in the Cave, Part 1. Chen Yushu glared at Lin Yi, sticking her tongue out at him before running upstairs with Mengyao. It's not that big a deal, is it? Lin Yi shook his head. He stared at all the food on the table, and decided that the girls wouldn't be coming down for it anymore. With that thought, he picked his chopsticks up and started stuffing everything into his mouth. Mengyao, on the other hand, collapsed on the bed as soon as she entered her room. Why? What did she do to deserve such a tragedy? She wouldn't mind someone handsome taking her first kiss, even if it were to go down that way. But why did it have to be some lame-ass farmer, Lin Yi, of all things? Shu, tell me, what did I do to deserve this? She didn't want to embarrass herself any more than she already had, so Mengyao managed to at least hold her voice back, if not her tears. She didn't want Lin Yi laughing at him, but it was only Shu and her in the room now. Hey! It's okay, Yao Yao, cheer up. At least it wasn't an actual kiss, right? He didn't get anything from that indirect kiss. Anyway, Yushu was thinking that it wasn't all bad, since the shield guy didn't get to taste Mengyao's saliva. It was, at the very least, just a one-sided thing. Mengyao only fell further into despair. Since Lin Yi wasn't on the receiving side, there was no reason for him to feel guilty. It was bad only for her. Her first kiss was gone for nothing. She'd rather it be an actual kiss at this point. That's it. I can't take this anymore. I'm telling Dad tomorrow that it's me or him. Mengyao's resolve was filled with rage. Crying and vomiting tired Mengyao, and she gradually drifted into sleep. Yushu simply shook her head, laying down beside her friend. It's just some saliva, what's the big deal? It's not like she'd get pregnant, anyway. Having finished dinner, Lin Yi made mental preparations. He sighed, all but ready for the mist to come charging down at any moment. Not a whole lot he could do about being born on the lower side of the social pyramid. That's how things were. He'd most likely get punished, as a servant and all. Yet Mengyao never came. Lin Yi decided to clear the table before heading back to his room. It was 9, they were probably fast asleep anyway. Lin Yi brushed his teeth and washed his face before locking the bedroom door. He sat down on the bed and started practicing the art of dragon mastery, something he discovered when in a cave. Lin Yi was 8 at the time, and was called up to the top of Mount Starwest to have his kung fu tested. It was the middle of the night, and the moon was full. Why old Lin chose such a time was beyond his understanding, but Lin Yi went along with it anyway. The old man was being annoyingly persistent. A couple of hits back and forth, and Lin Yi understood that this was no test. The old guy was practically trying to kill him. He was about to protest when old Lin sent him flying down the mountain with a merciless kick. Lin Yi's surroundings blurred as he plummeted downward. If he had to describe it, it'd be like a superhuman flying full speed at the ground. It was a long while before he landed with a sickening crunch. He felt his ribcage burn in pain, as if they were about to shatter at any moment. The old man gave him Eastern medicine that strengthened bone structure and constitution since he was 3, but even an enhanced body couldn't handle falling from a mountain that high. Lin Yi lost consciousness almost immediately. Back on the mountain, old Lin shook his head. Little E. I'm not trying to be cruel, but this is much too rare an opportunity. The cave only opens up every 5 years on a full moon. You'd miss the optimal training age if I didn't do this. Lin Yi didn't know how long his face spent on the ground, but the first thing he did after flipping over was scream out a curse at old Lin. He made sure his body wasn't too badly hurt before getting up, deciding that it was pointless to yell. The sight in front of him, however, gave him a shock. It was a huge set of ancient doors, its crimson paint shimmering under the full moon whilst its golden knockers shined. It was like something out of a fairy tale, a resting place for gods. 3 words inscribed the tablet above the door, Xian Yuan Cave. What was this place? Lin Yi started breathing heavily as he stared at the looming doors. He'd been living in Mount Starwest for many years now, and he'd never even heard of a place like this, just lying at the foot of the mountain. He didn't know how he managed to just fall in front of the doors, or why old Lin's kick just so happened to send him here. He felt as if he'd been here before, as if he'd visited the place in a dream once. Failing to comprehend why he was here, Lin Yi's body moved on its own, as if some force was pulling him towards the door. Without much thought, Lin Yi tried pushing the doors, to no avail. Frowning, Lin Yi started pulling at it instead. The doors did not budge an inch. Lin Yi was just about to leave when they began to open gradually, much to his amazement. Yet he backed off, his instincts taking over. He stared intently into the cave, expecting someone to come walking out. Nothing surfaced, but the insides of the cave were fully exposed. It was a massive palace, unlit but still somehow very brightly illuminated. Lin Yi was overwhelmed. How was the palace able to glow with such a stunning light? After making sure there weren't any creatures lurking about, Lin Yi walked into the now inviting doors. Every step was laced with alert. He was young, and the young were curious. Despite his wary attitude towards the cave, Lin Yi found himself moving forward. He was more reckless back then than he was now. That young curiosity and recklessness was repaid with a touch of fate. Chapter 13, Encounter in the Cave, Part 2. Chapter 13, Encounter in the Cave, Part 2. Lin Yi went through the stone doors and stepped into the cave. A massive stone tablet instantly caught his eye. Lin Yi found that it was inscribed upon closer inspection. Under a full moon the doors invite, a fated one may enter through. Have in mind, leave as dawn arrive, the doors will die for 5 years more. Old Lin had been teaching him ancient writing. Lin Yi, as a result, had no problem reading the inscription. It had him curious. The doors clearly referred to the crimson stone doors. The moon was full, and so the doors opened to invite people in. But what did it mean, a fated one? That fated one couldn't be Lin Yi, could it? He wasn't anything special, just some 8-year-old orphan old Lin took in, living out his unlucky days. Lin Yi never saw anything noteworthy in himself, at least when compared to the old man, who was better than him at everything. Yet the inscription did say that a fated one was meant to enter through, and here he was. He didn't see any reason to ignore the facts, so Lin Yi decided to take on the role granted to him, puzzled as he may be. The tablet told Lin Yi to remember leaving before dawn, as well. A simple line, all he had to do was get out before the sun came up. But what was that last part about, the doors dying for 5 years more? Could it possibly be telling him that the doors would just lock him in here for 5 whole years? Lin Yi took in a deep breath, a chill passing down his spine. Thank God he understood the text, else he'd be wandering around the place like an idiot until he realized the doors weren't open anymore. 5 years? He wouldn't survive 5 days without eating or drinking, no one would. Understanding what was at stake, Lin Yi kept in mind to leave before dawn came. In the meantime, he calmed himself down and continued exploring. As he neared the palace, Lin Yi realized that the illumination came from the night pearls inlaid within the walls. It didn't take an expert to see that the pearls held a high value. Anyone with a little experience could see its worth, knowing that they'd fetch high prices at outside markets. But Lin Yi wasn't someone with a little experience. He was someone with none. He found them fascinating to look at, but that was it. His childhood on the mountain had given him an insensitivity toward pearls or gold. There was also the problem of demand. Not many of his fellow mountain folk had money to spare for some random pearls. The richest one he knew of, at least in her own right, was Widow Wang, who had more than 1,000 RMB to use at the end of each year. To Lin Yi, however, it wasn't about how much money one had. No one in their right mind should, or would, want to waste their money on something so impractical. He'd rather get himself 2 big slices of meat, how fine a meal that'd make. He didn't want to be looking at pearls with an empty stomach. Thus, Lin Yi moved on, not paying the decorations on the palace walls any more heed. What he was interested in, however, was something he'd picked up from the novels he read. A person who just happened to find him or herself in a mysterious cave, one way or the other, were usually greeted with an encounter, a long-lost martial arts scroll, for example. Excited at the thought of defeating the old man with newfound abilities, Lin Yi looked around with heightened enthusiasm. He wouldn't have to be bullied every day if he managed to come across some powerful scroll. Yet the palace was huge and spacious. Disregarding all the lavish decorations on the palace walls, there were only 2 items of interest left, sitting in the center of the palace itself. One was the stone tablet Lin Yi noticed the moment he went through the doors, and the other was an elevation right behind the tablet. The elevation seemed like a sacrificial altar from ancient times, but also a place where important objects were displayed. Whatever it was ancient, and it couldn't be found in a modern setting anymore. Not giving it much thought, Lin Yi stepped up the elevation in a couple of steps, and an ancient chest came into sight upon reaching the highest platform. It was small, but Lin Yi's eyes lit up. It seemed like something he was looking for. Lin Yi then jumped off the elevation after carefully picking the chest up. He proceeded swiftly to hide and conceal himself, chest in hand. It was common for ancient places like these to have traps, after all, and the chest did seem like a treasure that would trigger them. Nothing out of the ordinary took place, and Lin Yi let out a breath. He didn't bother opening the chest just yet. There was plenty of time for that after getting back home. He simply had no time to waste looking through the contents now. Staying in the cave for 5 years was the last thing he wanted to do. Lin Yi moved past the elevation, wanting to explore the cave further. Another set of stone doors greeted him with a smaller stone tablet on top of it, much to his surprise. Excited, Lin Yi took a closer look at the stone tablet. It was inscribed as well. 5 years for the first stage, 1 palm for the doors. Should learnings prove incomplete, revisit in 5 years more. Lin Yi was only confused. 5 years for the first stage? As things stood, there might actually be some scroll that detailed a martial arts technique in the chest he was holding. Would he really be able to open the door by just hitting it with a palm after learning it? At that thought, Lin Yi went forward to give shoving the door a try. It didn't budge when he pulled, either, and he understood easily. Should learnings prove incomplete, revisit in 5 years more meant that he might not be able to learn whatever technique the chest offered in time. If so, he'd have to wait another 5 years before he could try again. Lin Yi's heart started itching as he stared at the closed doors. If the first palace housed a scroll, then the second stone doors would most likely lead to something of higher value. He understood perfectly well that he wasn't ready for the second set of doors. Lin Yi felt that it was enough for now, having managed to faithfully stumble across the cave and all. Satisfied, Lin Yi made his way out of the cave, the chest in his arms. The sky wasn't dark anymore, and a faint white could be seen at the eastern edge. The sun was rising. Chapter 14, Art of Dragon Mastery. Chapter 14, Art of Dragon Mastery. Lin Yi couldn't believe how lucky he was. A little later, and the doors would have shut him inside. Learning the first stage? He'd starve to death before anything else. The first ray of sunlight shined onto the mountain, and the stone doors behind Lin Yi closed themselves without warning. He walked back to try and get the doors open again, but to no avail. The stone tablets spoke the truth. The only way to get past the doors was to wait for the full moon 5 years later. Lin Yi was a little disappointed, but he did manage to get his hands on some special scroll. He'd figured the whole thing out after getting home. You okay? A familiar voice sounded from behind him. Lin Yi turned and saw old Lin, talking to him as if he didn't try to murder him last night. Fuck! You damn old man, kicking me down a freaking mountain, were you trying to kill me? Lin Yi's bones were still hurting from the fall. I dunno, you look pretty alive to me. Seeing Lin Yi in one piece relaxed old Lin, since he was prepared to see some pretty serious injuries. He seemed calm, but he'd be lying if he said he didn't worry at all. As strengthened with medicine as the boy may be, the old man had no guarantee, not when falling down a mountain was concerned. Halfway there, old man. Lin Yi said as he considered if he should inform the old man of his findings. After some hesitation, he concluded that old Lin's vast knowledge could but bring him more benefit than harm. Old man, I went in this cave yesterday, Lin Yi said as he pointed behind him. Old Lin already knew Lin Yi was holding a chest in his hand. He couldn't help but feel delighted that Lin Yi decided to tell him of it, however. It meant that he was trusted. He didn't raise Lin Yi up for nothing after all, the old man contemplated. And then, Lin Yi didn't know what the old man was thinking, so he told him everything that took place, finishing it by handing over the chest. And this is that chest. Keep it. Old Lin said after a look at it, his voice dull. You're not gonna look inside? Lin Yi was confused. The old man didn't seem interested in something so magical, not at all. There's no point. Old Lin shook his head. Lin Yi had loads of questions to fire, but the old man's face made it clear what he was thinking. Stop asking so many questions, do whatever you want. It was difficult, but the two managed to climb back up home. Old Lin fell into his bed and started sleeping, leaving Lin Yi with his chest. Since the old man didn't bother, Lin Yi had only himself to learn what the whole thing was about. He placed the chest on an old table, and started examining it. The chest was from an ancient time, similar to what royalty used to hold their elixirs and Bibles. It wasn't locked, and Lin Yi opened it with ease. He was breathing heavily at this point, his eyes wide with anticipation. Inside the chest was a scroll made of silk. He took the scroll out of the chest, and noticed a small piece of jade at the bottom. Lin Yi picked it up and raised it to a light. It was high-quality jade, with a mysterious pattern etched on it. It wasn't the ancient text, so Lin Yi didn't understand what it meant. He knew, however, that the writing on the scroll was different from the one etched on the jade. He was puzzled. The stone tablets and the scroll had the same writing, only the jade was exempt from that rule. Lin Yi took the jade to the old man afterward, inquiring about its purpose. Unexpectedly, the old man didn't know. All he did was stare at it, equally surprised himself. Much more surprised than when Lin Yi showed him the chest. He came to the conclusion that the jade had to be related to the scroll, and subsequently, the training to master the art. He decided to have it with him at all times. The scroll disappointed Lin Yi a little when he unrolled it. It was thin, and the size of a scarf. Lin Yi's experience with wuxia novels, however, told him that it wasn't about the word count on the scroll. Many high-level techniques required only a piece of human skin to write down. With that in mind, Lin Yi started reading. The 4 words Art of Dragon Mastery caught Lin Yi's eyes instantly. It was of the same ancient text from the stone tablets in the cave. Below the title was a line of small characters. The first stage, Silkworm in the Sky. The main text followed after, mortals weren't much different from ants. Through what means does one change their fate, grasping? Lin Yi went through the text quickly. The first stage was divided into the early phase, the mid phase, and the late phase. The scroll, however, had only the first stage of Art of Dragon Mastery written on it. Lin Yi, of course, understood that there wasn't only one stage to this art. If it was mentioned that there was a first stage, then naturally there would be a second and third stage as well. As for where the other scrolls were, Lin Yi wasn't sure. They might be behind the second set of doors, or somewhere else entirely. At any rate, Lin Yi had to finish completing the first stage before thinking of anything else. The introduction to the art of dragon mastery was complex and difficult to understand, but the process of the actual training was very clear and detailed. There were even illustrations of human acupuncture points for him to reference. Lin Yi never had any trouble with those, since he'd been practicing kung fu from a young age. Without any second thoughts, Lin Yi followed the instructions the first stage gave him. Lin Yi was young, and he couldn't possibly have considered anything else beyond the simple idea of defeating old Lin. In actuality, there lay a risk. What he was training so hard for may very well be incompatible with the things the old man had taught him already, and incompatibilities like that were a serious matter. Even when Lin Yi would look back years later. The main reason he was interested in learning Art of Dragon Mastery in the first place was because of how cool the name sounded. Kung fu that could take down even a dragon? Who wouldn't want to learn something like that? It wasn't until much later that Lin Yi realized it wasn't martial arts at all. Chapter 15, Satellite Channel. Chapter 15, Satellite Channel. Old Lin didn't say anything much after learning of Lin Yi's Art of Dragon Mastery training. In essence, the old man was allowing Lin Yi to do his own thing without interfering. The Art of Dragon Mastery didn't cause any obvious changes to Lin Yi, other than the strength and constitution the training brought him. At the end of the day, he was still nowhere near the old man's level. Old Lin was like a boss in a video game. He'd power himself up whenever Lin Yi did, and he'd weaken himself every time Lin Yi got weaker. It was very troubling indeed. If Lin Yi had to point out one change since he took up the training, it'd be his increased agility. His sight and hearing were more sensitive than before, as well. Days and years passed, and Lin Yi more or less grasped the first stage of the art. It wasn't long before 5 years had gone by, and Lin Yi entered the stone doors once more when the moon was full. He never managed to open the second set of doors, unfortunately. It came as no surprise to Lin Yi he hadn't been making much progress after breaking through to the mid-phase of the first stage. He told old Lin of what happened, but the old man simply smiled, shaking his head as if he was unable to help him. Another 5 years were about to pass, and Lin Yi started panicking. He'd been stuck on the mid-phase for so many years. He couldn't continue on like this. He had understood then that the art of dragon mastery wasn't a type of martial arts, but something along the lines of cultivation. It was a shocking realization, but that's how it was. Recalling how suspiciously the old man acted on the first full moon, Lin Yi thought that the old man might have planned the whole thing, setting up a trap and kicking him off Mount Star West. That, or old Lin just happened to call him up the mountain for a test when the moon was full. How could it be so coincidental? It didn't make sense. Furthermore, even if the old man really did want to test Lin Yi, what purpose did it serve for the event to take place on the top of a mountain? Even getting past that, shouldn't the old man at least not try to have him killed? Even if so, could old Lin have just so happened to kick him in front of the doors? Fine, even if that really was a coincidence, along with everything else. Why would old Lin wait for him to walk out from the cave before approaching him? His reaction to Lin Yi's story proved also that he knew everything beforehand. Lin Yi's suspicions were pretty much confirmed at this point. Yet the old man refused to answer Lin Yi's questions every time he confronted him. Having had enough, Lin Yi decided to train on his own, regardless of old Lin's involvement. Lin Yi opened his eyes. The skies were starting to whiten. He shook his head helplessly, realizing that there weren't any leaps or breakthroughs this time around either. On a side note, however, he did feel refreshed, and that some progress was made. With quick steps, Lin Yi entered the bathroom. He proceeded to clean his sweat by splashing water onto his face. He dressed himself up in a school uniform before exiting his room. The villa was silent. Looking up at the stairs, Lin Yi assumed that the two girls were still sleeping. He made his way into the living room, taking his seat on the sofa as he turned the 60-inch LED TV on, making sure to mute the volume. Big TVs were indeed different, Lin Yi contemplated as he lay down leisurely on the sofa. It was his first experience with a TV like this, after all, and all he had back home was his laptop and a 25-inch CRT TV. Achoo! Lin Yi sneezed, surprised that a body like his could catch a cold. He had been living in the south all his life. Perhaps the temperature difference in the north was too much for him to adapt to in one night. He wiped his nose with some tissue he found, and threw them aside. There wasn't a lot of channels on this early in the morning. They all had the image of the Earth, and that was it. Shit, maybe the remote's out of battery? Lin Yi cursed. Wait, didn't he just turn the TV on with it? Lin Yi looked at the TV, realizing that it was a satellite channel. He'd have to get a different remote if he wanted the normal channels. He was raised on a mountain, but he did at least own a laptop. He wasn't too ignorant of the technology in the cities. After looking around a while, Lin Yi found the correct remote. Damn, so many channels. Lin Yi went through dozens and dozens of channels, not finding one satisfactory enough when a sudden notification popped up. This channel is an adult channel. Parental lock active, password required. Default, 000000. Seriously? These girls had an adult channel on their TV? He'd heard that big TVs like these had adult shows on them, but he never had the chance to experience it himself. The village chief had a satellite TV, but the only channels available were the free ones. There was no way he would have a subscription-based adult channel. An itch of curiosity crossed Lin Yi's mind, and he wondered if it was the chairman or the miss that set the password up. Or could it be Chen Yushu? The girl did seem like the horny type, after all, and quite forward as well. Lin Yi contemplated lustfully. He started typing a password in, 123,456. Password incorrect, please try again. 888,888. Password incorrect, please try again. Lin Yi tilted his head. 000000. No notification popped up, and the screen seemed to freeze. He was just about to try pressing buttons when an image flashed onto the screen. Chapter 16, Caught in the Act. Chapter 16, Caught in the Act. Lin Yi recognized her. She was a famous P*RN actress. He couldn't quite remember her name, however. It didn't matter. The lady had a very alluring figure, and a horny personality. Her work left a deep impression on Lin Yi whenever he would watch her. He wanted to hit himself in the head. The password was right there on the TV for him, the whole time. It was a first for Lin Yi to watch P*RN on a big HD screen. He'd always go about his business on his 10-inch laptop, But never were they leisurely experiences, since he had to be careful for the old man. The images weren't very clear, either. His blood started pounding, and Lin Yi had to hold himself back from going right in front of the screen. So tired. That damn Yao Yao, keeping me up all night. How am I supposed to fall asleep anymore? Shen Yushu's voice came from the second floor, and she was walking down the stairs. Lin Yi had sensitive ears, and he managed to catch every word with ease. He did not want Yushu to catch him watching P***RN in the living room. He was standing beside the TV, and Lin Yi understood that he wouldn't make it to the remote in time. Without much thought, he reached out and turned only the TV screen off. He then looked out the window, pretending to be deep in thought. Lin Yi felt that he was an unfortunate man. After the whole first kiss thing last night, getting caught watching porn in the living room was the last thing he wanted to do. He'd be kicked out right away for that. He didn't mind being a study companion for the miss, since the pay was much higher than any job he'd ever done. There was also good food every day, and a good living space. It wasn't a job he wanted to throw away. The key here was that it'd be the miss kicking him off the mission, instead of him resigning himself. He would have to live his life in shame if the old man found out. He sighed, pissed at himself. Why the hell was he trying out the password in the first place? But Lin Yi supposed that Mengyao was to blame, as well. Couldn't she have changed the password? Yushu jumped the moment she saw a man standing by the window. She remembered Mengyao, who was sleeping upstairs, and her hand slapped against her lips on reflex. She didn't want to wake her up. What's with you, standing there this early in the morning? Yushu realized it was Lin Yi, the guy responsible for Mengyao's crying and complaining at her last night. I couldn't sleep, so Lin Yi's face was a combination of awkwardness and guilt. Yushu didn't seem to see the guilt on Lin Yi's face. Just hang around in your room next time, you almost scared the life out of me. We're used to just 2 people around here, so we haven't adapted to you joining us yet. Okay. Lin Yi decided to never watch porn in the living room again. It wasn't worth it. This Miss Chen was unpredictable, and he almost got caught in the act because of that. Yushu sat down lazily on the sofa and crossed her slim legs together. Lin Yi turned his head away. He didn't need any more excitement. He was already pitching a tent from the P***RN a while ago, and he didn't want Yushu seeing it. Shield guy, Lin Yi. I'm hungry. Can you go make something for me? Yushu ordered lazily. Me? You want me to cook for you? Lin Yi didn't expect the command. Why would he be serving her? What happened to the whole study companion thing? Yes, you. Hurry up, this cutie here's hungry. Yushu waved her hand at Lin Yi, impatient. Lin Yi only felt helpless at the whole situation. What gave Yushu the right to order him around? If he remembered correctly, he should be listening to Mengyao, if anyone at all. Miss Chen, I'm here as a study companion for Miss Chu. I'm not a nanny or anything. Is there a difference? A study companion in this context is the same as a servant of the house, like back in an older society. A miss orders are an absolute for you. Yushu glared at Lin Yi, as if her words really were absolute. But I'm Miss Mengyao's study companion. Lin Yi was used to cooking for others, but there was a sort of bottom line for situations like this. He wasn't about to do everything Yushu told him to, just because she was sexy and playful. What if Mengyao saw him preparing a meal for Yushu? What then? He didn't want any more trouble, that's for sure. It's the same. Me and Yao Yao are best friends, you should listen to me the way you would to her. Yushu was troubled after seeing Lin Yi completely unaffected by her display of authority. The guy had left her a good first impression, but now he should be honored that she'd even ask him for servitude. Fine, just go help me turn the hot water on, I'll cook some instant noodles myself. Sure. The drinking fountain was right beside Lin Yi, so it wasn't a big deal. With a reach of his hand, Lin Yi clicked the button at the back and started boiling some water. Meanwhile, Yushu decided to turn the TV on with the remote as she waited for the water to boil. There was this celebrity Su Sihan's MV trivia that aired every morning, and Yushu would always take a look when she had the time. Wait dash. Lin Yi's eyes widened with panic, but it was too late. With a flash, the image of the famous P*** star came into full view. The foreplay had already ended. Ha! Ha! Wah! Yushu's eyes were about as wide as Lin Yi's as she turned to glare at him, a hand clasped over her mouth. Ugh, Lin Yi wanted to die in a hole. He didn't even experience a minute of the porn, and now he had to take full blame for it? What the hell? What was up with this development? He could at least admit to watching porn in the living room if he actually did it. It wasn't me. Lin Yi simply wasn't willing to admit to something so unfair. Lin Yi, how could you watch something so dirty? Yushu couldn't take it anymore. This Lin Yi was too much. So that was why he woke up so early. He wanted to watch some HD porn in the living room. I told you, it wasn't me. Lin Yi's innocent tone was insistent as he denied the girl's accusation. He wasn't even in the mood for P***RN, he just happened to stumble across an adult channel. Remove the channel if it wasn't supposed to be watched, why don't you? Why would anyone just leave it there? Yeah, right. Not you, huh? I suppose it was me and Yao Yao, then. We were watching the young ladies' channel when we turned the TV off yesterday. Yushu had no doubt that it was Lin Yi at this point. Also, when we stumbled across this channel we locked it up with a passcode. How did you get in without one? Chapter 17, it wasn't like that. Chapter 17, it wasn't like that. Lin Yi didn't expect Yushu to remember everything so clearly there was no point in denying it any longer. He lowered his head. Okay. I was the one who turned it on, but I didn't mean to. I was just curious, and tried entering the passcode, honest. The moment I saw what the channel was about I turned the TV off right away. Is that so? Yushu, naturally, didn't believe him. Of course. Lin Yi felt so wronged under her suspicious gaze. He was telling more or less the truth, after all. Humph. Yushu didn't want to spend any more time on the matter. She reached for the remote to have the channel changed when something caught her eye. It was some crumpled up tissues. There was no doubt about it, there was a sort of sticky, liquid-like substance within the tissues. What's that? Yushu's face turned green as she spoke with a shaky voice. And nice, Lin Yi. What a vulgar thing you've done. So not only did you watch porn in Yao Yao's living room, you even... What? What did I do? Lin Yi didn't know what Yushu was so worked up about. He followed her gaze, and saw the crumpled up tissues himself. Fuck. Seriously? First he gets caught watching P***RN, then his nose fluids get spotted by Yushu, who, at this point, wouldn't even consider that this particular bodily fluid came from the nose. What the fuck? He didn't deserve this. Chen Yushu. It's not like that. I just came down here from the north, you know. I've caught a cold, you see, and those tissues were what I used to wipe my nose with. Here, you can take a look for yourself. Lin Yi picked up the crumpled up tissues as he spoke, intending to spread them open for Yushu to see. Get that away from me. Yushu shrieked. I don't want to see that shit. Lin Yi, you bastard. Embarrassed, Lin Yi lowered the tissues. There wasn't much he could do if Yushu didn't believe him. He couldn't just force her to look at what she thought was ejaculation fluids, now could he? Whether you believe it or not, I really didn't dash. Yushu turned back at him, suddenly scheming something. I've changed my mind, I don't want instant noodles anymore. Go make me breakfast. Ha! Lin Yi stared at her a while before opening his mouth. Why? Haha, because if you don't, I'll just go ahead and tell Uncle Chu that you were touching yourself using the TV, in the living room, no less. How shocked me and Yao Yao were when we saw what you were doing. Yushu smiled mischievously. Lin Yi couldn't believe this. It wasn't like that. But he was in no position to bargain or complain. If the old man found out about this, Lin Yi would be done for his whole life. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. You win. Did I? You're the winner, getting to enjoy yourself out in the open air like that. Yushu wasn't planning on holding back one bit, it seemed. Lin Yi had given in at this point, but he didn't want to go down without at least some form of retort. But, you sure you want to eat food made by these hands? Oh, that's fine, isn't it? The books say there's tons protein in that stuff, it's good for my skin. Yushu didn't seem to care at all. Lin Yi was completely speechless. This girl. She's way more trouble than the miss. Mengyao only hated him, at least, but this Yushu was actively thinking up ways to mess with him. Yet something seemed off to Lin Yi. Yushu was acting like a completely different person. She was telling him to get the tissues away from her earlier, and now she's talking about protein? What do you want to eat? Anything. I don't even know what the kitchen has, you can go take a look yourself. Yushu leaned back into a more comfortable position on the sofa, and her smooth legs fell out of her pajamas. She was even swinging it about, and Lin Yi's softened part hardened again. Sure. He pulled his crotch back as he made his way to the kitchen, only to be stopped by Yushu after a few steps. What's wrong, shield guy? What's with the posture? Yushu was eyeing Lin Yi's arching body when she reached his bottom half, instantly understanding what the guy was doing. Blushing, she turned her face away. Disgusting. Lin Yi had had enough of explanations. Since he'd been found out anyway, he decided to straighten up and get in the kitchen as fast as possible. Another mischievous smile crept across Yushu's lips the moment Lin Yi disappeared from her sight. Ha. You think I'm some sort of baby? Of course I know you wiped your nose with those tissues. We learned this in biology, you know. Even Yushu understood that the stuff was supposed to be milk white, and that you didn't even need to be close to catch the unique smell it produced. She didn't know what it was supposed to smell like, but the tissues were right next to her. It couldn't be that stuff if she didn't notice at all. Plus, the internet told her that the boy part gets soft after doing that stuff. Looking at how Lin Yi was acting, it didn't seem like he'd relieved himself. Yushu, of course, wasn't about to tell Lin Yi that. With this in her hands, she could order Lin Yi around and tell him to do whatever bidding she desired of him. That'd teach him to defy her. Yushu smiled with pride. She got herself a free servant. A delightful scent came from the kitchen not long after, pleasing her even more. Chapter 18, tasted a few more times, you'll get used to it. Chapter 18, tasted a few more times, you'll get used to it. Lin Yi was shocked at how well equipped the kitchen was. It was much more advanced and modernized than that big cauldron back home. There was even a cute apron with baby faces on it. It seemed really new, and it didn't look like the two girls used it at all, seeing how they just waited for food with open hands. Lin Yi wasted no time in searching for ingredients after putting the apron on. There were tomatoes, spinach, celery, and other kinds of vegetables, as well as eggs. It was variety over quantity, however. Most likely a safety measure from Li Fu, prepared in case Mengyao wanted to cook something. Whether or not the miscooked was no business of Lin Yi, but he did find the man very considerate when it came to Chu Pengzhan's daughter. He was his most trusted man, after all. For the main ingredients, Lin Yi picked some flour out of the noodles and rice in the selection. He started making some yangchen noodles, remembering to prepare his own portion as well. Lin Yi was no stranger to cooking. He'd been making meals for the old man back home since he was 6, and it had become a habit of his. It didn't take long for Lin Yi to have lines of thin, silky noodles covering the cutting board. Not with a kitchen this packed. With the noodles done, Lin Yi started preparing the broth. Broths weren't usually prepared with a huge pot that would last for days. That was something done in hotels. Picking the first thing he saw in the cupboard, Lin Yi took out a quality and concentrated broth. The scent spread throughout the kitchen, signaling for him to add vegetables and seasoning to the broth. In the meantime, Lin Yi boiled another pot of water and put the noodles in. The noodles were good to go by the time he opened the lid again. With a gesture, Lin Yi scooped out the noodles and poured the broth in, completing 2 perfect bowls of Yangchun noodles. Though, the noodles weren't technically Yangchun noodles, they were a personalized version that old Lin back home absolutely loved. There were still more noodles in the pot that Lin Yi had saved for himself. A single bowl was probably enough for Yushu. "Hey, are you done over there?" Yushu was already gulping by the time the aroma reached her. Putting on some slippers, she walked over to the kitchen lazily. "Yeah, was just about to call for you." Lin Yi started undoing the apron as he spoke. "Oh. That's Yao Yao's apron, make sure she doesn't find out about you using it," Yushu said as she looked at the apron in Lin Yi's hands. "I'll keep quiet about it, since you made me breakfast." Eh? Lin Yi was caught off guard by the girl's sudden change in attitude. This was a very mischievous girl, after all, seeing how she acted during the whole first kiss episode last night. What's with her being kind all of a sudden? But it was of no concern to Lin Yi. He only needed to avoid getting on Mengyao's bad side, and just do his job as a study companion, like he was told to. Yushu, on the other hand, was frowning, not looking very comfortable with a big dude eating his noodles across from her. But it did seem a bit absurd to tell him to leave. He was the one who made the delicious-looking food, after all. With that, Yushu decided to allow Lin Yi's presence, stuffing herself with the noodles first. It was the best bowl of noodles she had tasted her whole life. She'd usually just eat some instant noodles, or drink some milk before going to school. It was her first time eating pure handmade noodles like this. Yushu, obviously, wouldn't do something like telling Lin Yi how good they were, in case he started forgetting his place. She decided to ignore Lin Yi and keep her compliments hidden as she emptied the bowl. Lin Yi couldn't be happier about getting ignored by Yushu. The last thing he wanted was for her to cause more trouble for him. Having finished his own bowl, Lin Yi made his way to the pot once more. He was just about to fill his bowl with more noodles when he remembered Yushu sitting behind him. "Still want any?" "Nope," Yushu said, shaking her head. "Get me a glass of water." "Aren't there drinks right behind you?" Lin Yi was already refilling his bowl after pointing at the fridge behind Yushu. "Well, it isn't very healthy to have juice in the morning, is it? Water's good for your body, and geez, you're a talkative one. Are you going or not? Maybe I should call Uncle Chu?" Yushu blared impatiently. Okay. Nodding his head, Lin Yi walked over to where the water fountain was. Ha dash. Stupid alarm. A very tired Mengyao yawned as she lazily walked down the stairs. She didn't sleep very well last night. She did nothing but cry and complain to Yushu half the night, but the first kiss incident didn't hurt her as much anymore. She felt like she'd just fallen asleep before the alarm woke her up again. It was a school day, unfortunately, or she wouldn't have bothered getting up at all. Mengyao was thinking about Yushu by the time she reached the bottom of the stairs. She shouldn't have gotten any more sleep than she did, so how was she up so early? A pleasant scent reached her from the kitchen, and Mengyao's stomach, empty from the vomiting yesterday, started growling. "Shu, what are you eating over there without me?" Mengyao rushed to the kitchen and saw Yushu murdering a bowl of noodles. She was pleased to see another bowl across from the girl, fresh and ready for her. "Ha! I knew you wouldn't forget about me, thanks Shu." Yushu was completely absorbed in gulping down the soup when she heard Mengyao's voice. It was so good that she didn't want to be interrupted, but she gulped it down faster and removed the bowl from her face as soon as she could. Mengyao was already stuffing herself with Lin Yi's chopsticks. Ugh. Yushu only sighed. There was nothing more she could say. Come on, couldn't she have at least waited for a confirmation? What's the rush? Whoa, it's good. There was no way a starving Mengyao could hold herself back from Yangchun noodles like these. She was still stuffing noodles into her mouth with chopsticks, even when she was speaking. Shu, where'd you buy this? I didn't. Shield guy made it. Yushu only looked at her with pity. She didn't want to poke at Mengyao's crushed spirit anymore at this point. Mengyao instantly dropped her chopsticks with a startle. He made his? No way I'm eating something he made. Yushu kept herself silent. What's the point? You were already eating it. Well, you've already had his saliva last night, so I suppose it doesn't matter anymore. Just taste it a few more times and you'll get used to it. Mengyao seemed to be deep in thought when she suddenly snapped. Why should I stop eating for that guy? I'm finishing it, right now. Mengyao simply understood that she'd never be able to hold herself back, especially from a steaming bowl of noodles right within her grasp. Just because I'm eating his food doesn't mean I'm gonna forgive him. I'm just hungry from not eating anything last night, and these noodles are actually just pretty average anyway, right, Shu? Yeah. Yushu wanted to see Mengyao's reaction to eating a bowl of Lin Yi's saliva, but she kept herself in check, out of pity for her friend. The poor girl couldn't possibly go through that again. Chapter 19, Is it really that good? Chapter 19, Is it really that good? Here, water. Lin Yi was just about to hand Yushu the glass when he saw Mengyao in his seat, eating away at his bowl of noodles. Hey, Yao Yao said these noodles are good. Yushu made sure to get her meaning across to Lin Yi with a glare, telling him to keep quiet about the noodles. Oh. Lin Yi nodded. He understood what Yushu was trying to say, but he wasn't going to have enough noodles for himself at this rate. What are you doing? I can't eat with you standing here. Mengyao was too focused on Lin Yi to catch the little exchange between the two. She wasn't ready to let a man watch her eat just yet. Not wanting to piss the miss off, Lin Yi turned and walked back to his room. Yushu might have been a bit of an oddball, but even she was way easier to deal with than Mengyao. Lin Yi decided to go over his time schedule. He'd finished all the high school courses by himself, but a first day of school is something special, and he probably shouldn't mess it up. It's so good. Are there more? Mengyao had completely emptied her bowl at that point, leaving not even a single drop of soup. Nope, tell Shield Guy to make you more if you like it so much. Yushu was feeling troubled. Why did Mengyao not gain weight at all? She always ate larger portions, but her body always remained slimmer than hers. She may not be fat, but she wasn't as tall as Mengyao. The extra flesh all made their way to the hips and chest, however, so it wasn't that bad. Let's not talk about him. Mengyao licked the soup stains off her chopsticks, unsatisfied. Ask him for a favor? No way. Yushu simply watched as her friend licked the chopsticks clean, not sure what to say. Is his saliva really that good, Yao Yao? Having finished their noodles, the two girls went upstairs to clean themselves and prepare for school. Lin Yi, on the other hand, went to clean the dining table. He knew that there were cleaners under Li Fu's employment that took care of this sort of thing, but Lin Yi was already used to it. He was the one in charge of cleaning back home, anyway. He was washing the dishes when General Wei Wu strolled into the kitchen, its eyes glaring at Lin Yi the moment it saw him. Lin Yi wasn't about to bother with the mutt, and it seemed to have understood that. After a little while of glaring, the general moved on. Dogs were indeed a sensitive species. They always knew when they faced an existence stronger than them. Lin Yi hadn't put on any offensive stances, and the dog didn't want to cause any trouble it couldn't handle, either. It didn't take long before Lin Yi finished cleaning. The girls, on the other hand, had their faces washed, their teeth brushed, and their casual clothes replaced with prettier ones. There was a school rule that told the students to wear their uniforms to school, but only a few actually followed it. High schoolers weren't as willing to obey the way primary schoolers were, after all. Yet there were exceptions, and Lin Yi was one of them. He was nothing less than pleased as he ran his hand down the uniform's material. It was good quality, far better than anything he brought from home. To Lin Yi, the uniforms were the best pieces of clothing he had. He'd put on high-end clothing before, but the old man always said that those were rented, that he'd have to return them when the mission was completed. Li Fu's car appeared in front of the villa at 7, and Lin Yi followed behind as Mengyao and Yushu walked out with their cute backpacks. As usual, he took the front seat, while the two girls seated themselves at the back. Li Fu started the car up before looking at Lin Yi. "Well, how was your first night?" "It was okay." Lin Yi nodded. "Not for me." Mengyao didn't wait for Li Fu to say anything else and pulled her phone out. "I'm calling Daddy right now. The chairman is currently on a plane to Newport City for a meeting." Li Fu interrupted. "Mr. Chu said that he's leaving it to Lin Yi to take care of you the few days he's away." "Him, take care of me?" Mengyao's eyes were wide open upon hearing what Li Fu said. "Uncle Fu, look at him. How do you think he's supposed to take care of me?" "I'm just relaying the chairman's words. He's very trusting towards Mr. Lin Yi." In actuality, even Li Fu himself failed to see what made the kid special. His position as the chairman's most trusted man, however, demanded that he support his wishes without fail. Mengyao started pouting. Since Li Fu's words represented the chairman's, there wasn't anything more she could say. Her father was on a plane, after all. She decided to leave the bastard be, at least until her father returned. She'll just use her cuteness and technique to get Lin Yi kicked out when that time came. Mengyao let out a breath of relief at that thought. Lin Yi had wanted to experience what school life was like a long time ago, but there were only a few cultured people in the village. Schools wouldn't work out there. The only literate guy other than old Lin was Gooden. And even he was self-taught. Lin Yi was starting to miss the guy. What was he up to these days? The car came to a stop in front of the school. Lin Yi was just about to get off when Mengyao stopped him. "Wait." "Huh?" Lin Yi turned around to look at the miss, startled. It wasn't often that Mengyao talked to him. "Stay in the car first. Wait until both me and Shu get in the school building before coming in yourself. I don't want people getting any wrong ideas." "Sure." Lin Yi didn't see a problem in the request. She was the miss, after all. "Heh, the miss is a bit much to handle, Mr. Lin Yi. I hope you don't mind." Li Fu was equally helpless regarding how things turned out. Mengyao clearly treated Lin Yi with a lot of hostility. "It's fine, that's how rich people usually are, I guess." Lin Yi shook his head. "Uncle Fu, let's not beat around the bush any longer. I can see that I'm not really needed around here, and Mengyao doesn't even need a study companion. Can you give me an honest answer when I ask you? Why did the chairman spend so much money on me? He's not really planning on using me as a shield to fend off flies for the miss, is he?" Chapter 20, The Dean's Little Weakness. Chapter 20, The Dean's Little Weakness. It was something Lin Yi had been thinking about since yesterday. It'd be more logical for the chairman to hire a professional, qualified trainer if it really was for study purposes. Besides, grades didn't matter for someone like Mengyao, especially considering who her father was. No college would reject her if she applied. She had Chu Mengyao backing her up, after all. "So you've noticed?" Li Fu wasn't expecting Lin Yi to ask him about this so soon. "Then it's true?" Lin Yi frowned, curious. "To be frank, even I don't understand what Mr. Chu has in mind." Li Fu sighed. "I'm his most trusted man, but the chairman has things he doesn't just explicitly say to me." Li Fu simply rolled his eyes at Li Fu's useless explanation. But the chairman wanted me to tell you this, take care of the miss, and don't think too much. Li Fu started repeating the chairman's words. Try to give her some love. The kid never received much of it. Lin Yi was speechless. What the hell's wrong with these people? Give her some love? How was he supposed to give her some love? Before actually meeting Mengyao, Lin Yi wasn't too happy with his situation. The way the chairman spoke made it look like he was planning a marriage or something, as if the girl had problems that prevented her from finding a mate. But it turned out that Mengyao was a young beauty. Things weren't bad at all, with that factor in mind. The problem here was that the miss hated him. She wasn't going to fall for him anytime soon, that's for sure. Lin Yi nodded in response before getting off the car. There wasn't much more he could say to Li Fu. Did you find out who that farmer guy is? Zhong Pilian's but was still swollen from Lin Yi's kick yesterday. Pinliang couldn't sleep on his back the whole night thanks to the farmer. He had to do it with his butt raised at the ceiling. We didn't. Zhang Naipeo and I looked around quite a couple of sites, but we never saw the guy. Gao Xiaofu shook his head. Liang bro, maybe he didn't register for work yet? Look, I don't care how you do it. I need this guy found. Fuck, there's no way I'm letting that farmer get away. Zhong Pilian's rage was still unquelled. Yes. Gao Xiaofu responded instantly. Lin Yi's mood was pleasant as he strolled into the school, bag on his back. This was the school life he was looking for, the legendary land of first loves and first kisses. His bag was a single strap bag, the standard black one that the school gave out. It wasn't very stylish, unlike the customized ones Mengyao, Yushu, and the rest of the students had. Only the poorer students like Lin Yi wore the uniform to school. They were also the only ones who wore the standard backpack the school provided. How good were Lin Yi's eyes? Good enough for him to spot Zhong Pinliang the moment he passed through the school gates. Wasn't that the guy bugging Mengyao yesterday? Lin Yi decided to ignore them, since they didn't do anything to him yet. He simply walked past them in a straight line, as if they didn't concern him at all. Liang bro, doesn't that guy look familiar? Naipeo was looking at Lin Yi's back as he passed by. We're talking about something serious here. Who cares if he looks familiar? Pinliang frowned, impatient. I think he looks familiar too. He's like, Gao Xiaofu started scratching at the back of his head. Like what? Can you fucking spit it out already? Zhong Pinliang was on the verge of yelling. What were these two idiots doing? Like that farmer who kicked you yesterday. Naipeo started yelling as well. Yeah. That's the one. I remember him now. For real? Pinliang was filled with raging energy instantly. Well, what the hell are you doing then? After him. Let's go. Xiaofu and Naipeo exclaimed as they started running in the direction Lin Yi went. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was making his way to the office with his file. Chu Pingzhan had everything prepared already, so all he needed to do was register. Lin Yi knocked on the office doors, but no one answered. Perhaps he came to school a little too early. Lin Yi looked at his watch, and realized that it was only 7:15. There were 45 minutes left before school officially started. At that note, Lin Yi leaned against the office doors and waited for the dean to arrive. Ah! Ah! A series of moans reached Lin Yi's ears. His ears became far more sensitive than normal ever since learning the art of dragon mastery. It wasn't the best, but he could pick up plenty of things that normal ears wouldn't be able to catch. Lin Yi frowned. The moans were coming from inside the office. Wasn't the room empty? Lin Yi suddenly smiled, as if realizing something. 45 minutes later, the doors opened. A sexy-looking woman in her 30s peeked her head out of the office carefully. She jumped when she saw Lin Yi leaning against the door. What are you doing here? Lin Yi wanted to laugh. It's fine if you want to have an affair and all, but aren't you making it too obvious? I'm here for the dean. Lin Yi spoke calmly. He didn't want to expose her. Oh. The dean's right inside. The woman was trying her best to match Lin Yi's calmness as she spoke. You may enter. Lin Yi nodded. He entered the room to see a middle-aged man sitting at his office desk. His head was balding, and his face was solemn, like some sort of seasoned scholar. Lin Yi was only amused. What do you need? Wang Jifeng was startled. He didn't expect a student to come looking for him the instant his lover left the room. I'm Lin Yi, here for registration. Lin Yi took his file out and put it on the dean's table. Oh, I know. Lin Yi, is it? Wang Jifeng nodded upon hearing the name. This was a student the chairman arranged himself, how could he forget? He picked the file up and turned to his computer. It didn't take long before he finished the preparations. He completed the registration with a seal chop before standing up. I'll walk you to your class. Thanks for the trouble, Mr. Wang. Lin Yi spoke politely. He understood how strong the dean's influence within the school was. He'd have to avoid getting on this guy's bad side if he wanted a comfortable life here. Heh, it's nothing. Wang Jifeng made sure not to put on any airs, as well. The student was someone the chairman sent in, after all. He decided to test Lin Yi a little as they walked out the office together. You just got here? I've been here a while. Lin Yi didn't feel the need to lie. There were security cameras around, and he didn't want any unnecessary trouble should the dean decide to check the tapes. Then you. Wang Jifeng hesitated, unsure of how he should approach the topic. Great, now someone caught him doing the girl because of how impatient he was. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I didn't see anything. Lin Yi smiled playfully. Chapter 21, First Move. Chapter 21, First Move. Wang Jifeng's eyes widened. The kid knows? It would have been fine if Lin Yi responded with a blank face, but he told the dean not to worry, of all things. At the very least, however, Lin Yi's words implied that he wasn't interested in meddling with Wang Jifeng's affairs. At that thought, he calmed himself down. It'd be the end of him if word reached the principal and board. Wang Jifeng chuckled a little before looking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, remember to come to me whenever you get yourself into trouble. Write my phone number down later. I'll be in your care then, Mr. Wang. Lin Yi made sure to put his gratitude on display, understanding that his was a peculiar situation. He attended the school mainly because of Chu Mengyao, and it was safe to assume he'd get into trouble here and there. He couldn't just go to Li Fu or the chairman for help all the time, so why not have an influential dean back him up as well? Thanks to this little incident, Lin Yi now had the dean looking out for him, as long as he didn't go too far. He followed the dean and arrived at the 12th grade's class 5. Wang Jifeng simply pushed the doors open and marched inside, proceeding to wave his hand at the homeroom teacher Ms. Liu. This here is Lin Yi, a transfer student. Can you get him a seat? Zhong Pinliang stared at Lin Yi with wide eyes. It was the brat that kicked him in the ass yesterday, no doubt about it. He managed to slip past him earlier today, but never did Zhong Pinliang expect that Lin Yi would just get delivered to him like this. Hi, I'm Lin Yi. Ms. Liu assigned Lin Yi to a single seat at the back of the classroom as soon as he finished introducing himself. It wasn't a good seat, but the teacher didn't have a choice. She understood that Lin Yi was a somebody, but this wasn't the first day of school. Everyone was assigned to a seat already, and the teacher couldn't just force Lin Yi into a good one. She decided that she'd handle the problem at a later date. Not thinking much of the issue, Lin Yi nodded, making his way to his seat. Chu Mengyao's head was as low as can be when Lin Yi was introducing himself. Chen Yushu, however, stared at him with her eyes wide open. A chill went down Lin Yi's spine. Missy Chen was harder to deal with than Miss Chu, after all. Pinliang glanced at Zhang Naipeo, whom Lin Yi had to pass to reach his seat. Naipeo caught the glance and gave him the okay gesture. Lin Yi was eyeing the whole exchange as he walked. He'd noticed Zhong Pinliang the moment he entered the classroom, after all. Naipeo shot his right leg out abruptly, planning to have Lin Yi trip as he neared him. Lin Yi grinned in response, readying a kick as he raised his leg. The kick, however, would crush Naipeo's bones, and Lin Yi didn't want that kind of trouble on his first day of school. He decided to just step on the back of Naipeo's leg instead. Gak dash. Huh, what's this? Lin Yi blinked as he turned to face Naipeo. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to step on you. Zhang Naipeo, is there a problem? The homeroom teacher knew what Zhang Naipeo was like. The kid wasn't a good student. He did hang around big shots like Zhong Pinliang, however. With that in mind, Ms. Lu didn't say anything more. And nope. Zhang Naipeo endured the stinging pain in the back of his leg as he shook his head in response. He obviously wasn't going to tell the teacher what Lin Yi did. That'd embarrass him too much. Pinliang was some distance away from Naipeo, and all he saw was Lin Yi walking to his seat unscathed. Naipeo, who was supposed to have attacked Lin Yi, was making a fuss instead. He glared at his lackey scoldingly. Zhang Naipeo could only glare at Lin Yi, unable to voice his situation. He resolved to make Lin Yi pay later. Even he wasn't sure if Lin Yi actually meant to step on him. He never looked down the entire time he was walking, after all. It might have been an accident if Lin Yi's apologetic reaction earlier wasn't an act, and Zhang Naipeo wasn't sure what to feel. Lin Yi's seat wasn't far from Mengyao and Yushu's. Taking into account that he was tasked with protecting Mengyao, Lin Yi felt that his seat was a pretty ideal one. The positioning allowed him to see everything the two girls were doing. He was getting paid for this, after all. Lin Yi hadn't been in a classroom before, and only relied on the depictions the internet provided for a general idea of how it worked. So far everything felt fresh. Lin Yi unzipped his bag and took out his chemistry textbook. He'd went over his schedule earlier. It was chemistry first period. It's Lin Yi's first day, and I hope everyone can help him out if possible. I don't want any bullying happening to the new student, too. You're all 12th graders, getting expelled before receiving your diploma isn't something any of us would want. MS. Lu had to at least warn Zhong Pinliang's group a little, Zhong Pinliang especially. There wasn't anything he wouldn't do. Bullying didn't amount to more than a pastime for him, and his guts earned him the title of one of the school's big four. Zhong Pinliang, naturally, didn't give a shit what the teacher said. Lin Yi was flipping through the pages when something fell on his table. It was a crumpled up piece of paper. Lin Yi didn't believe it was Zhang Naipeo so childish that he resorted to throwing paper balls for revenge. He raised his head only to see Yushu grinning at him, and Lin Yi's heart went cold instantly. It couldn't be the Missy, could it? Yushu pointed at the paper ball on Lin Yi's desk before turning back. Lin Yi stared at Yushu's back as he uncrumpled the paper ball. So this was the legendary note passing? He sighed. If only it was a kind, pretty girl passing him the note. Yushu had one part down, but as for kindness aspect. The note clearly wasn't going to be a confession letter or anything, but Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder what Yushu had to say. The handwriting on the note was delicate and small. Lin Yi would have thought it was a well-mannered lady writing it if he didn't know her. Chapter 22, Come with us if you have balls. Chapter 22, Come with us if you have balls. That guy you kicked is in our class too. They're after you, so look out. Lin Yi only smiled at the note. He didn't think Yushu warned him out of kindness. She was someone who wanted nothing but trouble. Chances were, the girl wanted him to continue fighting Zhong Pinliang's group. Pinliang probably annoyed Yushu as well. The chemistry teacher was around 50. He had a solid knowledge base, and his lectures somehow managed to interest Lin Yi, even when he'd learned everything beforehand. First period ended, and Pinliang called Naipeo outside. Surprisingly, they didn't come for trouble yet, but it didn't matter to Lin Yi. "Naipeo, what's the matter with you?" Zhong Pinliang was pissed off. "Didn't I tell you to put him in his place? What were you doing back there?" "Master Zhong, the thing is I did put my leg out to trip him, but the guy planted his foot on me." "Fuck, it hurts." Zhang Naipeo whined, the pain written all over his face. "It still does." "Think he found out?" Zhong Pinliang knew how strong a kick from Lin Yi was, and he understood that it must be quite painful for Zhang Naipeo. Shouldn't be the case, he didn't even look down. Zhang Naipeo was still unsure about the whole thing. "Fuck, the farmer got us again. We'll get him in the washroom later, I want him to know what piss tastes like." Zhong Pinliang's words seethed with rage. He'd been named one of the Big Four soon after enrolling in the school. Getting humiliated like this was a first for him. "Yeah, and shit, too," Gao Xiaofu added. The discussion was heating up when a guy in black showed up. "Liang, what the hell are you three doing there? Having a meeting?" "Ah, brother Ming dash." Pinliang raised his head to see one of the Big Four, Zhou Ruoming. The misdeeds committed by this guy were above the things Pinliang did. He'd heard that Ruoming even dragged a female classmate out into the woods to have his way with her, back when he was a 9th grader. Ruoming greeted him with a nod, pleased by the honorific Pinliang addressed him with. His house wasn't as powerful as Zhong Pinliang's, after all. His merciless attitude was what earned him the good life at this school. That, and the fact that he had an older brother involved with a gang outside. "Need my help?" Ruoming offered. "Nah, it's a new farmer guy who just transferred, I'll show him who's boss around here." Naturally, Pinliang didn't want to lose face in front of Zhou Ruoming. "The fuck? Are you guys serious, bunched up in a meeting for some farmer guy?" Ruoming lost interest immediately. Here he was thinking that something fun had come up. These days he had his eyes on a younger girl from class 9, one of those classy types that looked at you coldly. Perhaps he should force himself on her? She was a younger girl to Zhou Ruoming for one reason: he was currently in 13th grade, a class for those who didn't get accepted into college. Ruoming could, of course, use his parents' money to get into college anytime he wanted. He only chose to stay behind in high school of his own volition. He was famous here. People respected him out of fear, and he lived his life carefree and happy. His family's influence wasn't infinite, and it couldn't help him overseas. His current attitude would instantly get him killed out. Their college and high school were two different worlds. Thus, Zhou Ruoming told his dad that he'd like to continue studying for one more year, to prepare for the final examinations. Naturally, Mr. Zhou was pleased to hear that Ruoming wanted to study, completely oblivious of what his son was really doing at school. Lin Yi spent the next 2 periods in peace. Mengyao acted like she didn't know him at all, not looking at him even once. Yushu, however, was always glancing at him playfully. It wasn't a cute, shy kind of playful. Lin Yi wasn't about to assume that the girl had a crush on him. She was probably waiting for him to clash with Zhong Pinliang again. After 3rd period was a short break, where students did exercises out in the field. Lin Yi was just about to follow his classmates there when 3 people headed towards him. It was Zhong Pinliang, Zhang Naipeo, and Gao Xiaofu. He was seated at the very back, so the 3 were headed for him, without doubt. Lin Yi expected them to come sooner or later. Yes. Yao Yao, look. Zhong Pinliang's going at shield guy. Yushu was eyeing both parties the whole time, and her patience finally paid off. She was nothing but excited. She wanted someone to teach Zhong Pinliang a lesson long ago, but his background was a little overwhelming. Now that Lin Yi was here. Oh. That's nice, let's hope Zhong Pinliang teaches him a lesson. Mengyao was clearly still pissed at Lin Yi. Seriously, Yao Yao? You're siding with Zhong Pinliang now. Yushu stared at her friend. Don't tell me you've been in love with him all this time? In love with him my ass, I just hate Lin Yi more. Mengyao answered with a humph. Who cares about them, let's go already. Wait, come on. I wanted to see who'd win. Yushu grabbed onto her table as Mengyao pulled at her. Fine, I'll have my revenge by seeing that idiot get beat up. Mengyao may have said that, but somewhere in her heart she didn't want Lin Yi to be the one losing. In a more thorough comparison, she concluded that Zhong Pinliang was way more irritating. Lin Yi was a pest, but he hadn't dropped to Zhong Pinliang's level yet. With that, the two hid in front of the classroom doors, holding hands as they observed the confrontation. Know why we're here? Zhong Pinliang asked as he stood in front of Lin Yi, trying to intimidate him. Lin Yi looked at him and responded with a dull voice, as if it wasn't a big deal at all. Yeah, 'cause I kicked your ass into a faceplant yesterday. What the fuck? How are you so cocky then? You think you're hot stuff, don't you? Naipeo reached for Lin Yi's collar when Lin Yi stopped him. Your leg okay? Lin Yi flicked the hand away as he taunted Naipeo. Zhang Naipeo's face reddened instantly. He was still feeling humiliated over what happened. So Lin Yi did do it on purpose. You little shit, come with us if you have balls, we'll settle this in the bathroom. There's students and teachers here. You probably don't want them watching us too, yeah? Zhong Pinliang was getting more and more pissed off by the second. Was this guy for real? Didn't he understand the situation he was in? Chapter 23, Washroom Rain. Chapter 23, Washroom Rain. Sure, wanted to pee anyway. Zhong Pinliang's words were just what Lin Yi wanted to hear. He considered involving Wang Jifeng to help him out, but he wasn't sure if even the dean would be able to handle the guy. He only felt relieved now that he was asked to follow them somewhere secluded. The trio stared at each other, unsure of what to say. People usually begged for mercy whenever they were called out to the bathroom. What's with this guy saying he wanted to pee anyway? Let's go then. Pinliang was pissed at how Lin Yi treated the whole thing. His nonchalance took the fun out of the bullying. Yao Yao, look. Lin Yi's pretty badass, isn't he? Yushu was swinging her small fist around excitedly as she watched. The show's getting good. Mengyao only pouted. He probably has brain damage. How's he so calm with three guys surrounding him? Lin Yi walked out the classroom with Pinliang's group, stopping when they noticed the girls. Yushu being involved didn't surprise Lin Yi. She wasn't someone to miss out on something like this. Zhong Pinliang, on the other hand, put on his best smile. Yao Yao, what you doing here? Does it matter why I'm here? I can be wherever I want, thank you very much. Mengyao rolled her eyes at Pinliang. What are you doing? Ah, me? This farmer boy here doesn't know the rules around here. I'm about to educate him. Zhong Pinliang wasn't aware of Lin Yi's relationship with Mengyao, thinking that they're complete strangers. He believed that women love a display of strength. Strength made women feel secure and safe, after all. Never would Pinliang have imagined that his actions were doing the opposite. Mengyao was simply disgusted by his personality. Oh, hope you educate him well, then. Mengyao glared at Lin Yi a little as she spoke. Steal my first kiss, will you? This is what you get. Sure thing. Pinliang smiled, assuming that Mengyao was praising him. So the girl liked to see him bully people? If he'd known that Mengyao was into delinquents, he'd have won her over ages ago. Go Lin Yi. Show them what you've got. Yushu cheered, no concern at all for Zhong Pinliang or his group. Pinliang's eyes narrowed. How come these two besties are on different sides? So Chen Yushu liked the farmer boy type? He wasn't pleased at all, but Pinliang moved on. This girl wasn't someone he could deal with. Her brother would destroy him if he crossed Yushu. Mengyao frowned. Shu, why would you cheer for him? Yushu put her hands on her hips. Well, you're cheering for Zhong Pinliang, so naturally I have to cheer for Lin Yi. It balances out. Lin Yi didn't pay much attention to the girls, choosing to continue on to the bathroom. Hey, can you guys do your thing here without going to the bathroom? Yushu didn't want the show to take place somewhere she couldn't see. Zhong Pinliang pointed in the bathroom's direction. Lin Yi had walked in already. He had planned to deal with Lin Yi in the hallway, even if it meant risking the possibility of a teacher turning up. It'd be fine as long as he won Mengyao's heart. In actuality, however, Pinliang wasn't completely fearless of the teachers. He was a student, at the end of a day, not some street gangster. He'd have his share of shit if the teachers decided to tell on him to his father. Most of the teaching staff would leave rich kids like him be most of the time, as long as they didn't cross the line. Kids like him weren't going to study anyway, not with families that rich. There wasn't any point in bothering. Why don't you two come in with us? Pinliang suggested after a moment's hesitation. Hey, that's the boys' toilet, dude. Yushu pointed at the men's sign on the wall. We'd be violating school rules, Pingy. Pinliang was not pleased with what Yushu decided to call him, but he smiled in response regardless. It's fine, isn't it? Everyone's off to the field for the exercise break, no one will see you. We're going, see ya. Zhong Pinliang was worried that Lin Yi would barricade himself in a stall. Wasting no more time with the girls, he marched in with Nai Pao and Xiaofu behind him. Yao, maybe we should go in too? Lin Yi beating Zhong Pinliang up was not something Yushu wanted to miss. Is that really okay? Mengyao was hesitating hard. She'd never been in the men's bathroom before. Come on, it's fine. Zhong Pinliang said no one's gonna come here anyway. Without saying anything else, Yushu grabbed Mengyao's hand and ran into the bathroom with her. Dash. Mengyao sighed as Yushu pulled her in. She had a feeling that something would go very wrong. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was relieving himself. He did have a big bowl of noodles for breakfast, after all, and the soup was thick. He was too focused in looking around class to consider using the toilet. It was quite the fancy bathroom, equipped with individual urinals and everything, not like the pissing trench back in the village. There weren't even any bathrooms in the village Lin Yi lived in before that. Lin Yi was enjoying his piss when footsteps sounded behind him. The reflections of Pinliang, Nai Pao, and Xiaofu revealed their positions in the shiny floor tiles. What the fuck? This guy's actually peeing. Gao Xiaofu's eyes widened with utter disbelief. What the hell, this farmer guy didn't give two shits at all. I'll take care of this. Zhong Pinliang said with a smile as he charged at Lin Yi, his mind set on paying him back for his kick yesterday. A peeing human was vulnerable, and very sensitive to outward disturbances. A kick to his ass mid-pee would result in more than just a sore, but Lin Yi's health and well-being was at stake here. Zhong Pinliang was cruel. Very cruel. This kick might even send Lin Yi tumbling into the urinal. Couple that with the shock factor, and it'd be quite a payback. Zhong Pinliang's smile couldn't grow any wider as his legs swept through the air. Lin Yi simply stared at Pinliang's reflection in the floor tiles, amused. With an abrupt turn, Lin Yi sent a stream of urine smacking into Pinliang. Pinliang's plans were shattered by Lin Yi in an instant. He tried to back off at the last moment, but it wasn't something Pinliang could dodge, as Lin Yi made sure to shoot at him with water gun speed. Zhong Pinliang could only cry out in surprise as Lin Yi wetted his face. It went without saying that one would need to have the mouth open in order to cry out in surprise. Two other shrieks could be heard as Pinliang screamed. It belonged to Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu. One step on Lin Yi's puddle of urine, and Zhong Pinliang slipped. He landed on the floor with a wet smack. Chapter 24, Not Pure Anymore. Chapter 24, Not Pure Anymore. Mengyao and Yushu were planning on watching the development from the bathroom door. The first thing they saw after peeking their heads in, to their surprise, was Lin Yi's water gun spraying at Pinliang relentlessly. Mengyao's eyes opened wide as she attempted to process the scene before her. Didn't Zhong Pinliang say that no one was going to use the toilet? What was Lin Yi doing, then? Mengyao's hands reached for her eyes, covering them up on reflex as she left the scene hastily. Pervert! Even Yushu cried out in shock when presented with the water gun. Her curiosity, however, prompted her to look a little longer before running after Mengyao, her eyes uncovered. So it really does change between big and small, like the books say. Yushu mumbled. What's that, Shu? Mengyao asked as she moved, not quite understanding the contents of Yushu's mumbling. It's nothing. Yushu's face went red instantly. It wasn't something she wanted Mengyao hearing. I can't take this anymore, I really can't. Mengyao didn't so much as pause until she reached the classroom, still panting as she spoke. How could he? How could that moron show me something so disgusting, so ugly? It's over. It's over, it's all over. I'm not pure anymore. Yushu pouted in response. Just seeing it makes you impure? I was looking at it even after you left, doesn't that make me a slut then? Just seeing the thing wouldn't kill anyone. If anyone should be complaining, it should be Lin Yi. His privates weren't private anymore. Yao, that's the boys' washroom, you know. We're the ones who went there to peek. Ah. The thought silenced Mengyao, for it seemed utterly logical. There didn't seem to be any problem with a guy peeing in the men's bathroom, was there? Her peeking on said guy, however, was a different story. Wouldn't that make Mengyao the perpetrator, then? A sudden thought came to her as she tried to find a way out. That's right, you forced me in there. You were pulling me. What? Didn't we decide to go after what that Zhong Pinliang told us? That no one goes to the bathroom at this time? Mengyao was not pleased. Yushu, as usual, believed herself faultless. She even pushed the blame onto Zhong Pinliang. There wasn't much she could do at this point. What had been seen could not be unseen. Mengyao sighed, troubled at how unlucky she was. It was the most traumatizing thing her fragile heart had ever experienced. Drinking Lin Yi's juice yesterday was also due to her own horrible luck, and there was no one to blame for that. Mengyao only wished one thing regarding Lin Yi himself, and it was a wish she'd pay any price for. She wanted Lin Yi out of her home, and out of her life. She was living a peaceful life before that bastard butted in all of a sudden. It took no more than 2 days for her to lose her innocence, her purity. She lost her first kiss, and she saw something that should never be seen by a young girl like her. To what lengths would she continue to lose her innocence? Should Lin Yi remain? It had been decided. Mengyao would talk things over with her father face to face the instant he got back. She'd have him compensate Lin Yi for the contract, if that's what it took. It was out of the question to risk having Lin Yi by her side any longer. The danger was too much. Zhong Pinliang's scream didn't affect Lin Yi at all. If anything, he felt more refreshed. The 2 other screams from Mengyao and Yushu, however, shook Lin Yi indefinitely. What the actual fuck were those ladies doing in the men's washroom? Lin Yi rubbed his forehead as he contemplated. Screaming after peeking? Don't peek in the first place, then. What did you expect a guy to do in the men's bathroom? Very unprofessional peeking showcased here today. It wasn't peeking when you screamed and alerted the victim to your presence, now was it? Lin Yi pulled his pants up and made his way out the door. Stop. Where do you think you're going? Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiufu stood in Lin Yi's path, blocking off the exit. You sure you want to leave your boss lying on the ground like this? Everyone else is getting back from the exercise break soon. Last thing I imagine he'd want is to have them see him like this. He won't recover from the shame, or from the loss of rep, Lin Yi said as he eyed the guy moaning in a puddle of pee. Zhong Pilian's ass was injured enough as it was falling on his, but again only destroyed him. The pain made it impossible for him to get up himself, and it was all he could do to writhe in agony in the puddle. Xiaofu wasn't sure what to do. What Lin Yi said made complete sense. Without a doubt, reputation was above all in this school. Zhong Pinliang would never be able to raise his head around here ever again if someone saw him crawl out the bathroom drenched in pee. Humph, we're not done with you yet. Just you wait. Naipeo understood that it wasn't the time to be dealing with Lin Yi. Another chance would come. Whatever. Lin Yi strolled out the bathroom without a care. The fuck are you two still standing there for? Help me up. Pinliang didn't think too much of it at first, but Lin Yi's words kick-started his anxiety. He couldn't afford to have anyone see him this way. But Liang bro? Your clothes. Naipeo didn't want to be anywhere close to Pinliang. He was a guy covered in pee. He'd get it all over his hands if he helped him up now. Xiaofu was evidently thinking the same, his hand hovering in the air as he hesitated. Ho! Think I'm too dirty for you, huh? Pissed off, Zhong Pinliang reached out and grabbed the two by their clothes. Having been tainted by the pee anyway, the two moved to lift Pinliang up as they smiled bitter smiles. Going back to class like this, however, was not an option. They'd have to find themselves someplace to shower and have their clothes changed before returning. Without delaying any longer, the three left the school via the back door. Having the tables turned on him like this pissed Zhong Pinliang off heavily. He swore to give Lin Yi a trauma he'd never forget. Not just for him, but also for Mengyao's sake, whom Lin Yi had flashed in front of. It was something he could never forgive. It was like having your girl violated by someone else. Mengyao wasn't technically his girl yet, but Zhong Pinliang had no doubt that the day drew near. With his merciless strength and family background, Mengyao was as good as his. The thought eased Pinliang's heart a little as his followers helped him out of the school. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was thinking of the term exercise break star. He couldn't believe his ears the first time he'd heard it, back on the mountain. Seriously, students doing that between classes? Big cities were very different indeed. The original Chinese term had two meanings: exercise and sex. He only learned afterward that it was a misunderstanding. Exercise break was simply that, an exercise break. It was clear that Lin Yi lacked any innocence one would expect from a villager. He was, on the contrary, a larger pervert than your common teen. Mengyao only gave a humph as Lin Yi returned to the classroom. She lowered her head, unsatisfied that Lin Yi had come back unscathed. She was hoping for Zhong Pinliang and the others to teach him a lesson, too. Lin Yi coming back unscathed could only mean one thing, after all. It was Zhong Pinliang's loss. Chapter 25, Bad Influence. Chapter 25, Bad Influence. See, Yao Yao? I win! Yushu exclaimed the moment Lin Yi appeared. What? Mengyao looked at her, blinking. I bet on Lin Yi, remember? A blush appeared on her face as Yushu recalled the scene from the washroom. She may not be timid like Mengyao, but there were still things that even she would blush at. Mengyao's silence, on the other hand, made it clear that she hadn't yet recovered from the experience. Lin Yi interrupted the girls as he walked back to his seat. I didn't win or anything, they just went to change their clothes. Mengyao wasn't the only one feeling down. Lin Yi was embarrassed as well. It was more than just a body part, it was something precious to him, something he was supposed to show to his wife. Great, now some random girls saw everything. Zhong Pinliang never appeared again the whole morning, and his lackeys were missing as well. They had to shower and get themselves a change of clothes, after all. The process took time. The lunch bell rang at noon, and a guy with glasses sitting in front of Lin Yi turned around. Yo, where are you eating? I dunno. Is there a canteen in this school? Lin Yi responded with a question of his own instantly, glad that the guy was nice enough to offer eating with him. He was troubling over where to go for lunch just moments before the bell rang. "Yeah, I'll take you there," the man said as he reached out a hand. "I'm Kong Xiaobo." "Lin Yi. Nice to meet you," Lin Yi said as he shook hands with Xiaobo. Mengyao and Yushu vanished the moment the bell rang, but Lin Yi wasn't worried about them. They were safe in the school. Xiaobo walked shoulder to shoulder with Lin Yi as they walked out of the classroom. He was quite friendly. "Hey dude, which school did you come from?" "I actually came from a mountain village," Lin Yi replied, not trying to hide his background in the slightest. "Didn't really go to school before." "Well, there aren't any back there, it's a poor place." "Ah. I'm guessing you have really good grades?" Kang Xiaobo looked at Lin Yi intently, aware that the student body was made of two types: those who got in with money, and those who got in with grades. Needless to say, as long as one had enough money, entering Songshan's first school wasn't a problem at all. Those with good grades were further split into more groups. There were those who got 1,000 kwai a month from the scholarship program, not even required to pay for anything at all. Lin Yi said that the village lacked even a proper school, and Xiaobo could also tell from his clothing that he didn't have a strong family background. It clearly wasn't money that got him into the school. That only left him with good grades. "I'm okay," Lin Yi smiled bitterly. His situation was pretty complicated, and difficult to explain. He decided to just let Xiaobo make his own assumptions. "You're so humble, dude." Kang Xiaobo got in the school with grades as well, and had always looked down on people like Zhong Pinliang, who were only in the school because of their parents. The fact that they played around all day didn't help, either. It was only natural that Xiaobo would take a liking to Lin Yi, who was the same as him. Young schoolgirls were everywhere, and Lin Yi couldn't help but look as they made their way to the canteen. "Ho! You seem pretty into that." Xiaobo chuckled after seeing Lin Yi glance about. He leaned closer and whispered, "But you know, there's really only a few gems in our school." "What gems?" Lin Yi did look at a couple of girls on the way, but he really was just taking in the school environment as well as the facilities. "Haha, acting all innocent, are we?" "I'm talking about the rarities, the rare ones," Xiaobo teased as he patted Lin Yi's shoulder. "We're at that age, you know? There's nothing unnatural about lusting a little over pretty girls here and there, but actually going after one. You'll only find yourself disappointed." Lin Yi could only smile bitterly as he listened to Xiaobo. The guy was a freaking wolf. He looked like a gentleman, glasses and all, but he was just a pervy teen. Seeing Lin Yi silent only gave Xiaobo reason to make more assumptions that Lin Yi didn't agree with what he said. "Hey, don't get pissed off or anything, but it's true. Grades these days don't do much, in this regard, at least. Girls only want the sexy, the good-looking, and most importantly, the ones with packed wallets. Dudes like you and me? Forget it." "Ha! That's an interesting logic you have there." Lin Yi smiled, disagreeing with Xiaobo's perspective. "Girls like Chu Mengyao, or Qin Yushu? Money held no meaning at all to the rich of that caliber. Why else would someone like Zhong Pinliang get put off all the time, if it really was money rich girls were after? Of course, though logic won't be getting us anywhere either. Those rare ones in our school have their gazes set high, I tell you." Kang Xiaobo replied, shaking his head. "Who are the rare ones?" Lin Yi decided to gossip a bit with his new friend, since there wasn't much to do anyway. Having someone close to talk to at school wasn't bad at all. "Dude, you serious? Did you not see the girls in our class? We have 2 of these gems in there." Xiaobo started getting excited. It was the same in any school. It didn't matter if the girls had nothing to do with you, simply having them in your class was enough for the others to get envious. "You're not talking about Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu, are you?" Lin Yi only knew 2 names from his class, and he'd learned from Mengyau's details that she was the school beauty. Her best friend, at the same time, happened to be Yushu. It was as good a guess as any. Shit, one morning's enough for you to get your hands on their names? Xiaobo's jaws dropped with shock as he stared at Lin Yi. Xiaobo's surprise meant only one thing, and Lin Yi wasn't about to waste time explaining the weird sort of relationship he had with Chu Mengyao. He didn't want to be labeled a pervert hasty enough to get himself the school beauty's name, but he admitted to the accusation with silence. There really wasn't much he could do about it. Ha, you don't have to look like that. To tell you the truth, I bet 80% of the boys in our class have a crush on either of the two. Xiaobo smiled at Lin Yi's expression, pushing his golden spectacles up, its colors faded from being worn out. Zhong Pilian's the only one who's actually going after her, though. Right, that guy. He's pretty rich, isn't he? As troublesome as it was, it remained a fact that Lin Yi was now Zhong Pilian's enemy. As long as he was tasked with Mengyau's protection, a clash with the guy was inevitable unless Pinliang suddenly decided to stop going after her. Lin Yi thought he'd scout the opponent from Xiaobo a little bit. Oh, you don't know? Xiaobo smiled as he explained. Right. You're from a mountain, I forgot. Zhong Pilian's family isn't just normal rich. His dad Zhong Sangui is the boss of Kaiti Hotels, and even big-scale businesses like Echo KTV and Kaka Pub. Chapter 26, Commoner Beauty. Chapter 26, Commoner Beauty. Lin Yi nodded. Entertainment business, huh? People managing businesses like KTVs or pubs, for most part, had more or less some sort of underworld connections. It wasn't surprising at all, considering how places like these were subject to the most troublemakers. It wasn't easy to survive without a strong enough background. Quite a big shot in the city, then. The information didn't shake Lin Yi in the least. To him, no chairman or mafia boss matched up to the likes of that old guy back home. There'd be nothing stopping old Lin from doing whatever he pleased should Lin Yi somehow piss the old man off. He could flip Lin Yi over his legs and spank him, and he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Well, his family isn't much compared to Chu Mengyao's. Xiaobo said with some disdain. Lin Yi could see that Zhong Pinliang didn't rank very high in his likability list. Zhong Pinliang's family only has a couple of local entertainment outlets, while the Chus have a real company, its branches spreading far and wide throughout the entire country. Lin Yi had his own share of info regarding Chu Pengzhan's strength. If Pengzhan Industries was described as an aircraft carrier, then the businesses of the Zhong household could only be a mere couple of boats. It was only natural, then, that Zhong Pinliang's antics did nothing more than annoy Mengyao. You know a lot, don't you? Lin Yi smiled. Xiaobo's face reddened a little from the compliment. Well, it's Chu Mengyao, after all. Most of the boys here know at least that much about her. Chen Yushu's a little more of a mystery. How so? Lin Yi was curious. He hadn't met Yushu's family before. He thought Yushu was kind of following Mengyao around because of how powerful her family was, going home in Mengyao's car and even eating at her home. Xiaobo's words suggested otherwise, however. I heard that her brother's a special ops soldier, the type you see in novels. He's seriously pretty badass. There was this guy that couldn't get Chen Yushu to be his girlfriend 2 years ago, and he tried to do something out of spite. Yushu's brother found out a while later, and he beat the guy up so bad that he spent the next half year in the hospital. The thing here is how his parents kept quiet about the whole thing, even visiting the Chun house for an apology. Xiaobo continued explaining as he leaned in, his tone mysterious. Just that alone proves how big a deal the Chen family is. Chen Yushu doesn't go around causing trouble, though, so she's still really popular. Tons of guys have a crush on her, it's just that no one has the balls to try. Doesn't go around causing trouble, my ass? Lin Yi thought to himself, remembering the things Yushu had done to him. She was always looking to have him fight Zhong Pinliang, and there was that secret she always threatened him with, too. Then there's the washroom incident earlier. She even saw his thing. How did this qualify as not causing trouble? Just thinking about it gave Lin Yi a headache. He wasn't worried about Yushu's brother coming after him. Yushu wasn't an asshole that she'd just tell on him like that, he knew that much. She was way more open-minded than Mengyao, after all, and she wouldn't make a fuss over it. Mengyao, on the other hand. She probably loathed him even more. Sometimes Lin Yi felt that he'd rather be Yushu's study companion instead of Mengyao's. The miss was a handful to deal with. Lin Yi, you're not planning on going after them, are you? Xiaobo patted Lin Yi on the shoulder again when he went silent again. Lin Yi shook his head, smiling bitterly. Nah, I'm not. She was his miss, after all. It'd be like a servant in ancient times, running away with the lady. Heh, don't worry, there's still one gem in this school that isn't out of our reach. Xiaobo whispered. Who? Lin Yi wasn't particularly interested in who the girl was, but he did want to learn more about the school. Class 9's Tang Yin. Xiaobo answered, clearing his throat. She's the school's commoner beauty. Really pretty, but she's the same like us in terms of family background, always going to school in her uniform, doesn't use any makeup. Yet even so, her natural beauty shines through. Tang Yin? Lin Yi liked the name, but wasn't sure if she really was as amazing as Xiaobo described her to be. She's not that special if we put her next to princesses like Chu Mengyao and Shen Yushu, though. Lin Yi noticed the excitement in Xiaobo's tone. But well, she's a little more within our reach. Songshan's first was split into two parts: the rich and the poor. The rich always stuck together, chasing after pretty girls as they played their days away. Heaps of money would then be used after graduation to get them in their ideal colleges. Some even went overseas. The poor always put their focus on their studies, working hard, aiming for their ideal colleges through sheer effort. The poor, for the most part, didn't bother with how the rich spent their school days, and the rich didn't bother with how the poor spent their time buried in books. The split wasn't absolute, however. There were rich kids who studied, and there were poor kids who got in fights and even involved themselves with gangs. But the same people stuck together. Zhong Pilian's lackeys, for example, had rich families just like him. As a result, Kang Xiaobo believed Chu Mengyao and Shen Yushu to be leagues above their level, an unreachable dream. The commoner beauty of the school, at least, was a realistic target. Xiaobo's smile had a hint of longing and expectation, and Lin Yi sighed softly. Schools weren't as straightforward and honest as he imagined them to be. You like her? Lin Yi asked with a laugh. Hey, it's not something I'm embarrassed about. I guarantee that many of the boys in our school have Tang Yin in their sights, too. Xiaobo said with certainty. You'll see for yourself when you see her. Going after the commoner beauty? The notion was an interesting one, but Lin Yi shook it off. He was a study companion assigned to the miss. He couldn't just abandon her and go chasing after a girl. Even if Chu Pingzhan didn't say anything about it, the old man would. Lin Yi wasn't even sure what the deal with the chairman was, as well. It did seem like he wanted to get Lin Yi together with Mengyao, as things stood. Indeed, that was as real a possibility as it got. He wasn't related to the miss at all. What other way was there to give her some love? It wasn't far-fetched that he'd get fired if he went after some commoner beauty. 3,000 per month wasn't something Lin Yi was willing to risk losing. Chapter 27: Unreachable Goddesses. Chapter 27: Unreachable Goddesses. The canteen was huge, totaling 3 floors: the main canteen at the bottom, the private rooms at the middle, and the staff restaurant at the top. The main canteen was surrounded by varying food stalls, and its tables and seats were gathered at the center of the building. It was where most students went to for lunch. The private rooms, on the other hand, were where the richer students went, though those with a more common family background rented private rooms on occasion, for events like a birthday party, for example. It went without saying that the quality of food provided on the second floor was levels higher than the main canteens. They were prepared by professional chefs, after all. The staff restaurant on the third floor was reserved solely for the teachers, and students weren't allowed up there. The food wasn't too different from that of the first floors, but its environment boasted a little more class. Kang Xiaobo pointed at an office to their right as they entered the canteen. "You can get a card there." "Oh. I'll go do it now then," Lin Yi said with a nod. The chairman didn't provide Lin Yi with anything of the sort, and Lin Yi assumed that things like library and canteen cards were his own responsibility. "Wait, come on." Xiaobo stopped Lin Yi before he even started walking. "Dude, I'm buying. It's your first day on my turf here." "Okay then. I'll go after we've eaten." "Nice. I'll go with you later," Xiaobo said as he took Lin Yi around the food stalls. There was quite a variety of foods, with even vegetarian selections as well. The main dishes were split into more categories, along with items like dumplings, buns, and pies. Lin Yi got himself some alfalfa tomatoes with rice, whereas Xiaobo ordered some fish strips and buns. It totaled 11 kuai, the average of food expenses. Lin Yi and Xiaobo found a seat and placed the dishes at the middle of the table, sharing it amongst themselves. Lin Yi swept his gaze across the canteen the moment he sat down, failing to find either Yushu or Mengyao, who were most likely feasting on the second floor. "What you looking at? Girls?" Xiaobo laughed. "Chen Yushu and Chu Mengyao are both upstairs, there's no way they're eating with us here. We might be able to meet Tang Yin though, if we're lucky." "I see." Lin Yi didn't really care where Tang Yin was. Chu Mengyao was his priority here. Tang Yin's family is pretty normal, and she always brings lunchboxes to school. Xiaobo sighed. But she'd have boys lining up to treat her to a meal if she were willing, with looks like that. She could even spend all her lunches in the private rooms, if she wished to. The best girls don't care about things like that," Lin Yi commented dully. "You're right, and that's the type of girl Tang Yin is. They're really rare now, girls like her," Xiaobo said. "But that virtue only gets her more admirers. Girls who aren't after your riches are our favorite, you know." Tang Yin, unfortunately, never made an appearance. Lin Yi didn't think much of it, but Xiaobo was feeling a bit down. There were many like him who came to the canteen every lunch break hoping to catch a glimpse of her. It had become something they looked forward to. Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu made their way down the stairs from the second floor, at that point, and most of the boys turned their heads for a look. For the vast majority of boys, however, the two were like princesses, unreachable goddesses. "You were staring at them, weren't you, Lin Yi?" Xiaobo asked after the two girls left. "Just taking a look," Lin Yi answered, slightly embarrassed from the question. Xiaobo only sighed. "Well, you'll understand a couple of days later. They're not our princesses, Tang Yin is." Xiaobo looked at Lin Yi with pity, but it wasn't like he didn't understand. He himself was no different back when he just got in the school, crushing after Chen Yushu and Chu Mengyao as well. The years matured him, however, and he recognized the harsh reality of the distance between them. Everyone is born equal. A beautiful ideal. Yet it took only a bit of maturity for someone to understand the impossibility of that beauty. No one was ever born equal, nor would they be. The likes of Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu lived their lives with color, spending their time in palaces that the commoners couldn't trample on. Kang Xiaobo was but one of the said commoners. It pained the class to admit it. They all knew how Chu Mengyao rejected Zhong Piliang's advances, but the reality was clear as day. He was the only one in that class who qualified. The card registration went smoothly, and why wouldn't it? It boosted the school's earnings after all, despite the lies they told you about how the canteens were not for profit. Lin Yi produced his student card, putting in 200 kuai into his canteen card. He turned back to leave the office, only to see Xiaobo staring at him. "Dude, what's with that amount?" "What? I'm gonna be eating here for a year." Lin Yi didn't understand where this was coming from. The guy was trying to give him hints the whole time he was registering, too. "Don't you know how school canteens are like? They're all smiley when you top up your card, but wait till you ask for your money back. They're not gonna give it back to you. We're 12th graders already. Lin Yi found Xiaobo to be overreacting a little. Well, I see, but it's just 200 kuai, isn't it? Didn't we just spend like 11 kuai today? Lin Yi smiled, unworried. Plus, so what if they don't give it back? We'll just have a big feast when that time comes. How generous. Xiaobo said. I wouldn't even come to this canteen if the restaurants outside were cheaper. I mean, as long there's food, you know? Lin Yi was never picky when it came to meals. The canteen food wasn't as good as what Li Fu delivered them yesterday, but it was a lot better than Widow Wang's back home. They returned to the classroom only to find most of the students still studying. 12th grade was the most precious of all, and the most stressful, after all. It was the decisive point where you either went to a good college, a bad college, or no college at all. Those who got into Songshan's first school were all competitive people, and they didn't want to see themselves falling behind. The rich were exempt from this rule, however, spending their time on the basketball courts and the cyber cafes outside. Chapter 28, Shen Yushu's Brother. Chapter 28, Shen Yushu's Brother. Yushu and Mengyao were bundled up together as they watched Pleasant Sheep and the Big Wolf on their MP4, a very childish-looking cartoon to Lin Yi. How were the girls so engrossed in it, even giggling here and there? Yet the giggles didn't bother the boys who were studying, not in the least. It was a melody that added color to the dry days of everyday school life. The girls, on the other hand, didn't take it that way. There were the envious, the jealous, and even the disdainful, while some didn't care at all. One way or the other, most were envious of the class the two girls displayed. Yushu looked up from the MP4 to glance at Lin Yi before lowering her head again. Lin Yi simply shrugged as he made his way back to his seat. Xiaobo started studying as well, and Lin Yi decided to flip through some of the 12th grade textbooks out of boredom. Zhong Pinliang made it back to class before the first afternoon period began, freshly changed and showered, the same as Gao Xiaofu and Zhang Naipeo who walked behind him. Naturally, Pinliang shot a hateful glare toward Lin Yi's direction the moment he entered the classroom. He didn't do anything else, surprisingly, only walking to where his seat was. It was the most embarrassing day of his entire life, by far. It was even right in front of his beloved. Could it get any more humiliating than this? Pinliang swore to have his vengeance exacted. The only thing stopping him from charging at Lin Yi right now was the fact that class began in 10 minutes, and it wasn't just anybody's class, it was the homeroom teacher Ms. Lu's. He decided to go after Lin Yi at a more opportune time, during study hall, for example. Yushu couldn't help but recall how Lin Yi peed all over Pinliang, barely managing to hold her laugh in as a p squeezed out of her lips, her face reddening at the same time as the image of Lin Yi peeing surfaced. Zhong Pinliang heard her, and grew very displeased. He'd have slapped anyone else across the face, but Chen Yushu was simply off limits. Unlike the others, Pinliang understood fully well how terrifying Yushu's background was. He knew the big-shot delinquent Wu Xiaokan from last year's 12th grade, who had his sights set on Chen Yushu ever since the guy was in the 10th. His mentality, however, changed after Yushu rejected him a couple of times. There came a movie-watching event for the whole school once, and Wu Xiaokan took his chance to take a seat next to Chen Yushu, hoping to cop himself some feels. All he got in return was 2 slaps to the face. Enraged, he then proceeded to announce to the whole school that he'd dumped Yushu, having gotten bored of her, even going as far as to claim that she'd had an abortion for his sake. It was too clearly exaggerated, and no one believed the claims. But Chen Yushu's honor and reputation suffered all the same. A girl like Yushu would never have just stood there and taken it, instead opting to talk things over with Wu Xiaokan. The talk didn't go well, and it ended in a couple more slaps, pushing Xiaokan over the edge. He then made a threat that he'd get some guys to rape her someday. Word then reached Chen Yuming, Yushu's older brother. Pinliang would never forget that winter afternoon as long as he lived. A Land Rover parked itself in front of the school, and out came a tall, burly young man. He wasted no time in making his way to the field, where Wu Shaoken was. Shaoken didn't understand what was about to take place yet, not taking well to Yuming's presence. Who gives a shit who you are? Aren't you just some fucking soldier? Get this into your head, it doesn't matter how good you are, we have a whole group here, you're not scaring anyone. Chen Yuming spoke only one sentence throughout the whole ordeal, broadcast an apology to Yushu, and I'll let things go. Wu Shaoken only laughed with his lackeys at the warning, claiming that he'd never heard a more ridiculous thing in his life. Yuming sent a foot into Xiaocan's stomach in response, flipping him through the air as he connected a fist. The sound of bone breaking filled the air. Xiaocan's lackeys had had their share of brutal fights, but nothing came near to what this man before them did. It was as clear as day that they were not on the same level. It was genuine anger coming from Yuming. Yushu was his treasure, his baby sister Wu Shaoken had molested her, disgraced her, and threatened her. He had crossed the line. Zhong Pinliang was one of Wu Shaocan's lackeys at the time, as well, standing in the crowd as Shaoken writhed about, butchered and in absolute agony. The image even made its way to his nightmares, waking him up with a jolt the days that followed. Wu Shaocan's arrogance stemmed from the power of his house, but the opposing party was a major. It wasn't something the Wu family could handle, as it was not their place to be involving themselves with the army. Chen Yuming, on the other hand, was given demerits, and the event reflected badly on Yuming's troop, but that was it. And this was only Chen Yuming's own background, unrelated to the Chun house at all, much to their surprise when Xiaocan's family found out. Yushu and Yuming's father was even further beyond their reach, and then there was Elder Chen, far away at Jing capital, as well. The Wu family panicked indefinitely. While it could be said that their son was merely playing around, it didn't change the fact that charges could be placed against them. Threatening, slandering. Shaoken had done it all. There was also the physical part with him and Yushu as well, along with many others. Wu Shaocan's life would be absolutely ruined should the Chun house wish it. Yet Chen Yuming was more of a generous man, stating that he wanted no further trouble with the Wu family when they paid a visit to apologize, also mentioning that Wu Shaocan's presence held an unhealthy effect on his sister's well-being. The Wus understood the intent immediately, transferring their son to another school the second day. Not many knew of the event that took place. Just remembering the face of Wu Shaoken back then was enough to give Pinliang shudders. Chen Yushu was out of his league, way more than he was able to chew. Zhong Pinliang stepped on the weak, but even he knew to back down completely in face of someone of Chen Yuming's caliber. His father had some good fighters under his command, but it was the army they'd be up against. Chapter 29, Inevitability. Chapter 29, Inevitability. It was study hall, and Zhong Pinliang walked to Lin Yi's seat. He tapped on the desk in an effort to intimidate him. "What is it?" Lin Yi asked dully as he raised his head, a hint of impatience in his eyes. Kang Xiaobo turned his head, having heard the exchange. Zhong Pinliang was simply not someone Lin Yi should be messing with. "Come with me if you have balls," Pinliang said, very full of himself. "I'm studying, sorry," Lin Yi replied as he turned his attention back to his math textbook. "Scared now, are we?" "Pussy," Zhong Pinliang said as he turned around, heading back to his seat. "You can't run forever. I'll be waiting after school." "Dude, how the hell did you manage to piss that guy off?" Xiaobo whispered after Pinliang left. "He's not someone you want to be messing with, maybe there's some kind of misunderstanding?" Lin Yi could only smile bitterly. "Misunderstanding? Why would I ever want to piss him off? It's all because of Mengyao." But that wasn't something he could just say to Xiaobo. "It's nothing. Probably because I stepped on Zhang Naipea when he tried to trip me, I guess." "Ah." Xiaobo frowned, worried. "You won't get away easy then, the guy never forgets." "So Zhong Pinliang's coming at you for his sake, huh?" "It's all the same to me, let them do what they want. We're in school, there's only so much he could do to me." Lin Yi shrugged in response. Zhong Pinliang was still just a student, at the end of the day. After all, there was that time where he went through a war, surviving under a sky of bullets on a daily basis. An enemy like Pinliang was nothing more than a kid to Lin Yi at this point. It was why he refrained from injuring Pinliang at all in the episode earlier, only pranking him a little instead. The little delinquent would be sleeping in a coffin if Lin Yi decided to hit him for real. Only so much he could do to you. Xiaobo sighed. Lin Yi was a newcomer, and it was only natural for him to be ignorant of the situation around here. Zhong Piliang's group ruled this school, Lin Yi. Many of the students who cross them get beaten up so bad they take a few days off school. That bad? Lin Yi didn't expect that from Zhong Pinliang. It was indeed a bit too cruel. That's right. Man, I should have warned you sooner. Xiaobo sighed. You'd probably be off the hook already if you said something nice when he confronted you just now, but... But what? Lin Yi asked interestedly. But it's real complicated now. Xiaobo replied suddenly. What the hell's with that Zhang Naipeo? It's just stepping on someone, what's the big deal? And he's the one who attacked you first. Is he a freaking girl or something? He even looks like a girl, fuck. Pulling Zhong Pinliang out for something like this. It's fine, let them do what they want. Don't worry man, I'm not that easy a target you know. Lin Yi said with a pat on Xiaobo's shoulder. Xiaobo was about to say something, but decided otherwise instead. The inevitable came right before the final big class started, and Zhong Pinliang made his way to Lin Yi's desk once more. The big class was a 1.5-hour study hall, like in many other schools, starting 30 minutes after 4:30 p.m., when school ended. Come with me if you're a man. Zhong Piliang's taunt had leveled up, it seemed, getting past if you have balls already. Lin Yi, naturally, was a man, but he wasn't about to be insulted by a petty taunt like this. The guy seemed the type to never let go of him until things were concluded, and Lin Yi recognized that. Fine, I'll come. Lin Yi nodded as he stood up. A lot of his classmates weren't out of the room yet, and none of them missed the 2 instances where Zhong Pinliang visited Lin Yi's desk. They all stared intently and gossiped among themselves the moment Lin Yi gave his consent, assuming that he didn't understand how things worked around here, somehow managing to piss off the school's conqueror. Most of the students, however, pitied Lin Yi. I'll come with you, Xiaobo announced, as if he'd made a huge decision. Everyone turned to him as he stood. It was quite the internal struggle. He'd just met Lin Yi today, but they got along well. A close friend was rare in the dry days of 12th grade. Zhong Pinliang was a big shot in the school, and he wasn't someone Xiaobo was able to stand up to. All he could do at this point was stay on the sidelines and try his best to soften the conflict. The fuck? You're tired of life, Kang Xiaobo, standing up for that shit? Zhong Pinliang was enraged. A boy from his class going against him for some newcomer? It was an insult to his place in the class. The pressure thickened as Xiaobo stood in the center of everyone's attention, but he didn't back down. Zhong Pinliang, Lin Yi's new here, he doesn't know the rules, give him a chance. Whoa. Fucking lecturing me now, are you? Who the fuck do you think you are? Zhong Pinliang exploded. Doesn't know the rules? The guy fucking pissed all over him. He wasn't about to forgive Xiaobo's attitude toward what Lin Yi did to him. Maybe you should come with us, since you're such a hero? Fuck, I'll change my fucking family name if I don't take care of you two today. Xiaobo trembled slightly, his face pale. He had always been the good student type, and as much as a manly guy he was, he hadn't so much as lay a punch on someone before. Lin Yi didn't need Xiaobo's help, but was nevertheless very touched by the friendship he displayed. He reached out and patted his friend on the shoulder. Don't worry, let's go together. Xiaobo's courage revitalized upon hearing his words, convincing himself that it was just a simple beating, at most it wasn't a big deal. With that in mind, he puffed his chest up and followed Zhong Pinliang out to the school roof. Xiaobo's puffed up chest and heroic face only served to agitate Zhong Pinliang further, his teeth gritting in anger. The traitor had hell to pay. Chapter 30, Killing Violence with Violence. Chapter 30, Killing Violence with Violence. Yao Yao, look! Shield guy's going to the rooftop with Zhong Pinliang. You wanna go look? Chen Yushu said as she turned to Mengyao, unable to hold the excitement in any longer. Not going. Mengyao rejected as she continued memorizing the day's English vocab, the washroom scene flashing in her mind once more upon hearing Lin Yi's name. Come on, let's go. Yushu pushed, unyielding. There's nothing to do now anyway. Just go yourself. Why should I go see what that guy's doing? Mengyao snapped. Why are you always so fixated over him? Are you in love with that farmer? No. Don't be ridiculous. Yushu's face reddened as she retorted. Who'd fall in love with him? I just want to see them fight. Then go yourself. I'm not, that's for sure. Mengyao said, resolved. Come on, Yao Yao. He's your study companion, you know. What if he gets beat up beyond repair? You'd lose face, you know. Oh my god, Shu. How are you so annoying? Mengyao wasn't in the mood for studying anymore, thanks to Yushu. Geez, fine. I'll go with you, okay? Hee hee, let's go. Delighted, Yushu pulled Mengyao's hand and ran up to the rooftop. Hope we haven't missed anything yet. Zhong Pinliang and his group, on the other hand, were popping their knuckles as they surrounded Lin Yi and Xiaobo, grinning evilly. Zhong Pinliang was much the thug as he stuffed a cigarette in his mouth. Xiaofu lit it up with a clack as his boss faced off with Lin Yi. Pinliang inhaled a deep mouthful of smoke and shot it all out on Lin Yi's face. You little fucker, let's see how tough you are now. Why don't you pull your water gun out again, huh? Come pee on me again, why don't you? If you're after me because of that thing yesterday, then fine, I'll admit that it was my fault. Lin Yi replied dully. But what happened today has nothing to do with me. Ho! Willing to bow down now, I see. Zhong Pinliang was enjoying every moment of his opponent's surrender, but it wasn't enough. Too fucking bad. Also, what happened today has nothing to do with you. You're insane. Just drop the damned act already, dude. You were the one standing behind me. There were plenty of urinals, you just had to line up behind me. Lin Yi responded seriously. I've had enough of your shit. I won't let you go even if you apologize, anyway, so fine. Get him, Xiaofu. Zhong Pinliang ordered with a wave of his hand. Ha! Coming right up. Xiaofu grinned as he picked up a stool leg, walking over to Lin Yi. Lin Yi was genuinely a little apologetic for kicking Zhong Pinliang for nothing yesterday, but it seemed that talking was useless for a brute like him. He had to kill violence with violence. You little shit, seriously, you could have pissed off anyone else, you just had to choose Liang bro. Xiaofu said as he swung the stool leg at Lin Yi. Zhong Pinliang, on the other hand, was smoking gleefully, his mood pleasant. That's what you get for crossing me. He'd already pictured in his mind Lin Yi's blood spattering all over the floor, and was licking his lips excitedly at the thought. A smack sounded after Xiaofu's swing, but Pinliang saw no blood spattering. Upon a closer look he realized that Lin Yi had caught the stool leg in his hand. Xiaofu frowned, attempting to pull the stool leg out from Lin Yi's grip, panicking when it didn't budge at all. Xiaofu, what the hell are you doing? Pinliang scolded, unaware of Xiaofu's troubles. Liang bro. He's kinda strong. Xiaofu replied. Naipeo, help him out. Zhong Pinliang was displeased once more. So the little shit had a few tricks. Most students were already overwhelmed with fear just by arriving at this rooftop. Lin Yi, look out. Xiaobo yelled as he saw Naipeo charge at the preoccupied Lin Yi, broomstick in hand. Lin Yi expected a student's fight to be a little gentler than this, but here they were pulling out stool legs and broomsticks. These were serious weapons they're dealing with. Worried that Lin Yi would get overwhelmed, Xiaobo decided to charge at Naipeo, who was bursting with rage at how the silent kid in class dared go up against him. He decided to switch targets and take care of Xiaobo first. Lin Yi had a good idea of how strong Xiaobo was. The way he approached the enemy showed that the guy had no experience in fighting whatsoever. Him coming up with him was only due to sheer friendship. Xiaobo's heart was pounding as he engaged himself in his first fight, unsure of what to do, while Naipeo only stared at the idiot as he swung his fists about with closed eyes. The guy was gonna get himself killed. With a grin, Naipeo swept the broomstick in Xiaobo's direction, and Lin Yi decided that it was time to end things. He didn't want Xiaobo to get destroyed for his sake, after all. At that thought, Lin Yi pushed his arm forward, sending Xiaofu reeling. He then followed it with a kick, and Xiaofu found himself writhing in pain on the floor an instant later, holding his burning stomach instead of the leg stool. The barbecue he had for lunch churned, and he wanted to puke. Xiaobo opened his eyes as he felt a wind blow past him, only to see a descending broomstick aimed at his head. It's over, he thought. It's all over. Xiaobo remembered his mother back home, his father in the factory, and his sister at work. How was he supposed to pay for the medical fees? A smack sounded, and Xiaobo's world spun. God dash! A scream woke him up, and Xiaobo patted the top of his head, finding it unharmed. Zhang Naipeo was rolling around on the floor, his forehead covered in blood. Lin Yi understood his own strength, and he knew to avoid hitting the temple and the back of the head. The forehead was a stronger part of the skull. A stool leg wouldn't do too much damage to it other than drawing some blood, or causing a slight concussion. Naturally, he held back. Naipeo's brain would have spilled out elsewise. Chapter 31 An Unforgettable Lesson. Chapter 31 An Unforgettable Lesson. Lin Yi had already finished with Zhang Naipeo and Gao Xiaofu by the time Yushu and Mengyao arrived. Yushu couldn't help but sigh in disappointment at the two boys groaning on the floor. She missed the scene. Yao, Lin Yi's pretty strong, isn't he? So what? That has nothing to do with me. Mengyao was a little stunned, as well. It could be said that Lin Yi sneaked up on Zhong Pinliang yesterday, and that he used dirty tricks back in the washroom, but it was without a doubt that this victory now was won through pure ability. Mengyao hadn't spoken to Kong Xiaobo before, but she understood his character well. He was the cowardly type that avoided battles, and it was safe to assume that the guy was of no contribution to the fight whatsoever. Lin Yi had fought alone. Mengyao turned her glance towards Naipeo and Xiaofu, noticing that both had their hands focused on only one part of their bodies. Evidently, it took Lin Yi only one move to beat each of them to the ground. See? He's a good shield. Yushu said with a smile. People will hear about what happened, and Lin Yi will get famous soon, too, so you won't have to worry about anyone bothering you anymore. Mengyao only responded with a humph, acting as if she couldn't care less. Lin Yi moved to Xiaobo, patting his shoulder with a smile. You okay? Yeah. Xiaobo said, recovering from the shock. He didn't expect Lin Yi to put Zhong Pinliang's two generals down with just 2 moves. You're good. Zhong Pinliang. I didn't want to do this, but you kept pushing me, so, Lin Yi said innocently as he walked towards the lone enemy. Zhong Pinliang, however, kept his cool. Lin Yi was good, but he saw the whole exchange. It was but a lucky move, and all he really did was just kick Xiaofu when he wasn't paying attention, pulling the stool leg from his hand and attacking an unaware Naipeo with it. To Pinliang, it was more luck than skill that gave Lin Yi the victory. With a subtle gesture, he reached down and pulled out a dagger, feeling safer as he armed himself. Cut the crap, Lin Yi. I won't be able to go on in this school if I don't off you now. Zhong Pinliang stabbed at Lin Yi as soon as he stopped talking, not hesitating at all. Lin Yi was startled at the extreme method Pinliang decided to employ. The kid had no concern for any consequences at all. It didn't matter how powerful his family was, there was no way he'd just get away with a murder case as if it was nothing. Lin Yi couldn't believe that anyone else probably wouldn't be able to dodge the attack, and they'd get fatally injured. Lin Yi wasn't about to let Zhong Pinliang off easily. Due to this fact alone, he decided to teach him a lesson he'd never forget. With that, Lin Yi reached out and grabbed Pinliang's wrist as the dagger came down at him. The guy had lost his mind at that point, blindly squirming about as he tried to edge the blade into Lin Yi, screaming all the while at the top of his lungs. Lin Yi! I'm gonna fucking kill you! Yushu, on the other hand, covered her mouth with a hand as Zhong Pinliang stabbed at Lin Yi. She knew what the guy was capable of, and she didn't know if Lin Yi would be able to dodge the attack. She wanted to tell Zhong Pinliang to stop, but it was clearly too late. Yet the two spectators breathed out in relief when Lin Yi managed to grab Zhong Pinliang by the wrist and scathed. Lin Yi increased the strength in his grip, and Pinliang's arm trembled as if crushed down by iron pliers. The knife fell out of his limp hand and hit the ground with a sharp clack. Pinliang's surprised face was then hoisted up by Lin Yi, who held him by the hair. With a violent swing, Lin Yi threw his body off the rooftop. Ah! Pinliang's voice trembled as he fell down, cold sweat covering the entirety of his body as his brain comprehended the situation. He was about to die. I don't want to die. Yet his body didn't continue falling, and Pinliang realized that his bottom half was still within the rooftop's confines. He exhaled a hasty breath, smeared completely by his sweat. Lin Yi then lifted both Pinliang's legs up, slowly moving it off the rooftop as well. Zhong Pinliang didn't care anymore as his body jolted with fear. He broke down and started to cry and scream. Lin Yi, I'm sorry. Don't throw me down. I'm sorry. Really? Lin Yi was silent as he worked on getting Zhong Pinliang's legs out. Lin bro. Lin Yi bro. Please, I'm begging you, forgive me, please, I won't do it again, I won't do it again. Zhong Pinliang's voice was barely coherent as the entirety of his body trembled in shock. I admit that I was wrong when I kicked you yesterday. Lin Yi said dully. And no, Lin bro, you weren't wrong. Why, you did a fine job kicking me. You can kick me more if you want. It was my fault for getting in your way. Zhong Pinliang had calmed down a little as he stuttered, trying his best to please Lin Yi. Didn't I say it was my fault? I'm not trying to bully anyone here. Lin Yi said coldly as he let go of Zhong Pinliang's right leg. Ha! Pinliang was just starting to calm himself down when Lin Yi let go of his fucking leg. His life flashed before his eyes as he screamed, staring down at the abyss as he fell. He stopped screaming, realizing that he was still suspended in midair. A yellow warmth grew, spreading throughout his shivering thighs. Okay, it was your fault for kicking me, but it's fine, I forgive you, it's fine. Zhong Pinliang made sure to tread with care this time around. He didn't want to say anything that would displease Lin Yi. Hope you remember what you've said today, then. Lin Yi pulled Zhong Pinliang back with a powerful tug, and plopped him on the rooftop floor. Zhong Pinliang slapped against the ground, staring blankly at the sky as he lay on his sweat-soaked back. It was an extremely simple task for Lin Yi to kill off Zhong Pinliang, but he was in a school, not a North African war zone. He couldn't just kill someone. At least not publicly. Let's go. Lin Yi smiled as he turned to Xiaobo. What the fuck? Lin Yi. You've tamed the Zhong Pinliang. Xiaobo's eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Yi with a newfound admiration and respect. I've decided. Kong Xiaobo, will follow you from now on. Boss. Don't be so hasty next time. Fighting isn't something you should be proud of. It's one thing to have courage, but don't just blindly charge around. Lin Yi laughed. Understood. Xiaobo said, seemingly a little embarrassed. Boss, there are girls over there staring at you. Chapter 32 Just Training. Chapter 32 Just Training. Lin Yi turned his gaze to the rooftop's entrance only to see two disappearing figures. It couldn't be anyone else other than Chu Mengyao and Shen Yushu. Lin Yi wasn't about to assume that Mengyao and Yushu would start liking him or anything. He knew that it was probably nosy Yushu who pulled Mengyao up to the roof with her in the first place. Probably just here for the show. Lin Yi explained. Why do I feel like it was Chu Mengyao and Shen Yushu from our class? Xiaobo was getting a little excited. Boss, you haven't attracted the attention of Class 2 beauties, have you? You think too much. Lin Yi said helplessly as he flicked at the back of Xiaobo's head. I should have let that Zhang Naipeo hit you to wake you up a little, if I knew much you talked. Had ha. Xiaobo chuckled, feeling good. He'd spent his 3 high school years as a coward, but now, even someone like him did something courageous and worthwhile on his last year. An indescribable joy took over Kong Xiaobo as he turned his head back to look at the former conquerors of the school. Liang bro. Are you okay? Gao Xiaofu's injury wasn't as bad, and his stomach wasn't hurting as much anymore. He ran to Zhong Pilian's side and helped him up after Lin Yi left. I'm fine. Pin Liang said, his face pale white. He wasn't fine at all. Fuck. He's done it now. Zhang Pinliang cursed. Didn't expect that from the little shit. We fucked up, damn it. Sorry, I messed up. Xiaofu apologized immediately. He didn't want to suffer Zhang Pinliang's wrath. The guy's face showed how extremely pissed off he was. It's not your fault. Pin Liang said with a wave of his hand. Lin Yi had fucked him up more than he did to his 2 followers. Pin Liang shouldn't be blaming anyone at all. They simply weren't on Lin Yi's level, that's all there was to it. We can't take that little shit with just us 3. We need backup. Should we ask Zhou Ruoming for help? Xiaofu suggested. Not him. Our rep in this school will be ruined completely if he finds out about this. Pin Liang said as he shook his head. I'll go get someone from my dad's side. Lin Yi and Xiaobo stepped into the classroom unscathed, and many students who worried for them breathed out in relief. Most of them hated Zhong Pinliang for how he was at school, but a couple of them couldn't help but feel disappointed at the victims turning up unharmed. What they couldn't understand, however, was the absence of the other 3 that went up the rooftop with Lin Yi and Xiaobo. Where were Zhong Pinliang, Gao Xiaofu, and Zhang Naipeo, who still hadn't returned even after the big class started? Everyone understood that something was wrong. Zhong Pinliang, on the other hand, ran into the guy he most wanted to avoid, Zhou Ruoming. Naipeo had his arm around Xiaofu, the 2 of them walking slowly behind Zhong Pinliang. The 3 were the image of defeat. Zhong Pinliang, what the hell happened to you? Zhou Ruoming was playing basketball on the field when he recognized the trio from afar. It turned out to be Zhong Pinliang's group upon a closer look, much to his surprise. Pinliang could only curse internally at his misfortune. Reputation was of utmost importance for a big 4 like him. Letting another one of the 4 catch him like this would only destroy his standing. It's nothing, Pinliang waved a hand in response, unwilling to let out too much information. He hastened his footsteps a little. Ruoming understood immediately that the 3 lost a fight. It was written all over their faces. I say, Liang. You didn't get beat up, did you? Who was it? Tell this Ming bro and I'll fuck him up for you right now. Ruoming offered. Zhong Pinliang knew how strong Zhou Ruoming was. He was the best fighter out of the big 4, and had connections to people outside of school. An extreme force to be reckoned with. What took place today was beyond humiliating, however, and Pinliang hoped to hide the truth from as many people as he possibly could. With that, he waved his hand once more. It's nothing, we were just training a little amongst ourselves, didn't really hold back. Ruoming decided not to probe on any further, since Zhong Pinliang was so stubborn about not saying anything. He could only shake his head as he watched the trio leave. Training my ass, why the fuck would you try to kill each other? Not buying it one bit. Where do you live, boss? We can walk home together. Xiaobo's good mood was still at its height, and he wanted to learn more about the boss he so admired. Lin Yi's heart froze. He couldn't let anyone else know that he rode home with Chu Mengyao. He himself didn't mind, but Chu Mengyao. I live really far away. I'll go back myself later, so see ya. I'll wait for you then. We could at least walk to the school gates together? Xiaobo wanted to talk to Lin Yi a little bit more, interested in the guy who managed to put down Zhong Pinliang. I suppose. Lin Yi didn't want his refusals to get suspicious. It was just walking to the school gates, after all. He'd just wait at the gates until Xiufu left before getting in Uncle Fu's car. Mengyao and Yushu were already done packing up, and had left the classroom already. Lin Yi made sure to waste some time as he packed up himself, so as to increase the distance between them. Boss, let me tell you a secret. Xiaobo whispered suddenly as he walked out the classroom with Lin Yi. What secret? Lin Yi asked, curious at how secretive the guy sounded. I live near the commoner beauty Tang Yin's house. Xiaobo smiled pervertedly. I even see her riding her bike home often. Fuck. Lin Yi smacked Xiaobo on the back of his head. Are girls the only thing on your mind? How's that even a secret? What does you living near her have to do with me anyway? Are you really not interested in her? Xiaobo questioned a little disbelievingly. It's not that I'm not interested, I don't even know what she looks like. I'll at least have to see her face before I can get interested, right? Lin Yi said, amused. Okay, you should go back now. I'm gonna get going soon, too. Sure thing, boss. See you tomorrow. Xiaobo waved as he walked home with a crowd of other students. Chapter 33, Mysterious Jade. Chapter 33, Mysterious Jade. Lin Yi made sure Xiaobo was out of sight before making his way to where the car was. Li Fu had waited for him, as expected. The car only started moving after Lin Yi got on. Yushu and Mengyao at the back were quieter than usual, and Lin Yi wasn't sure if it was the washroom or rooftop scene that caused it. Mengyao wasn't complaining about Lin Yi either, much to his surprise. Uncle Fu, stop at that bank over there, Shu and I need to get ourselves bank cards. Mengyao ordered. Mengyao's words reminded Lin Yi that he was supposed to get a bank card as well. All students were, as requested by the school. The explanation was that it was a necessity for the school to extract the miscellaneous school fees from the students. Li Fu only nodded in response, not asking any questions at all. The car parked near the bank. Mengyao mentioned, not going too close since traffic was bad at this hour, especially around 24-hour banks like this one. Lin Yi got off the car with the two girls as well. His actions prompted a frown from Mengyao. Why are you getting off too? I'm your classmate now, remember? Lin Yi smiled. Mengyao blinked, recalling the fact that Lin Yi was a member of the school. Now he needed a bank card as well. With that, she pulled Yushu into the bank, not saying anything else. The jade Lin Yi wore around his neck suddenly reacted as Lin Yi stepped inside, and Lin Yi froze. The jade was from the box he found back in the cave, and Lin Yi had never managed to figure out what it was supposed to be. Yet the jade always offered a slight reaction whenever something big was about to happen, as if sending Lin Yi himself a warning. He never understood what the jade was trying to convey to him, but it was for certain that things happened whenever the jade reacted. Like that one time, back in North Africa, he was in charge of protecting someone, and the both of them were heavily surrounded by enemies. The jade's warnings, however, allowed Lin Yi to avoid every attack the enemy used against them, resulting in their escape. The jade signaled for good things, as well, like when it reacted as he bought a lottery ticket for the old man. It was a winning ticket, and he received 20 kwai for the prize. As a result, Lin Yi went on full alert whenever the jade reacted. Mengyao and Yushu took their numbers before sitting down to wait, and Lin Yi did the same. He decided to sit beside Yushu, recognizing the hostility that Mengyao still seemed to have towards him. He didn't want to give the miss a reason to yell at him, after all. Yushu, on the other hand, glanced at Lin Yi as he sat down beside her, the edge of her lips raising into a subtle smile. Lin Yi was on complete alert, looking around as he waited for his number. The jade had yet to let him down, and he was certain that something would happen this time around as well. His gaze then dropped on a black SUV parked outside the bank. We need to go. Lin Yi stood up with a jerk, exclaiming abruptly at the two girls as he grabbed Yushu's hand. What are you doing? Yushu stared at Lin Yi, stunned and blushing. She'd never held hands with a boy her whole life, except for her brothers. She could only stand there blankly as Lin Yi held onto her hand, unsure of the appropriate reaction she should take. "We need to leave, now. No time to explain." Lin Yi started to panic, and was about to pull Yushu up when a smack interrupted him. Mengyao's hand had slapped itself on Lin Yi's, smacking it away. Though, it was Lin Yi who let go of Yushu himself, in actuality. There was no way Mengyao could just smack Lin Yi's hand away like that. "Lin Yi, what do you think you're doing? Trying to have your way with Shu?" Mengyao said as she glared at Lin Yi, her eyes burning with anger. Lin Yi sighed as he took another look outside the window. "We don't have time. You guys need to get out of here with me, now." "Have my way with her?" "Have my way with her, my ass." "Humph. Why should we? Are you crazy? Who do you think you are? Just go yourself if you're in such a hurry as to actually have business here." Yushu was perplexed by Lin Yi's sudden change of behavior as well. The guy was so calm earlier. "We'll talk about this after we get out." Lin Yi didn't bother explaining anymore. With that, he grabbed both Mengyao and Yushu's hands. "Let go of me." Mengyao was losing her mind as she squirmed around with all her might. The guy wasn't satisfied. Even after molesting Yushu, he had to lay his demon hands on her, as well. Yao, we'll find out what's going on after we follow him out." Yushu was a little more understanding than Mengyao, having recovered from the shock earlier. Lin Yi had an expression of genuine panic on his face, not a lecherous one. Yushu knew Lin Yi a little better than Mengyao did, and she understood that it simply didn't make sense for him to just rough it out with them so abruptly, and in a public bank, no less. There was an entire night of just the three of them alone under one roof. There had been a luxury of time for him to have his way with them, had he actually wished to. Mengyao wasn't expecting the words from Yushu. She stared at her dumbfounded, not understanding why she was on Lin Yi's side all of a sudden. Lin Yi sighed. There was no time. A couple of guys in black jackets were already pushing open the doors to the bank. A gunshot sounded, and the orderly scene of the bank went into chaos. People were screaming, kids were crying, and the alarm was ringing. "Freeze! I'll kill anyone who moves." A bald man with a black mask barked, seemingly the leader of the group. Lin Yi exhaled slowly. He had wasted too much time with Yushu and Mengyao, and the window for escape had disappeared. They wouldn't be able to get away anymore. Yet Lin Yi knew better than to blame the girls. After all, there was no way they'd sensed the danger beforehand. The way he did, their reactions to his behavior were nothing less of normal. Chapter 34, Bank Robbery. Chapter 34, Bank Robbery. Lin Yi was not a hero. He preferred to lay low, and he understood with a clear mind the things he should, and should not, do. It was the same in North Africa as well. He had always remembered the duty assigned to him. He was tasked with guarding the interview team, not charge around in heroic glory. Lin Yi's current mindset, as a result, placed the safety of Chu Mengyao and Chen Yushu at the utmost priority. The task of apprehending the bank robbers, on the other hand, was not something he'd planned to get involved with. It was also evident that the girls had no experience whatsoever with situations like this. They simply stood there paralyzed, not knowing what to do. "Everyone listen up. Hold your heads and crouch on the floor, and I guarantee that no one will get hurt. You move, you die." Baldy fired another shot at the ceiling, and the bank went from chaos back to order once more. The children forgot to cry, and the adults forgot to scream. Everyone crouched of their own accord, quietly and steadily. It was their only means of surviving in face of armed criminals. Yet it was not to say that these succumbing people had no sense of justice. Anybody who stepped forward would pay the price of his or her life. That was all there was to it. Baldy's group was already charging at the counter when he fired his second shot. They broke the glass with hammers and started pointing their guns at the staff. They were then ordered to fill up the sacks with money. "Hurry the fuck up. One of the robbers barked, impatient. "I'll blow your head open if you waste any more time." "Why yes," the man's hands trembled, not taking well to the robber's threat. The cash he was holding, as a result, slipped out of his hands and fell onto the floor. "Motherfucker! You trying to stall for time?" The robber yelled with a glare, firing a bullet at the man's arm. The cashier screamed in agony as he squeezed at his wound. The 2 gunshots earlier were aimed at the ceiling and had served to put the crowd down in fear. This new shot, however, was aimed at a person. It led to both staff and customer covered their mouths as the fear for the robbers grew. None of them dared to move at all. Baldy, on the other hand, swept his gaze across the cowering victims, pleased with his lackey's move. "Yao yao." "I'm scared," Yushu paled as she gripped onto Mengyao's arm tightly, her loud and playful personality suppressed by the tension. It's okay. I'll protect Yushu." Mengyao was terrified herself, but Yushu was a whole year younger than her. She had to be the one to comfort her. "Stop comforting each other. I'll protect you both," Lin Yi said dully. Lin Yi wasn't sure if he could capture the robbers alive, but guarding the 2 girls from harm was well within his capabilities. Mengyao was about to fire some insults at Lin Yi on reflex, but she managed to stop herself upon seeing Lin Yi's determined eyes. The group of robbers were just about to leave the bank with their sacks of cash when police sirens started wailing outside. The customers in the bank frowned upon hearing the sirens. It was oftentimes a plus for the police to show up, but the robbers had nowhere to run now. It was only natural for them to do something to the victims, in order to guarantee their own safety. No one wanted to be taken hostage. Most people were selfish. It didn't concern them how much money the bank lost. What mattered was the safety of their own selves. "You have been surrounded. Put down your weapons immediately. Surrendering is your only option." A megaphone sounded from outside the building. The Baldy snorted upon hearing the megaphone. He turned to one of his followers. "Go tell them not to do anything stupid, else I'll start butchering these pigs." The lackey nodded, running to the doors before yelling at the police outside. "Shut up. Keep barking and our boss will start killing." The police went silent immediately. They wanted to recover the bank's losses if possible, but there were the victims inside the bank to consider as well. Song Lingshan, the vice captain of the criminal police team, had taken charge under orders of the police department's director. Yan Huijuan, the absent captain, was attending a meeting outland, forcing the director to contact Lingshan directly, implying to her that Chu Mengyao daughter was in the bank along with Elder Chen's daughter as well. The task stressed her heavily. Failure was not an option. Even the officialdom overseeing the director would be in trouble should something happen to Chen Yushu. The entirety of the organization would shake. As a result, Song Lingshan ordered the officer handling the megaphone to stand down upon hearing the robbers' threat. She couldn't afford to enrage them. Baldy was very much pleased at the cooperation and silence. He then walked around the room, gun in hand, and many of the customers understood one of them was about to become a hostage. Many of the victims then lowered their head a little further, dreading what was about to come. The last thing they wanted was to get picked by criminals as ruthless as these. There was no telling what would happen to them once chosen as a hostage. Baldy took his time as he eyed everyone with a smile. His gaze then landed on Mengyao, who was crouching right beside Lin Yi. "You! Stand up!" Baldy was already in front of Mengyao, his gun pointed at her head. Mengyao's heart stopped, and it was her turn to grip tightly on Yushu's hand. She raised her head at the Baldy slowly. "Huh? A pretty one, aren't ya?" Baldy grinned lustfully as he pointed his gun at Mengyao again. "Well, get up." Mengyao was nowhere near prepared to deal with a situation like this, and her heart was thumping as hard as it possibly could. She didn't know how she should go about this, but she forced herself to stay strong regardless. I can't cry. Mengyao clenched her jaw and started getting up when a pair of hands suddenly pushed her down again. Chapter 35, I'll be your hostage. Chapter 35, I'll be your hostage. I'll be your hostage, don't pick on the girl. Lin Yi stood up, speaking dully. Mengyao couldn't believe her ears. Was the man so unscared of death that he'd stand up for her in a situation like this? Sure, he was paid, Mengyao understood that, but what worth did money have when put against your life? There wasn't a single person who didn't care about their life, it was human nature. As such, Mengyao acknowledged that Lin Yi wasn't acting on the basis of her father's money, that there was more to it than that. In that instant, Mengyao didn't find Lin Yi to be such an irritating presence anymore. At the very least, the guy was a true man. Mengyao knew with clear certainty that Zhong Pinliang would never be able to take her place the way Lin Yi did right now. Too, the guy would probably be more terrified than she was. Why was she comparing Zhong Pinliang with Lin Yi? Mengyao pushed the thoughts away, it wasn't the time to be thinking of useless topics like that. Fucking hell. Lin Yi's offer took Baldy by surprise. Everyone else had their heads lowered, dreading that they'd be the ones to get picked. What the hell was this guy doing, jumping out and volunteering? Who the fuck are you? I didn't pick you, kid. Baldy frowned as he glared at Lin Yi. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. You just need a hostage, don't you? Isn't it the same? Lin Yi shrugged. I'll be cooperative, so don't worry. Go fuck yourself. The Baldy was raging at that point. How could Lin Yi just ruin his pace without a care in the world? With that, he lifted his gun and shot at him. A mere bullet, however, was not fast enough to hit someone of Lin Yi's caliber, even if fired at point-blank range. The art of dragon mastery had heightened Lin Yi's reflexes to abnormal levels, and all it took was a slight twist to the side for Lin Yi to dodge the attack. Yet a sudden thought crossed Lin Yi's mind as he turned. There was a girl right behind him. The bullet would undoubtedly hit her, judging by the angle Baldy fired his gun at, and it'd injure the girl fatally should it connect. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi used the remainder of his time and reflex to turn his body back before the bullet reached him, planning to take the bullet himself. The bullet penetrated into Lin Yi's thigh, putting a frown on Lin Yi's face. Pain of this degree weren't too much for him, but it hurt nevertheless. Fortunately, his positioning allowed him to receive the bullet properly. It only hit him in the flesh, not hitting anything vital. Ah! The crowd let out a cry of surprise simultaneously, and both Mengyao and Yushu covered their mouths with their hands. Lin Yi had been shot. Yet the two saw everything. Lin Yi could have completely avoided the bullet if he hadn't turned his body back for the girl behind him. At that thought, Mengyao turned her gaze onto the girl Lin Yi protected, a slight anger reflecting in her eyes. Jesus fucking Christ, this guy. Baldy stared at the man before him. The guy was insane. Boss, more cops on the way. One of the robbers said as he ran over, panting. Fuck. Baldy cursed before pointing the gun at Lin Yi again. We'll use you, since you want to be the hostage so much. Ma Lu, you take care of him. Yes, boss. It was then Ma Lu's turn to point his gun at Lin Yi's head. Let's go, kid, this is what happens when you try to act the hero. Lin Yi remained silent as he considered his options. The robbers were too far apart from each other, it'd be hard for him to take them down smoothly. There were also innocent civilians involved, and a state of chaos from the crowd would complicate the fight even further. You, little missy. Get up. Baldy pointed his gun at Mengyao, still unwilling to let her go. For some reason, Mengyao found herself less terrified than before. Yushu was about to stand up along with her as well, when Mengyao stopped her with a look. Yushu had planned to go with Mengyao, but her gaze told her not to act on impulse. They'd be better off if Yushu stayed behind to rescue them later. Let's go. Baldy barked as he pointed the gun at Mengyao. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was feeling troubled. Why was the Baldy so fixated on Mengyao? Did he simply like her goods? It was the only explanation. There weren't any other reasons for the guy to be so insistent. After all, only one hostage was enough to negotiate with the police. It didn't matter how many hostages you had, all you needed was one for the police to keep their guns at bay. "Listen up, you coppers!" Baldy yelled from the door the other robber was at. "Retreat back 100 meters, and don't send anyone after us. I'll kill these hostages if you do." Song Lingshan frowned, unwilling to retreat under orders from a criminal. The robbers, however, had hostages with them, and Lingshan found herself with no other choice. She sighed. "Retreat." The vice-captain, in actuality, preferred not to have surrounded the bank head-on, acknowledging the stress it would build onto the robbers. Stress like that manifested in many forms, and was prone to cause unpredictable actions from the side of the surrounded. A subtle, hidden encirclement, on the other hand, would have been the wiser move, considering the likelihood that there wouldn't have been hostages in the first place. Yet the director rejected the suggestion, claiming that her heroism was impractical. Baldy then pushed the doors open and marched out with Lin Yi and Mengyao as hostages, pleased with the compliance coming from the police. "Yao Yao!" Li Fu, who was standing next to Song Lingshan, exclaimed in shock. "Mr. Li, you know the hostage?" Lingshan asked, uneasy. "That's Chu Mengyao, Mr. Chu's daughter." Li Fu was panicking. The chairman was out on a business trip, and it was his responsibility to look after Mengyao. He'd be in huge trouble should something happen to her. "What?" Lingshan froze, panicking as well. How did it make sense for Chu Pingzhan's daughter to be picked, out of all the civilians in there? The thing she dreaded most had come true, and she wasted no time in contacting the director. "Reporting, sir. One of the hostages has been identified as Chu Pingzhan's daughter, Chu Mengyao." The director of the police department started sweating upon hearing the words. "Play it safe and tread with care. We cannot afford to lose Chu Mengyao." Chapter 36, Damned License Plate. Chapter 36, Damned License Plate. "But we have the snipers ready. They're 90% certain that they'd kill off the robbers." Song Lingshan argued. "You said it yourself, it's a 90% chance. What about the other 10%, and what if Miss Chu gets hit? Both of us will be responsible for that casualty." The director scolded. "I told you to play it safe, listen to their demands before all else. We'll decide our course of action afterwards." "Understood." Song Lingshan was troubled. She had planned to play a riskier hand and have the robbers sniped, but that was no longer possible considering how things stood. Even the director had forbidden it. What else could she do? Baldy, on the other hand, was only pleased at the helplessness of the police. With haste, he got on the black SUV with the rest of his crew and left. Song Lingshan could only watch helplessly as the car disappeared into the distance, hostages in hand. "Miss." Li Fu panicked as he stared in the direction the car went. He had tried to call the chairman, but it wouldn't connect. "Rest assured, Mr. Fu, the police will take care of this." With that, the vice-captain pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Attention all squads, attention all squads. The bank robbers have made off in a black SUV, license plate A74110. Have tailing preparations in place. 74,110? Lingshan thought about it as she mumbled the license plate number to herself. These robbers were making fun of her. She dialed a number on her phone, pissed off. "Traffic police? I'm Song Lingshan, from the criminal department. Help look up a license plate number for me. It's an SUV, a 74110. "What? It's not an SUV. Are you sure? Okay, I see. Damned thieves." So that was why they put the license plate on full display. It was a full-fledged taunt. Lingshan couldn't take it anymore. She even looked the fake plate number up. Baldy had his lackeys tie Lin Yi and Mengyao up the instant he entered the car. He was looking at Lin Yi, amused and in glee. I say, what the hell were you thinking? Did you really want to join the party that bad? We only wanted the Chu miss here, but you dash. You just had to be the hero, didn't you, forcing us to pull you along. Lin Yi was startled. The guy knew Mengyao. It was a possibility that hadn't even crossed both their minds. They only assumed that the hostage was picked randomly. Lin Yi even thought that Baldy's insistence was due to Mengyao's looks and his desire to have his way with her a little. Never did it occur to them that the entire thing was a targeted kidnapping. Why you, know me? Mengyao asked subconsciously, taken aback as well. Yeah, why wouldn't we? You're the heiress of fucking Pingzhan Industries. Baldy explained gleefully. Why the hell would I bring you with me, if I didn't know you? Why are you guys kidnapping me? Mengyao didn't understand. It was evident that the group had everything planned out. Why? He. You know why, Baldy smiled widely, his yellow teeth baring. Think, what do you have on you worth kidnapping? Mengyao blinked in shock. This man wasn't after her body, was he? At that thought, Mengyao concluded that it was very likely indeed. She was so pretty, so sexy, her eyes were big and her skin was white. Her chest was perfectly shaped, and perky, as well. It was only natural for a man to be interested in a body like hers. And no. Mengyao was about to burst into tears as she imagined getting violated by this ugly-ass person. She'd rather die than let someone like him have his way with her. She'd rather give herself to Lin Yi than this disgusting criminal. Why Lin Yi? Because he was the only one Mengyao could think of. Zhong Pinliang irritated her to such extremes that he was out of the question, and that really just left Uncle Fu and Lin Yi. She cursed at how much of a failure she was. These three were the only men she knew. Her social circle was way too limited. Why was she always so unlucky? Mengyao started thinking up a plan to get herself out of this mess as she contemplated on her unlucky life. Mengyao's paling and blushing only told Baldy one thing: the girl was getting the wrong ideas. Fuck. I have plenty of women, okay? I'm not interested in a kid like you. I'm kidnapping you because someone's paying. Mengyao instantly let out a breath, very glad that the kidnapper wasn't after her body. Boss, I'm fine with a kid like her, you know? Maybe we could play with her a little? Ma Lu grinned lustfully as he looked at Mengyao. Shut the hell up, Ma Lu. The higher-up said that the girl's off limits, we need her whole. Baldy scolded. Ah, shit. Pity. Ma Lu turned back, seemingly afraid of Baldy. I'd die a pretty satisfied man if I get to do a girl that hot. Stop bullshitting, just go get yourself a couple of schoolgirls with your payment after the job's done. Baldy didn't appear to take well to Ma Lu's lustful wishes. Mengyao only grew more relieved. These guys weren't after her body, so that was good. She didn't have to worry about being violated anymore. What annoyed her, however, was the fact that this bald asshole decided to tie her hand up with Lin Yi's. The guy was probably having the time of his life feeling her up. Yet Lin Yi's hand reminded Mengyao of the scene back in the bank, where he pushed her down in order to take her place as hostage. It gave Mengyao a sensation she failed to understand. What was with her? Could it be that this little gesture changed her view towards Lin Yi? No, that'd be way too fast. It wasn't that easy. But would anyone else do what Lin Yi did, given the same circumstances? What was Lin Yi thinking when he decided to put his body on the line for her? Mengyao was getting confused. She didn't know anymore. Fuck. What the hell are you smiling for? Baldy was not pleased. The girl was blushing and smiling. What the fuck? Didn't she understand her situation? It was an insult to his pride. The girl clearly didn't see him as a threat if she blushed and smiled in his criminal-filled SUV. Ah dash. Mengyao froze in realization as she stopped smiling. Chapter 37, Who's Killing Who? Do you only pick on girls? Lin Yi's lips twitched as he looked at Baldy. I say, you guys aren't after the bank at all, are you? It was just to cover you kidnapping Chu Mengyao. So what? You're tied up in my car, you can't do shit. Baldy didn't see the need to hide anything at this point to him. Lin Yi was just some ballsy guy under his mercy, he could very well do whatever he wanted to him. It didn't matter in the least that his objective was exposed. You guys won't get far. The cops are gonna tail you, and you'll all get screwed. Lin Yi explained to Baldy, a slight pity in his tone. Yeah right, I have backup plans prepared. Baldy retorted gleefully. The cops are probably spinning around their heels right about now, tracking down the wrong cars, heh. Is that so? Lin Yi was a little impressed. The guy had some brains, apparently he wasn't a complete idiot. His biggest mistake, however, was his decision to pull Lin Yi along. Their operation now had no chance of success at all. Song Lingshan, on the other hand, busied herself with maintaining contact with the other squads. Team S, this is Lu Wangley of Team C1. The SUV has been spotted, license plate A74110. Awaiting orders. Trail them, and make sure they don't see you. Understood. Song Lingshan let out a breath of relief. Think you're so smart. Didn't expect us to have officers stationed at all the junctions now, did you? Let's see you get away now. Lingshan was quite pleased with herself when a new report came in. Team S, this is Zhang Xiaohang of Team C2. The SUV has been spotted, license plate A74110. Awaiting orders. What? Song Lingshan froze. Where did you see the SUV? Center Ring Road. Awaiting orders. Zhang Xiaohang replied. Center Ring. That's not right, C1's Lu Wangley reported it to be on the People's Road. Lingshan was starting to get confused. What were these robbers doing, driving around in circles? Despite that, she issued the same order she did Team C1. Follow them, and make sure not to get spotted. Understood. Team S, this is Sun Jiaxia of Team C3. The SUV has been spotted, license plate A74110. Awaiting orders. Again? It was clear to Lingshan by that point she'd probably been had. Chances were, the enemy had multiple A74110 license plates and SUVs prepared. Song Lingshan was not pleased. How humiliating was it for her to have fallen for a trick like this? If only Captain Yang were here, he'd have seen through the trap right from the start, while she walked straight into it. At that moment, Team C4 called in for a report as well, only to be interrupted by Lingshan before he even got a word in. Did you guys spot the A74110 SUV too? Affirmative. We've spotted the SUV, what are your orders, Team S? Tail it. Song Lingshan fell into despair. The other SUVs had served their purpose, and the real one was most likely far, far away by now. Why are you kidnapping her? Lin Yi narrowed his eyes, curious. Money didn't seem to be the issue here, since these guys probably got themselves at least 1 million kwai from the heist. Earlier. Were they unsatisfied, hoping for a larger fortune from Chu Mengyao? It had put them back in a risky position, should that be the plan. Why? Good question. Baldy smiled as he pointed at the bags of cash near him. It's simple. For money. Money? Lin Yi frowned. Kidnapping Mengyao, and using her to ransom the chairman for money? That's not your problem, is it? Baldy didn't like how Lin Yi was spitting questions at him. It's the same, isn't it? Can't I at least die knowing what's going on? Lin Yi's curiosity was backed by an innocent face, a face no one could refuse. Baldy looked at Lin Yi. Perhaps he could let the kid in on what they were up to. He's a dead man anyway. We've been paid to kidnap this missy here. What are you going to do with her? Dunno, waiting for the phone call. Who was the guy that paid you? Dunno, Sihua bro introduced him to us. Who's this Sihua bro? Fuck. Shut the fuck up. Jesus, I'll kill you if you ask again. Baldy had had enough of Lin Yi's barrage. Oh, okay. Then I'll kill you if you move again. Lin Yi said as he pressed a gun to Baldy's temple. WH-? Why you? Baldy's eyes were wide open. What the fucking hell was this? Wasn't the kid tied? And where the fuck did that gun come from? The other robbers in the SUV were stunned as well. Why was the kid pointing a gun at their boss? How did you free yourself? Baldy didn't understand. Yes, he didn't understand. Weren't both Lin Yi's hands tied up? Oh, you see, I was a bit of a dumb kid, and I'd always tangle myself in rope when trying rope knots. I started to learn how to get myself out of those ropes after a long time of accidentally tying myself up. Lin Yi explained. Baldy's jaw dropped. What the fuck? Trying out rope knots? Then. Why do you have a gun? It's from that Malu guy. Lin Yi pointed at Malu, who was the closest to him. Malu patted his pocket. His gun was missing, and it was in Lin Yi's hands. Baldy went completely silent at that point. What the fuck was even happening? This kid was ridiculous. He then proceeded to curse Malu and his ancestors. Okay, nobody move. I wouldn't want to ruin your boss' shiny head. Lin Yi said casually as Baldy sweated. Chapter 38, Need me to take my pants off? Chapter 38, Need me to take my pants off? Lin Yi tapped the gun against Baldy's head. Don't move around now, you guys, else I'll kill the hostage. Tell them, Baldy. Guys. Don't move around. Baldy couldn't help but feel helpless. The kid was saying the same things he said to the police. Karma's a bitch. Not bad. Lin Yi nodded, pleased. You can start talking now, I'm sure. Who's this Sihua bro? It's my boss, I don't know much else, I'm just following orders, bro. Don't shoot. Baldy didn't hesitate to put his pride away. Now was not the time to be acting tough. After all, his life was on the line. He accepted the job for a life of comfort in the first place. It wasn't worth it if that life was at stake. Lin Yi frowned at Baldy's answer, but he understood his position. The guy was just a grunt, he wouldn't know anything significant. Fine. Just stop the car. Lin Yi ordered. Stop the car? For what? Baldy asked, looking blankly at Lin Yi. For us to get off, what else? What, you're still planning on kidnapping her? Lin Yi challenged as he gave his hostage a glare. No, I mean. You're not sending us to the police. Baldy was confused, not expecting Lin Yi to just let him go. Why would I do that? Lin Yi asked with a roll of his eyes. I'm not a cop, they're not gonna give me a salary or anything. Baldy's heart lit up upon hearing Lin Yi's words. So the guy hadn't planned on turning them in at all. They'd failed the assignment, but that was fine, he'd still get away alive and rich from all the money he took. With that, Baldy excitedly ordered for the car to stop. Lin Yi then pulled out a gun from Baldy's pocket, tossing it to Mengyao. Take this. Aim at their tires later. Okay, Mengyao didn't know what Lin Yi was up to, but she took the gun regardless, holding it tightly in her soft hands. Lin Yi let Mengyao get off before he did, making sure to issue a last warning to the group before exiting. You guys can choose to shoot us, but make sure I actually die, else I'll blow your oil tank up. Understand, Baldy? No, we won't do anything like that, Baldy said, a chill running down his spine. This Lin Yi person was not someone he wanted to mess with. Lin Yi checked the jade as he got off the car. It wasn't reacting at all, and Lin Yi breathed out in relief. The robbers had chosen wisely. Any change in the jade at all and Lin Yi would have spun back, to pull the boss down the car with him. The SUV vanished in a line of smoke. A moment Lin Yi slammed the door shut. They had decided to leave him and Mengyao alone. What are you looking at me for? Maybe call Uncle Fu to come get us? Lin Yi didn't know if he should be pissed or amused at Mengyao. The girl was staring at him with a blank face on. Okay. Mengyao couldn't believe it. They survived? She then took a look at the now faraway SUV. They survived. But what was this? Why was Lin Yi talking to her with a condescending and even commanding tone? Hey, why didn't you take all their guns and have them sent to the police station? Mengyao hadn't let go of what Lin Yi said back in the car yet. Salary. Couldn't he just do something good for once? The car was full of cowards. Cowards, people who value their lives. They wouldn't try anything when their boss had a gun pointed at him, but taking their guns away? They'd never let me do that. There's no telling what they'd do as a last-ditch effort. Lin Yi explained. But you had their boss under your gun? Mengyao asked, not quite catching on. You think they'll give a shit what happens to their boss at that point? They're all about to be sent to prison. Geez, can you not be that naive? Lin Yi answered helplessly. We got lucky, okay? What kind of people did you piss off anyway? Those guys were after you specifically, with a plan and everything. Geez. Stop your farting. Mengyao was not pleased with Lin Yi's attitude. You're my follower. What kind of follower talks to his master like that? Lin Yi was speechless. This girl didn't listen to reason at all. Yushu, on the other hand, was wiping her tears as she sat in Li Fu's car. What would happen to Mengyao and Lin Yi now that they were captured? They might be able to come back safe if they got lucky, but if not. Li Fu was trying to contact the chairman, to no avail, when his phone rang. His face burst into worry and joy upon seeing the contact name. It was Mengyao's phone, but it could be the robbers calling him with it, most likely asking for a ransom from the chairman. But news was news, better than nothing. Hello? Li Fu made sure to speak with caution. Uncle Fu, come pick me up, Mengyao said, finding Li Fu's voice to be sweeter than ever to her ears. Li Fu arrived a moment later, with Song Lingshan's entire team behind him. Yao Yao. Yushu was the first to come charging out of the car, lunging at Mengyao for a tight hug. I thought I'd never see you again. You idiot! What were you thinking? Mengyao had recovered from the shock already, and didn't know if she should be crying or laughing at what Yushu said. Mr. Lin, are you okay? Li Fu asked, concerned over the blood on Lin Yi's leg. Got hit by a bullet, no big deal. Lin Yi said as he limped over. It did hurt quite a bit. Li Fu was fully impressed. No big deal? There was a bullet in the kid's thigh. What a man he was. Mr. Lin, is it? Please come with us to the police station for a report. Song Lingshan said formally as she walked over to Lin Yi. Lin Yi only frowned. Was this chick blind? Couldn't she see all that blood on his leg? Lin Yi wasn't planning on replying nicely, that was for sure. Need me to take my pants off for you? Chapter 39 Money and Family Connections. Chapter 39 Money and Family Connections. Wadash. Song Lingshan blushed, slightly trembling in anger. This man was disrespecting her in public, assaulting her with words of vulgarity. She'd have slapped him across the face already if it wasn't for Li Fu's sake. Vice Captain Song, what Lin Yi's saying is that he's been hit by a bullet in the leg. He's offering to show you proof should you doubt his words. Li Fu explained for Lin Yi. Upon seeing Lingshan's reddened face, the girl had clearly misunderstood. Lingshan suddenly noticed the bloodstain on Lin Yi's pants upon the explanation, embarrassed by her internal outburst. Ah, I see. I can wait until after you pay the hospital a visit. Yet Lingshan hadn't forgiven Lin Yi. Couldn't he have phrased it differently? Why did he have to be such an asshole about it? Just say that you were injured. She may have been a cop, but she was still a girl. Where were his manners? An observant mind is elementary for any competent cop. My legs smeared in blood. Captain? Did you get the rank with money, or family connections or something? Lin Yi replied dully, noticing her displeased reaction. You? Song Lingshan was inexperienced. True, it was her biggest weakness, and something that always bothered her. Yet anyone who knew her history understood that by no means did she abuse her family connections. She was a special ops combat instructor, with a military rank of major. Transferring into the position of vice captain in a criminal police team was absolutely acceptable when taking that into account. She also had the highest combat ability in the team, stronger than everyone except Captain Yang Huaijuan himself. Lin Yi's words hit her hard because of the truth in it. She was a powerful fighter, but a horrible observer. It was this lack in attention to detail that led to her failures in detective work. Her colleagues in the team also admired only that her combat ability. She had always been studying, trying to keep up in the more mental aspects of police work, but to no avail. She'd always follow alongside young Huaijuan quietly whenever combat wasn't needed. She recognized how lacking she was in certain departments, and she didn't want to pull the team down. In contrast, young Huaijuan, who transferred in 2 years ago, boasted a wealth of case-solving experience. It made Lingshan envious, and even at times a bit jealous. Yet the captain wasn't available this time around, and Lingshan had to take over the reins. Then came along this Lin Yi bastard, who had poison instead of words to spew. The frustrating part was how Lin Yi's words rang true. There were no possible retorts from Lingshan's side, and all she could do was grit her teeth at the humiliation. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was checking his wound out. It was entirely something he could handle on his own. It was just a bullet, after all. There wasn't any time for hospitals in war. You'd probably die from enemy gunfire before getting transported to one. Lin Yi didn't want to cross the Song Lingshan woman who had her sights on him either. The girl was already planning on following him to the hospital to have his statement taken, and Lin Yi didn't want any more trouble with her. Whatever. I'm not hiding anything anyway. Lingshan wasn't about to request anything from Chu Mengyao little princess the way she did with Lin Yi, however. She intended to have the girl's report finished without bringing her over to the police station at all. Shu, how's your brother doing? Lingshan and Yushu both knew each other, but they weren't on very good terms. She still felt guilty about what happened to Yushu's brother. Humph. None of your business. Yushu sneered, turning the other way, not planning on being nice at all. Song Lingshan only smiled bitterly as she turned back to Mengyao. So, Miss Chu, let's proceed. Yushu made sure to butt in constantly as Mengyao told the story, exclaiming in surprise a couple of times as she listened. Whoa! Lin Yi did that? Seriously? Didn't I tell you, Yao Yao, just let him be your shield, it can't possibly go wrong. He'll take care of all the flies. Who would want him? Mengyao snapped, pissed off when she remembered Lin Yi's face as he lectured her. Song Lingshan was intrigued, as well. As things stood, this Lin Yi guy wasn't just all talk, he had real skills. She wasn't pleased with what he decided to say about her position, but she wasn't someone who'd ignore the facts. As far as she could tell from Mengyao's narrative, the guy had both wits and courage, maintaining his calm and turning the tables even after getting shot in the leg. She did hold Lin Yi in contempt, however, for letting the robbers go. They're not gonna give me a salary or anything. What was wrong with doing some good for society? Yet her eyes widened a little when Mengyao explained the thought process behind Lin Yi's actions. So Lin Yi made the right move. Keeping the robbers calm was indeed the best route to have their safeties guaranteed. Yet it was odd carrying out an entire bank heist just to kidnap Chu Mengyao? It did seem plausible. On second thought, it'd keep the Chu family unsuspecting, for whatever purpose the mastermind had in mind. Baldy's group was the only lead now, and they'd have to be captured before anything else. Miss, I honestly do think Mr. Lin's passed. The chairman wasn't wrong to trust him. I'll also feel at ease with him protecting you. Li Fu said, finally understanding Chu Mengyao wishes. This Lin Yi was someone special. Mengyao's lips twitched as she prepared a retort, but the scene of Lin Yi sacrificing himself for her kept playing over and over in her head. The hospital didn't ask too many questions. Song Lingshan was present, and they didn't risk anything when treating a patient brought in by the police. The main surgeon was talking to an assistant as Lin Yi was pushed into the operation room. Have the anesthesia prepared, I'm extracting the bullet. No need for that. Lin Yi wasn't fond of anesthesia. Once or twice was fine, but too much would cause certain side effects to take place. The surgeon paused. The kid was brought in by some pretty rich-looking people. Surely he could afford anesthesia? The nerves were tightly packed around the thighs, and it'd be extremely painful without any, despite the straightforward nature of the procedure. Kid, it'll hurt a lot without anesthesia, the 40-year-old surgeon warned. Chapter 40, Wound on the Leg. Chapter 40, Wound on the Leg. It's fine, really. Lin Yi smiled, very relaxed. I don't want the side effects. The surgeon paused once more before nodding. The patient had made his request. There was no reason to go against it. The surgery wasn't a life-threatening one, after all. Hang in there then, kid, the surgeon said as he started giving directions to the assistant. Lin Yi could stand large amounts of pain, but it didn't mean he couldn't feel any. A surgery like this, however, was well within his tolerance range, especially when compared to that fall from the peak of Mount Starwest all those years ago. It was like all his organs had gotten switched around. The intensity of the pain was overwhelming. How'd you get the wound, kid? Sun Weiman was a veteran surgeon. He was as good with people as he was with operations. Lin Yi had a bullet in him, but he didn't seem like a freshly apprehended criminal judging by how the police were treating him. With that in mind, Sun Weiman decided to chat with Lin Yi a little, in hopes of distracting him from the pain. In the bank, got shot by a robber. Lin Yi, naturally, understood the surgeon's intentions, but his mind wasn't one easily distracted. He'd been through training that fortified his awareness since he was a kid. I see, Weiman said, opening up fully to Lin Yi upon learning his identity as a victim instead of a criminal. Quite an intense situation, I imagine? It was okay. Lin Yi smiled. I could have dodged it, actually, but there was this girl behind me, and she'd get hit instead if I did. So I decided to just take it like a man. Dumb move, huh? Lin Yi had seen news reports detailing similar events. It was a general trend for the good people to be labeled idiots. Those seen as smart were quite the contrary. They were always the selfish ones. Lin Yi couldn't help but mock himself a little as he recalled the information. Sun Weiman found himself respecting the young man upon hearing what had taken place. Dumb move? Kid, you were a hero to that girl. Let me guess, was it love at first sight for her? Well, who knows? They took me hostage right after. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. She probably didn't even know I was shielding her. The guy was aiming at me, after all. All the same, kid, it was a great thing you did. Just the two of us knowing is enough. Weiman only grew more impressed at Lin Yi. He'd taken a liking to the kid. What's your name? Lin Yi. You have it on your file. Lin Yi smiled. Heh, my bad. I've too many patients, don't really pay attention to stuff like that. Weiman said, slightly embarrassed. The surgery proceeded fluidly. Lin Yi never screamed or twitched about, and it didn't take long for the surprised surgeon to finish the operation. The kid's willpower was something else. It was no easy task to provide such cooperation while operated on without anesthesia. Song Lingshan was making her way to Lin Yi's hospital room when she bumped into Sun Weiman, who didn't waste any time in addressing his praise for Lin Yi. Officer Song, this kid's really something, sacrificing himself for another. He's a real role model. You guys really should award him a civilian medal of bravery. What do you mean? Lingshan had to admit her respect for Lin Yi's collected assessment and execution when dealing with the robbers, but what part of it included self-sacrifice? Mengyao hadn't mentioned anything noteworthy about the events that took place in the bank, as well, only bringing up the gunshot to Lin Yi's thigh. As such, Lingshan assumed that she must have missed something. "Oh, you don't know? That kid Lin Yi, he could have avoided the robber's bullet, but he got hit on purpose anyway because of a girl right behind him," Wayman praised. "It's my first time meeting a young man with a sense of justice and compassion like him, I'll tell you that." Song Lingshan frowned. Seriously? Why did the whole thing sound like something from a storybook? Dodging a bullet? Even Lingshan, a special ops combat instructor herself, couldn't claim to guarantee a feat like that. So Lin Yi was better than her. She found it too hard to believe. "Dr. Sun, where'd you hear this from?" "The kid told me himself." Sun Wayman answered. "He told you himself?" Lingshan paused at the answer. "And you just believed him? The kid probably wasn't even serious, it was just some small talk. I can say I kill elephants with punches, too, you know." Wayman didn't miss the doubt in Lingshan's reaction. He responded with a laugh. "The kid even refused to take anesthesia, toughing out the entire surgery with that willpower of his. I don't doubt his words, officer. I'll take my chances with willpower like that." With that, Sun Wayman took his leave. He still had many other matters to attend to. Lingshan, on the other hand, pushed open the door to Lin Yi's room. Lin Yi wanted to make a dash for the door the moment Lingshan walked in, but decided that it'd be too much. He was injured in the leg, not the arm, after all. He laid back down on the bed immediately. "Lin Yi, can I have your statement now?" She didn't understand why, but Lin Yi's posture on the bed pissed her off exceptionally. "Yeah." Lin Yi replied from the bed, noticing the exceptional size of this lady's breasts, almost as big as the ones the P***Grinstar from the Morning Channel packed. Upon closer inspection, Lin Yi found the woman to be quite a beautiful specimen. Roleplay. As if sensing something wrong with Lin Yi's gaze, Lingshan subconsciously followed his eyes back onto her own body. Her face reddened in realization. Long-term special ops training had, as a bonus, nourished her chest very well, to the point that it became a burden instead, bouncing about as she walked. She even had to wear a corset just to prevent that, and had even considered getting surgery to reduce the size. The shame overwhelmed the trouble the breasts brought her, and she threw the notion aside. It was fine when she was in the special ops. Under iron rules no one would just stare at her chest, and Lingshan didn't find herself bothered by it as well. Her field missions, however, involved many unlawful areas, and many undercover operations. The men were always staring at her with lustful eyes when she wore casual clothes. Lingshan wanted to crush them under her feet, they made her so uncomfortable. What Song Lingshan didn't expect, however, was someone who'd stare at her with the same lustful eyes even when she was in uniform. It was absolutely unforgivable. She gave a cold humph as she seated herself on the bedside chair, formulating a plan to make the bastard pay. She then remembered the wound on his leg. 40 chapters. I haven't added any translator's notes on the chapters before this one, but I plan to add "vote for me please" laughing face to the bottom of every second daily chapter from now on, so why not click on it to help me out, since you're probably a fan if you made it this far, anyway. Thanks for reading. Marcy, laughing face. Chapter 41, The Legendary. Chapter 41, The Legendary. Song Lingshan smiled evilly as she looked at Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, where did you get shot?" "Left leg, the inner thigh." Lin Yi answered honestly, assuming that the questioning had already begun. "Oh, let me see. Is it here?" Lingshan rubbed at Lin Yi's inner thigh, pretending to be inspecting the wound as she applied a great deal of pressure. It felt amazing. Her face reddened excitedly. She could already imagine Lin Yi howling and crying from the pain. "Family connections, huh? Looking at my chest, huh? This is what you get." Lin Yi hissed a little. "What the dash? What the hell's wrong with this lady? Why's she pressing on my wound? Isn't she pressing way too hard? Fortunately, Lin Yi had a high pain tolerance. He'd have cried out in pain otherwise. Lingshan, on the other hand, was disappointed. Where was the howling and crying? Was she holding back too much? She had a rather kind heart, after all. With that, she increased the pressure. Ah! Ah! Lin Yi cried out. He couldn't take it anymore. What the fuck? He was just about to start yelling at Lingshan when a gasp came from the door. Yao Yao. What are they? Yushu asked, blushing very intensely. Shu, we can't. We'll lose our purity again if we keep looking. Mingyao's face was bright red, as well. They're doing something really vulgar. Oh, naturally, Yushu caught on. She wasn't the dumb type. Whoa. Lingshan sis, doing that in a hospital. Could this actually be the legendary handjob? Song Lingshan was, at that moment, facing away from the door while her hand moved about the inner thigh of a moaning Lin Yi. It was only natural for the girls to misunderstand. Her hand was blocked from Yushu and Mengyao's viewpoints, after all, and it was indeed very plausible to assume that a handjob was taking place. Lingshan was confused about the conversation at first, but Yushu mentioning the legendary handjob sent a shock up her spine. One look at Lin Yi's face was all it took. Of course they'd misunderstand. Her face flushed as red as the girl's in a heartbeat, and she was just about to explain when she heard someone clear his throat. It was Li Fu, who'd walked in on them along with Mengyao and Yushu. Officer Song. Lin Yi's still recovering, and we're in a hospital. It's not a very appropriate setting for something like this. I wasn't. Lingshan was speechless. How on earth was she supposed to get out of this mess now? It's fine, we'll come back again later. Li Fu shook his head as he pulled the two girls out, contemplating on how things were in the new age. I'm getting old, it seems. Officer Song was always a traditional woman. When did she grow so open-minded? Was it love at first sight for Lin Yi? But even still. Yao Yao. That Song Lingshan's making her move already. Yushu said angrily as she exited the room, swinging her fist about. Making her what? Mengyao blushed, her heart beating intensely as the scene flashed across her mind. Lin Yi's your shield, you know. How can she just try to steal him away like that? Yushu gritted. Yao Yao. You've got to stop her. That's none of my business, okay? Mengyao replied with a humph. Just when she was warming up to this Lin Yi. It turned out that her first impression of him was right, after all. It was unforgivable doing something so indecent in a hospital? Unforgivable. I wasn't expecting something like this at all. Even the cold beauty Song Lingshan, doing that. Famous for being cold, mind you. Love really does change a person, huh? Yushu was extremely displeased. She wouldn't be so angry if it was someone else, but that's Song Lingshan. Chen Yushu grew up in the same compound as Song Lingshan, and the two were always the center of attention due to how beautiful they were. Lingshan was, however, 1 year older than her, and she had hit puberty earlier. It yielded her the favor of many boys. In comparison, Yushu was more like a cute little girl, and the boys from the compound mostly treated her like they would an adorable baby sister while fawning all over Lingshan. Yushu didn't want them fawning over her, but the situation displeased her regardless. And that was only the first thing. What really made Yushu hate her was the fact that the boys fawning over her included her own brother. She'd never forget the degree of depression her brother went through after getting rejected by Lingshan. Song Lingshan actually went and said that she'd never accept a man weaker than her. This was also what moved Chen Yuming into joining the army. He wanted to become stronger, for that woman's sake. Shu, what are you getting so worked up for? You're not in love with that Lin Yi, are you? Mengyao asked, full of suspicion. She'd had her mind preoccupied with the scene before, but there was clearly something wrong with Yushu's rage. Me? In love with him? No way, of course not. Yushu wanted to laugh. It was the most ridiculous thing she'd heard all day. Then stop bringing him up, if you're not. He's nothing but trouble. Mengyao didn't know what she was so fussed over, as well. Was it because of Lin Yi's saliva? Or was it his penis? Or was it because of how he was grabbing her hand, molesting her? Yet all that seemed so far away. It had lost its significance. Lin Yi pushing her down back in the bank, him saving her, eclipsed all the little things he'd done to her. Mengyao felt like there was a blockage in her heart, something she didn't understand. It made her very uncomfortable. Lingshan still hadn't recovered from what just took place, her face still red from blushing. Perfect. Just perfect. And Yushu saw me, too. Lingshan didn't know how she could go back to the compound with her face raised, anymore. Yushu would probably make things worse with her side of the story. She'd be a known slut from that point on. She flicked her head back at Lin Yi, who sat there like an idiot, as if he didn't do anything at all. She really wanted to blow a freaking hole in his head. Why the hell were you moaning? She gritted her teeth. What the hell were you planning, Lin Yi? How am I supposed to meet my friends and family after what you did? Miss, I never believed that myth about girls with big boobs being stupid, but you, Lin Yi said with a laugh. What? What did you say? Lin Yi's taunt hit her right in the mark, and Lingshan flamed up with rage, her boobs bouncing up as she stood. Her finger was stabbing out, pointing at Lin Yi the way Mengyao's finger would. Chapter 42 Twice a Day. Chapter 42 Twice a Day. Don't think I'll back down just 'cause you're swinging your boobs around. I'd rather go look at P*RN when I get back. Lin Yi's mouth twitched, unwilling to succumb to Lingshan's boobs or her finger. Firstly, you were pressing on my wound. Would I be moaning if you hadn't been attacking my freaking wound? Secondly, what's this about being unable to face your family and friends again? What about me then? Use your brain a little. So the law treats everyone equally only when women aren't involved, I see? Tell me, how am I supposed to meet my family and friends? Lingshan froze, not expecting the rhetoric from Lin Yi. After all, she was just about to say that girls and boys were different, when Lin Yi pulled the whole law treats everyone equally out. She was a police officer, she'd be stepping on her own foot if she argued against Lin Yi's statement. Speechless and flustered, it was all Lingshan could do to point her finger at Lin Yi, taking a long while before calming herself with a deep breath. What was with her today? Was she still the same calm and collected Song Lingshan? She'd never get angry at almost anything, and always kept a clear head. How many times had she lost her cool already, on just this one day? It was that Lin Yi's fault, always poking her right where she didn't want it. Lingshan had calmed down at this point, and she decided to look at things objectively. Lin Yi was right, she was the one who pressed on his wound seeking revenge. He wouldn't have moaned if she hadn't done that, and no one would have misunderstood anything at all if she hadn't moved her hand about near Lin Yi's crotch. It could be said that she was responsible for all her problems today, in all honesty. Lin Yi shouldn't be blamed at all. It displeased her very much so, but she lowered her head regardless. I apologize for my outburst. Can I have your statement now? Yeah. Lin Yi replied, not expecting the sudden change in attitude. Your name? Lingshan had already reverted back to the cool-headed police officer, nothing like the flustered girl from before. Lin Yi. Lin Yi answered, very cooperative. He didn't want to make things hard for the girl. His barrage of words were really mainly for avenging his pressed-on wound, and it was naturally true that girls took harder hits from misunderstandings like that, far more than guys did. Like his little episode with Chun Yushu this morning, for example, it hadn't affected his daily life at all, and Yushu wasn't treating him with disgust or anything of the sort. Age? Lingshan continued. 18. Barely a grown-up. Lin Yi smiled. Lingshan's face reddened instantly. It seemed as if Lin Yi was implying something, as if it were legal for her to help him out just now, since he was no longer underage. Wah dash. That's it. I can't take this anymore. She wasn't going to get anything done at this rate. It appeared that she hadn't managed to sort herself out yet. She'd made sure to consult Huaiju and Bro for some advice when he got back. She'd never seen the guy lose control over his emotions and facial expressions before, always maintaining an air of solemnity. Lingshan respected that to the highest degree. Describe what happened. Lingshan exhaled as she continued the questioning. It was finished soon after, and Lingshan hurriedly left the room under the suspicious, evasive, and disdainful gazes of the three people outside. She could physically feel her face warming up as she avoided Li Fu, Mengyao, and Yushu's eyes. Mr. Lin, are you okay now? Li Fu was startled and a little doubtful. It was a gunshot, after all. Shouldn't the kid be bedridden for at least a couple of days? Yeah. Lin Yi answered. Twice a day, Yushu whispered, grinning as she passed by Lin Yi's side. Ha! Lin Yi paused, understanding Yushu's meaning an instant after. Twice a day, my ass, they're both misunderstandings. Mengyao, on the other hand, stayed silent as she gave Lin Yi a cold look. With that, she left the room as well, pulling Yushu along with her. That's just how Yao Yao is. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Lin. Li Fu waited until the girls left before speaking. He put a hand on Lin Yi's shoulder. You've saved Yao Yao today, we are truly grateful. I'll make sure this reaches the chairman's ears when he returns. That won't be necessary. Lin Yi smiled courteously. I'd be undeserving of my salary if I didn't do this much. Ha ha ha. Li Fu laughed joyfully. Well, we're grateful no matter what. Also, Uncle Fu, it's more complicated than just a simple bank robbery. According to that baldy, there's a Sihua bro who planned the whole thing. The robbery was just a cover for kidnapping Chu Mengyao. Lin Yi said. I don't know who the mastermind behind this Sihua guy is, but I think you guys should still look into the matter yourselves. It won't be enough with just the police involved. Yes, I understand. I'll make sure to relay this information to the chairman, as well. Li Fu said with a nod, suspicious himself. The kidnappers did choose to move right after Chu Mengyao left. There might have been some sort of connection there. Lin Yi didn't say anything else. It was the Chu house's business, after all. He was walking to the Bentley when he saw Song Lingshan's police car pass by in the parking lot. He smiled at her, receiving a death glare in return. The officer only sped the car up, hoping to rid herself of Lin Yi's face as soon as possible. Lin Yi got in the car with Li Fu only to find Yushu and Mengyao already seated at the back. The two seemed to be talking about something before Lin Yi got on, immediately quieting down as soon as he entered. The atmosphere wasn't very light or joyful. The two had been discussing about what to do with Lin Yi right after getting in the car. Mengyao was unyielding in having Lin Yi fired, whereas Yushu thought Lin Yi's presence to be a nice addition to the house. They'd have breakfast every morning now, too. The statement had angered Mengyao. Was food the only thing on Yushu's mind? There were plenty of top-tier chefs serving them. What good was a farmer in comparison to that? The two girls, as a result, went silent before Lin Yi even entered the car. His presence only intensified it. Li Fu didn't bother parking in front of Yushu's villa. He assumed that the two were going to be living together for some time anyway. Li Fu left after dropping the three off. He still had to have dinner prepared for the kids. Naturally, Lin Yi was a kid to him as well. Stop. Mengyao called as Lin Yi stepped into the villa. What is it? Lin Yi asked, his head turning back to Mengyao. He could tease Song Lingshan, but Mengyao was off limits. She was his employer, after all. There was a certain amount of respect he was obliged to provide, and he was tasked with the responsibility of studying with her, living with her, and, as Uncle Chu put it, making her happy. As such, Lin Yi always made sure to maintain a positive attitude when dealing with Mengyao. Chapter 43, I don't like him. Chapter 43, I don't like him. You saved me today, so thanks. I'll make sure to have my father reward you, but this doesn't mean I've accepted you or anything. I'll still ask him to fire you. Mengyao said after some hesitation, pursing her lips as she cleared things up. Lin Yi shrugged, smiling helplessly. Don't worry, I won't stay if he does. He felt a bit like a failure. Was the miss just too much to handle, or was it because of his ineptitude? Lin Yi supposed that it was the same either way. He'd missed the life he had now, spending his days peacefully, going to school, living with two beauties, hanging out with his bro. It was a nice life, but it wasn't a life for him. Lin Yi's response seemed a bit sad, and it only increased Mengyao's anxiety. Maybe I was wrong? Maybe I shouldn't try kicking him out? It was a first for Chu Mengyao to experience hesitation like this. What did she want to do with Lin Yi? Lin Yi took his shirt and pants off after entering his room. There were huge splotches of blood on them, most likely not usable any longer. What a waste. Lin Yi threw the pants into a trash can in the corner a little unwillingly. It was a good pair of trousers, after all. He then put on a backup uniform before walking out to the living room. Mengyao and Yushu were watching anime on the TV when Lin Yi walked over. He sat down on the sofa the farthest away from the girls, not intending to bother them at all as he watched some TV with them. It was already 9 p.m. by the time they got home, due to the bank robbery and everything that came after that. Li Fu went straight to the hotel to retrieve their dinner, but it was 10:30 by the time he delivered the food. As usual, Li Fu left right after leaving dinner on the table. He did, however, speak to Lin Yi before leaving this time. Don't forget to check if the doors are locked. Make sure to keep the girls safe. Don't worry, Uncle Fu. Lin Yi replied, assurance in his eyes. Lin Yi's training during nighttime provided the same effects that sleep would. It rested his body and mind, but it was also when he was most sensitive to any outward disturbances. Nothing could escape his ears, and Lin Yi had confidence regarding any issues pertaining to the villa's safety and security. Oh! Yushu exclaimed as the scent of food reached her nose. Finally, food. Yao Yao, let's go eat. Mengyao stood up and followed Yushu to the kitchen, hungry as well. The blockage in her heart was still there, however, much to her dismay and confusion. As such, she was nowhere near as lively as Yushu was. Without delay, Yushu pried open the containers excitedly, her saliva running as the delicacies came into sight. Yao Yao, it's braised chicken. Silk tofu, sweet and sour potato strips, and boo. That pig feet soup you wanted for your boobs. Mengyao shot a glare at Yushu, reminding her that there was now a man in the house. It wasn't just the two of them anymore. Ah dash. Yushu closed her mouth instantly, changing the subject. Silk tofu's my favorite, too. They say your skin gets whiter if you eat tofu enough. Mengyao glanced at Lin Yi, who was still watching TV all by himself. She put her chopsticks back down. She didn't know why, but Lin Yi watching the TV, all lonely and isolated from the group, put a strong discomfort in her senses. He was still eating with them at the table last night, lively as ever. It must have been because of the whole saliva incident yesterday that Lin Yi didn't join them. Shu, go tell your shield guy that dinner's ready. Mengyao said after some hesitation. That's your shield guy, okay? I don't need a shield, remember? Yushu said, looking at Mengyao funny, as if sensing something was up. How come you're so nice suddenly, inviting him for dinner? Fine, we'll just eat by ourselves then. She snapped coldly, an unexpected panic seizing Mengyao under Yushu's questioning. Okay, I'll go call him. Yushu grinned. She stood up before calling out to Lin Yi. Shield guy. Dinner's ready. You guys eat first, I'll come after you're done. Mengyao doesn't like me anyway. Lin Yi replied, slightly thankful towards Yushu the girl didn't forget about him, even inviting him to the table. So she was a nice person, after all. His noodles this morning weren't for nothing. Mengyao froze upon hearing Lin Yi's words, her piece of braised chicken dropping from her chopsticks. She felt like crying. She was the one who wanted him at the table, but the asshole was giving Yushu points for being nice to him. The guy even said that she hated him. Did her kindness not count for shit? But Yao Yao Yushu was about to say something else when Mengyao pulled her back. Whatever. Just let him starve. Mengyao gritted, she hated that asshole so much. Wah! But Yao Yao, didn't you want him to eat with us? Yushu asked, confused as she looked at Mengyao. Her friend seemed depressed for some reason. I changed my mind. Mengyao replied with a humph, hesitating for a while before opening her mouth again. Shu, go call him over, since you like him so much. Me? But he said you don't like him anyway. Yushu reminded her innocently. Mengyao wanted to clear things up with I didn't say anything about not liking him, okay, but decided otherwise. That sentence would only make things worse. Wouldn't she be announcing that she liked him? Whatever, let's just eat. A carpet of regret, however, would wash over Mengyao in due time. She'd contemplate in that regret, hoping that time would just turn itself back. She was sure she'd just stand up the moment Lin Yi finished speaking, shouting at him with not one trace of hesitation, whatever, I like you, okay? Just come eat, geez. Yet what happened, and it was simple fate that for many, many nights in the future, Mengyao would cry, sobbing her nights away as she wept regretful tears onto the pillow in her sorrowful embrace. A shooting star would flash by, and Mengyao would make her impossible wish to an unfortunate and 4 wishes like that yielded no fruit. She'd gaze up at the stars in their multitudes, and see in them the distance between Lin Yi and her, somehow widening. It was a deceptively narrow trench separating the two, but that was its existence deceptive her touch would never connect. And she was the one who dug that trench. The current Chu Mengyao, naturally, had yet to realize this. Chapter 44, Let me tell you a little secret. Chapter 44, Let me tell you a little secret. It was 11 by the time the girls finished eating. There was still school tomorrow, they should have been asleep long ago. Lin Yi stood up as he watched the girls walk upstairs, making his way to the table with a nice smile on his lips. He wasn't paying attention to them when they first started their meal, but he didn't miss anything that came after Yushu's invitation. They spoke softly, never expecting Lin Yi to be able to read lips. He caught every single word Mengyao spoke. So the miss was a bit of a softie inside, it seemed. Lin Yi smiled softly as he scraped the girls' leftovers together, though they weren't really leftovers. Both girls had small appetites, and they'd barely touched the braised chicken at all, evidently avoiding it for how fattening it was. For many of the boys at Songshan's first school, eating the food leftovers of Mengyao and Yushu was a blessing. Someone like Zhong Pinliang, for example, would never get tired of it. Lin Yi was indeed hungry, and he wasted no time in clearing every piece of food item on the table. He ended the meal with a burp, very satisfied. Footsteps sounded from behind him, but Lin Yi didn't bother turning around. He could easily determine who the approaching person was judging by the footsteps alone, despite how slight the difference was between the two's walking patterns. Whoa, shield guy. Are you a pig? There's nothing left. It was Yushu, as expected. The girl had come down to quench her thirst when she saw the containers all cleaned up. Lin Yi laughed. You guys are pretty wasteful, aren't you? Do you leave this much food behind every time? Well, there's you now, so it's fine, isn't it? Yushu, naturally, didn't understand the virtue in finishing your food, not with the family conditions she was born into. Lin Yi didn't add anything else, he understood the differences in their environments. Yushu and Mengyao would never comprehend the perspective of his kind of people. Not in regards to wasting food, at least. Oh, that's right, let me tell you a little secret. Yushu offered as she pulled out a bottle of red tea from the fridge, acting very mysterious. What secret? Lin Yi asked, not knowing where this was going. See, Yaya told me that she never said she doesn't like you, so you can eat with us next time. Yushu whispered. Is that so? I see. Lin Yi nodded in response. Thanks, but I'll just wait until after you guys finish. Why? Yushu asked, curious. There'd be nothing left if I ate first. Lin Yi smiled, pointing at the empty containers on the table. Ha! Yushu laughed. I'm going up, you get some rest too. With that, Yushu made her way upstairs, waving goodbye to Lin Yi as she left. Lin Yi watched as Yushu disappeared upstairs. He shook his head. He could never tell what the girl was thinking. She came off as a cutie, but was actually surprisingly smart. Lin Yi didn't plan on showering due to his bullet wound. He settled with dabbing himself over with a wet towel before going to bed, thinking about how he never expected to get hurt in a place like this. He could have healed his leg faster if he'd brought some of old Lin's herbs and medicine along. He closed his eyes and started training in the art of dragon mastery. He'd always looked forward to a breakthrough every night, but that expectation was never rewarded. A lazy, warm sunlight shined its way into Lin Yi's room and onto his back. He stretched, pushing the windows open as he took a whiff of the morning air. It was a brand new day, full of possibilities, and a fresh school day to look forward to. He valued the opportunity while waking up to a school day like this had always been his dream. He didn't know when the miss would have him kicked out, but he might as well enjoy this life as long as he possibly could. Som Lingshan sighed helplessly as she stared at the group of people in front of her in the interrogation room. A whole night, and no progress at all. The information from these people were all useless. They were the drivers of the decoy S-74110 SUVs, but it was evident that none of them knew anything worthwhile. Lingshan doubted the fact at first, but further research into their backgrounds revealed them to be public transportation drivers on break. It was just a 500 kwai job they received, to drive a 74110 SUV to a designated location, at a designated time. These drivers hadn't even reached the location when they got arrested. They even thought the officers to be the traffic police, since they hadn't gone through the legal procedures for the SUVs at all, accepting the assignment only due to the high price offered. It wasn't until they were told of their connection to the bank robbery did they realize that they'd been had and manipulated by a criminal group. These suspects were no longer suspects, and were to be sent to the traffic police to deal with. Lingshan couldn't just vent her rage on these guys. A whole night for nothing. It was the first time she was in charge of a case by herself, after all, and Lingshan couldn't help but be in dismay. There was a lot riding on her shoulders. Vice Captain, do we expand our search radius? Lu Wangli of Team C1 asked. They had been searching for a whole night, to no avail. Continuing the search even after daybreak would most certainly impede civilian movement. Lingshan wasn't very willing to go to that length. A large-scale search would involve setting blockades up to halt passing cars, so that they could be investigated. I'll consult Captain Yang. Lingshan had reached her limit. She needed the captain's advice on this one. She really felt like a failure. Sometimes the guy transferred into the team from the military at the same time as her, but possessed observational and detective abilities 100 times greater. Any case that found itself on Yang Huijuan's hands would undoubtedly break open under his analyses and deductions. But as for me, there's just too much I need to learn. Lin Yi's right, this vice captain position. It really does look like money and family connections, doesn't it? Yet Lingshan understood that she was still deserving of the title, especially when her military rank of major and achievements were taken into account. There was, however, a lot she had to work on. Chapter 45, Sihuabro. Chapter 45, Sihuabro. Somewhere in Songshan City, in an abandoned warehouse, was a black SUV. It had no license plate. Fucking hell, are the cops fucking insane? All this for $1 million, really? Baldy spat at the ground, very pissed off. Boss. We can't continue hiding in here like this. Ma Lu was frustrated as well. God fucking damn it, fuck. Enough, stop whining. We'll just wait for Sihuabro's call here. Baldy waved his hand impatiently, the phone ringing as soon as he finished his sentence. Is this Tsihua bro? Baldy here. Baldy's tone was slightly flattering. It was his boss, after all. What the fuck are you shits doing? A cold voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Tsihua bro, what do you mean? Baldy paused. Did you take all the bank's money with you? Tsihua bro prodded. Yeah, I took it with me when we left. What's the big deal? Baldy didn't deserve this treatment. It was a bank robbery. It'd be a waste if he robbed the bank but not take any cash with him, wouldn't it? You fucking pig head. What the hell did I tell you? I said not to take anything. Are you fucking deaf? Tsihua bro yelled. The only reason the cops are going all out on you is because of those big ass fucking bags of cash with you. Ah. Baldy understood after some thought that did seem like the case. It was all his fault for getting greedy. They wouldn't be in this mess in the first place if he just went according to plan. With that, he started pleading. Tsihua bro. I've been putting my life on the line for you, don't abandon me. You've got to save me. Oof. How's the kid? Tsihua bro asked coldly. Kid? What kid? Baldy asked, confused. Chu Mengyao. You didn't do anything to her, did you? Tsihua bro's voice was starting to get rapid. Fuck, it's all over if you do anything to her. Ugh, Baldy stammered. Chu Mengyao hadn't even crossed his mind before Tsihua bro mentioned her. Sorry Tsihua bro. She's been rescued. What? Tsihua bro yelled. You fucking dash. You don't have the girl? No, Baldy replied softly. Then go die in a fucking hole, I'm done with you. Tsihua bro yelled again. I shouldn't have assigned you the job in the first place, you're really a piece of work. Good riddance when the cops get you. With that, Tsihua bro hung up. Tsihua bro, Baldy started panicking, and his pleading intensified. Tsihua bro. You can't just leave me. It took a while before he realized that Tsihua bro had hung up already. Boss, what did Tsihua bro say? Malu asked, panicking as well when Baldy put the phone down. Tsihua bro's abandoned us. We're fucked. Baldy replied, devastated. We're fucked? Malu stared. What do you mean, Tsihua bro's abandoning us? Yes, because we lost that Chu Mengyao girl. Baldy sighed heavily as he thumped his ass on the ground. Fuck. It's your fault, you damned Baldy. She wouldn't have gotten away if you weren't made hostage by that other kid. Malu cursed, bouncing off the ground and charging at Baldy. You're turning traitor? Baldy stared as Malu landed a fist on him. Still acting the tough guy even now, huh? Malu grinned coldly. You fucking shit, you think we'd be in this mess if you didn't let that kid take your gun in the first place? With that, Baldy fired a punch in retaliation, and the two started fighting each other. 2 gunshots sounded, and both Baldy and Malu fell dead in a puddle of blood. It was the lackey that warned the police about killing hostages, a man named Li Laosan, the second in command of the group. San bro, you. The 2 people left stared at Laosan, utterly shocked at the development. Those 2 are a bunch of girls. Li Laosan humphed. Look at the mess we're in. And they're still fighting among themselves? So what if Tsihua bros abandoned us? We've got hands and legs, don't we? More importantly, we have money. We get through this whole thing alive and we'll live lives of rich comfort, won't we? The 2 lackeys thought about it. It was true. Baldy and Malu's fighting was the last thing that should be happening right now. It was no time to be fighting amongst themselves. It might even lead the cops right to them if they weren't careful. Working together as brothers was, without a doubt, the only way out. At that thought, they nodded. Baldy was dead, and that made Li Laosan the new boss, a boss they'd put their newfound hopes on. This money is enough to set the three of us for life. Li Laosan said as he pulled the bags open, revealing the heaps of cash inside. Words were air, what mattered now was real, genuine money to have the lackeys be on his side. We'll have almost 500,000 each if we split this. 2 people dead means more money for the rest of us. I'm following you, San bro. You're our new boss now. The 2 lackeys chanted in unison, pledging their fealty. Laosan nodded, very pleased at the chant as he glanced nonchalantly at the corpses of Baldi and Ma Lu lying beside him. Mengyao and Yushu almost overslept because of how late it was when they went to bed. They only crawled out of the covers at the 3rd alarm. Lin Yi, on the other hand, was wide awake already. He had 3 bowls of noodles prepared, and was already putting them into the pot of hot water by the time he heard the girls waking up. He'd made yangchen noodles yesterday, and was fixing up chicken sauce noodles. There was still a bit of braised chicken left from yesterday, and Lin Yi didn't see any reason to waste it. The noodles were freshly completed when the girls came down. Wow, it smells so good. Yushu's nose was sharp, and it didn't take any time at all before she noticed the scent the chicken sauce noodles was giving out. She made her way to the kitchen excitedly, turning her head back to call for Mengyao as well. Yao Yao, your shield guys made us noodles again. Mengyao was planning on going in with Yushu, but her words stopped her in her tracks. It was Lin Yi's cooking, should she? If it were for the little bit of pride and face involved, Mengyao should turn the other way immediately, as if she hadn't smelled anything at all. But the noodles were way too tempting. Slurping sounds could soon be heard as Yushu helped herself to Lin Yi's cooking. Mengyao was itching with displeasure. The girl was never that loud when eating. Was she trying to tempt her or something? Chapter 46, Pretty Close with the Dean. Chapter 46, Pretty Close with the Dean. This is too good. Yushu commented as she stuffed herself with noodles. Whatever, I ate his stuff yesterday too, so what's the difference? With that, Mengyao strolled into the kitchen as well. Lin Yi smiled, enjoying every bit of Mengyao's hesitation. The girl was quite interesting. Mengyao, breakfast is ready. Lin Yi smiled, hoping to encourage her. Thanks, Mengyao's soft voice stunned both Yushu and Lin Yi. Was this still the same Chu Mengyao? Mengyao seated herself on the table and picked the chopsticks up. She felt like tearing up a little as she stared at the delicious-looking noodles freshly prepared for her. Was she wrong to have treated Lin Yi like shit all this time? To be honest. He's a pretty nice guy, isn't he? Yes, a passing nanny indeed. The clock struck 7, and Li Fu arrived on time with his Bentley parked right outside the villa. Mengyao, Yushu, and Lin Yi made their way to the car with Mengyao surprisingly silent, not complaining about Lin Yi at all. She appeared to have accepted Lin Yi a little. There wasn't as much hostility anymore. Mr. Lin, your doctor said that you'd have to pay the hospital a routine visit today. Li Fu said. I'll drop Miss Chu and Miss Chen off at school before getting you to the hospital. I'll drag you to school later. Okay then. Lin Yi agreed after some thought. The wound on his leg wasn't actually much to be worried over, but he complied regardless. He didn't want people seeing him as some sort of monster. Miss, could you mention this to your homeroom teacher? Li Fu said gently. Mengyao didn't know what to do. She didn't really hate Lin Yi anymore, but there was no way she could just help explain Lin Yi's absence. Everyone would know that he lived with her if she did that. Li Fu simply assumed that things haven't been sorted out between the two, judging by Mengyao's response. With that, he turned to Yushu instead. Miss Chen, perhaps you could help Lin Yi ask for a leave? I'm okay with that, but Yao Yao doesn't want anyone knowing Lin Yi lives with her. Yushu spoke with an innocent face, but no one missed her emphasis on the words lives with her. Li Fu patted at his forehead, finally catching on to Mengyao's concern. It was true, the miss was a girl, after all. It wasn't something she could just announce like that. Mengyao glared at Yushu. Thinking about it was one thing, but it was embarrassing to actually say it aloud.